looked.
Hey, I figured he did like that.
Exactly.
Well, 61. All right, 61. Senate Local Government Committee. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Betancourt,
Here.
Senator Springer,
Here.
Senator Eckhart, Senator Gutierrez, Senator Hall,
Here.
Senator Nichols, Senator Parker,
Here.
Senator Paxton, Senator West.
There being 6 members present, a quorum is established. Welcome to the third and the final interim committee hearing of the Senate Government Committee. Everyone awake after the election on Tuesday night. I don't know about you, but I was up very, very late. Very, very late indeed. I was up very late. Maybe as late as Comptroller Hager. I'm not sure, but I was up late. What's that? Well, I don't know, Grandpa, but you were obviously asleep. Anyway. Hey-oh. Okay. Come on, at least give me a rim shot for that one. All right. As you can tell, everyone is in good humor, and they should be, because we've got a great set of invited testimony and a couple great charges. Let me first off remind a few operating rules. We do have an E1.016 overflow room, because obviously we're the only show in town, okay? And more importantly, we're operating under committee rules from the regular session. Public testimony is limited to 2 minutes. If you provide oral testimony to the committee today, please be sure to have completed a written access registration card and turn it in to the staff. Providing written testimony, bring 20 copies with your name on each copy to the committee staff, and we'll be sure each member receives a copy. And if you're registering positions, you may do so on any Senate kiosk by the end of the hearing. Opening remarks, let's see, I'll start and everyone else can say. First off, I want to say this is the last rodeo for a great vice chairman who is retiring, and I'm going to give him the gavel several times in this hearing, but when I do, I will move to the other side so he doesn't hit me with it. But I would like a big round of applause for Senator Drew Springer. You want to practice for a second? Nothing.
I got a rotator cuff arm.
Yeah, now, yeah.
I count this as therapy.
Yeah, well, you got to give. Fortunately, you're on the weak side of the arm. But anyway, Drew, after many, many years of service, is retiring back to the business, okay, and the family up in North Texas. So your absence will be missed, Mr. Vice Chairman, or actually your absence will be something dear to our hearts, but we will always remember your contribution. Now, for the business at hand, quick comment about housing affordability. This is something that this panel takes great interest in. We'll start off with an unconventional topic, because besides Dan Huberty, who else would bring up a homestead exemption, that we passed here? That's Senator Eckhart, because she voted for it. This is something that we believe strongly enough in to crank up the homestead exemption to $100,000 for every homestead in the state of Texas. That was our first pass, and it was a major one at trying to maintain home affordability, because housing affordability starts with home affordability. And everyone on this panel, in this committee voted for it, even our absent members. And that is a commitment that we've made to the public. We've also had the public ratify that by an 83% vote. And that's something that we'll be funding for, I hope, a longer and longer period of time than even your service here, Vice Chairman Springer. I hope we keep funding that in perpetuity. Now, we are going to take a wide-ranging set of testimony, starting with the comptroller in just a second. And I'll just mention a couple highlights that are kind of out of the box. One, you'll be hearing some discussion of what to do with excess office buildings. They're kind of like generational ships. You drive past them from downtown to downtown. They're there. Your dad may have gone to work in the Shell Tower like mine did. They're still there today. They'll be there tomorrow. And maybe there's a solution there. Maybe if we get government out of the way, there might be some ability to use those high rises to help with housing affordability. And more importantly, we're also going to talk about some examples of how not to have housing affordability. I could go on for a long time, but I've got a high impact guest here waiting on me. I'll just mention one thing. The fact that we've got the city of Houston invested in tens of millions of dollars in an affordable housing project on Buffalo Bayou on top of a fly ash site, which means it'll never be occupied, even though it's built. It's preposterous. In my opinion, it's corrupt because they should have never made that decision. And I don't know how the federal oversight allowed that to occur, or much less the city oversight to occur, because you can't build affordable housing on a fly ash site and expect people to move into it. Now, between that terrible example, we're going to be talking about a lot of good things today. But we're also, as this committee is not afraid to just state the obvious. So there is just no tolerance for any type of projects like that are literally, even if the residents moved in, they couldn't stay there because of the contamination of the site. It's just a horrifically bad decision that the largest city in the state participated in. I think under new management, I cannot imagine at the time Senator Whitmire or now Mayor Whitmire approving such a project, but it was done. So make sure you understand that this committee is probably the greatest at being able to slice and dice bad ideas, but we love to hear good ideas. So with that, I want to call up our first witness, okay, who has a report that he's reading for the first time. I believe true, Comptroller Hager?
Thank you, Mr.
Glenn, state your name and who you represent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Bettencourt, members. My name is Glenn Hager, Texas Controller of Public Accounts. My office has examined housing affordability throughout my administration and published several articles in our fiscal notes on the topic since 2018. And most recently, we published the Housing Affordability Challenge Report that was released this August. Housing affordability is a strong economic indicator, providing insight into the overall economic well-being of individuals, families, the housing market, and other areas of the economy. It is a major determinant of future economic growth. In our annual credit rating meetings for short-term borrowing, my office will always make note of one of Texas' economic advantages, which has been abundant, affordable housing. However, unfortunately, that positive has been slowly eroding, and we now must note that while Texas is more affordable than other parts in our nation, we are not as affordable as we have in the past. The trend of decreasing affordability has been a concern for me, and I see it as one of the greatest threats to the Texas economic success in the years to come. As you are aware, I often flag issues that are critical to our state's well-being and balance sheet. The trend of decreasing affordability in housing is why I asked my team to issue this report examining the factors contributing to housing affordability crisis in the United States and how it affects Texans. Housing affordability in the United States has hit its lowest level in nearly 40 years. As housing affordability gap widens, many Texans are struggling to balance homeownership with basic living expenses. Housing costs comprise the largest portion of household budgets in Texas. In 2022, about 34% of Texas households were cost burdened because they were spending 30% or more of their income on housing. To repeat, that is 1/3 of Texans that are cost burdened. Home prices have increased in Texas metros, especially in our smaller metros. In Brownsville, McAllen, El Paso, families earning a median income were unable to purchase a median price home in these regions in 2023. How did we get here? The United States experienced a drastic decrease in new home construction after the 2008 financial crisis, which resulted in fewer homes being built. Multiple states saw sharp declines in building permits issued after the financial crisis. In Texas, permits fell from approximately 216,000 in 2006 to approximately only 84,000 in 2009, which was a 61% drop. It was not until 2021 that Texas issued more permits than we did in 2006. Compared to other states, Texas saw a smaller decline in building permits during the financial crisis and experienced a more resilient recovery in the years afterwards. Among states with the highest number of building permits in 2023, Texas was the only state to increase building permits compared to pre-financial crisis levels. While Texas successfully recovered from the financial crisis in 2008, the pandemic, as we all know, in 2020 drastically increased the demand for new housing. Driven by a rise in remote work opportunities, federal stimulus measures, increase in personal savings, and accelerated migration to our state, Texas faced a shortage of 320,000 homes by 2022, which had a significant impact, I'd like to note, on both the lower and middle income households. This surge in housing demand coincided with Texas experiencing the greatest population growth in the U.S. between 2020 and 2023. Notably, the DFW Arlington area saw the largest increase in total population gains and domestic migration of any U.S. metro, highlighting that more people were choosing to relocate in Texas than any other state in the country. The challenges faced by those trying to buy a home have also impacted renters. The same dynamic of limited supply and increasing demand that has driven housing prices higher have also pushed up rents. Additionally, as more Texans find they cannot afford a home, they're compelled to rent instead. This added competition for rental properties cascades through the overall market and ultimately impacts extremely low-income households struggling to keep up with adequate housing within their reach. Although median home prices and rents have stabilized, affordable housing remains a significant challenge for many working Texans and looks to continue, unfortunately, for some time to come. Elevated long-term mortgage rates and overall home prices as compared to pre-pandemic levels, unfortunately, are the new norm. Texans who are lucky enough to already own a home face increasing ongoing costs. For example, homeowner insurance premiums has risen by 33% since 2015 in Texas, and many homeowners have seen significant increases in just the last 2 years. Property taxes, as we all know, remains a concern for both buyers and homeowners in Texas, even though the legislature has made consistent efforts to reduce the burden of property taxes on homeowners, including additional tax rate compression, and I think you just mentioned the homestead exemption passed last session. My team found that institutional investors accounted for 28% of total residential sales in Texas in 2022. This was the largest share of any state and more than double that rate of the national sales. Other recent data, however, estimated that investor activity peaked in 2020 around closer to 20%. The discrepancy in the two may result from a lack of clarity in defining what constitutes an institutional investor, such as families forming LLCs to purchase a vacation home. While the effect of institutional investors on the housing market is really not that clear, it's an important data point to mention. And we must also mention overregulation and the extremely slow pace of building permit processes. Our state has maintained our status as the top state for new building permits of privately owned housing since 2008, however, and also exceeding California and Florida. However, the fact remains that Texas is becoming more unaffordable to both lower and middle income family. Housing affordability is critical to the health and the well-being of our state economy and that of our citizens. Thus, that is why I see it as one of the more important issues that our state is facing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, happy to answer questions and work with you as we move into next session.
No, Glenn, this is an excellent report because you're stating the problem in many different aspects. These is great data. One of the conclusions is, Texas is somewhat of a victim of its own success.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
And because of we have really been the nexus of economic activity in the country. And if you have investors, where else are they going to go except Texas? Comment?
It's the best place to be,
That is the best place to be.
but we want to keep it that way.
And that's actually right. And I appreciate the comments about, especially the savings rate is a really good slide. If we can go back to that, that's page 11. This deflationary cycle
Yes.
that we hope will get to the deflationary side. We
Yes.
have not seen it yet. But here is a really a graphic example of what happened with personal savings rate. When you turned on the COVID spigot for all the assistance programs, you had a tremendous spike in personal savings that lasted for about 2 years. And that's also
Largest in U.S. history.
Thank you. See, we have not rehearsed this, by the way. In fact, we're like overdue for lunch, but so we haven't even had a chance. But the data is so strong on this. Now, also, we had also the two greatest years of appraisal value growth, I think, in my lifetime,
That's right.
because of all this money chasing so few, possibilities on the commercial real estate market, the home residential marketplace, et cetera. It's always the same type of graphs, okay?
And not just in fast-growing areas of the state, but across the entire state.
Right, because you're looking at nearly a 50% run-up in value in 2 years, every account on average. It's astonishing. We've lived through a growth cycle that most people can only dream about, but it actually occurred in the state of Texas. And so this putting a lot of pressure on housing affordability, true, home affordability.
That's correct.
All right, now the last slide I think we need to show, go back to Exhibit 1. This is median home prices in months of inventory. And I want to make sure everybody sees that, the members, and then I'm going to turn it over to the panel. And you can see here the months of inventory and the median home price values. We're finally seeing a reduction. But this is off just literally what would be best described as a super peak.
Right.
Okay. But we are seeing a decline in median home prices. Travis County, I think Tarrant County is going to have a 25% reduction next year. We're in every cycle. There's a period of run up, and then there's a period of some pullback, and we're in that process. Glenn, do you agree?
Yeah, I think obviously in certain parts of the state, there'll be slight pullbacks, but then the higher prices are probably not going to be reset very significantly lower.
Right,
Because we
because-
continue to have migration to the state.
Because I think this was answered, at least from a political perspective, in the results of the election, but in an economic lesson, it's just fact. Inflation is baked in.
These are the new prices. There may be a rollback, but you're not going to see it across the state. And the point being is, as we continue to have economic success and growth of people moving to the state and businesses, this is the new norm. And higher interest rates, obviously, you see the numbers right there above. The new increase in prices, the new increase in higher interest rates, those are two factors that we mentioned, but there's a lot of others as well. And some things you can control, some things you as the Senate and the members of the legislature cannot control. But
Right.
the ones we can, we need to try.
No, and with interest rate, graph, it would look pretty similar to your months of inventory. The bottom line with all of this is that conditions change, and we have to continue to be looking forward to what are good government policies that can help. But recognizing the reality of the marketplace is a macro factor that drives the whole equation.
It's a new norm, but the point that I really want to highlight more than anything is we're less affordable than we used to be. And the fact is, going forward, what I don't want us to see is not learning the lessons from other states around that have had significant ramps up in unaffordability in those states. We have an opportunity to hopefully learn. Now, I don't know the exact solutions to those. That's obviously something we want to work with you on, but, you're the legislature, I'm not, but my point is to flag it and try to see if we can help learn from those lessons.
Now, on a serious point, that's why we're here, because, our first
The
charge.
third and
literally-
final hearing.
Right, it is, and we'll just get whatever solutions we can from him by before he departs. But the study was important because our charge literally study issues to related to housing, including housing supply, homelessness, methods of providing and financing affordable housing, make recommendations. Glenn will take your report as a great
sir.
starting on that. To reduce regulatory barriers, which is something you've been very strong about, strengthen property rights, improve transparency and accountability in public programs for housing. So, with that, questions for the comptroller, opening statements? I will expect,
As I say in every speech at the end, questions, comments, complaints. What do you have for me?
I didn't know the latter.
Usually if one of y'all are in the room, I usually say, if it's a complaint.
Yeah, well,
ask
you're a
Senator
revenue
so-and-so.
officer. You take complaints, okay? This is life, all right? Okay. Senator Paxton.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it, and thank you for this thoughtful report. And I'm actually looking at page 9 and the emphasis on housing shortages. And there's a statement in on this page that in a 2023 analysis by Up for Growth, Texas is only second to California in housing underproduction, falling 306,000 homes short of what was needed in 2021. And I was just curious if you could maybe just go into a little more depth on how do we determine what was needed? Like, what are the factors that,
Yeah, if you're just,
I mean, I'm guessing permitting and,
yeah,
I mean,
you're looking at the number of buyers that are out in the market that want to come in. I mean, in the Metroplex, as I mentioned, you know, just kind of in your area and Senator Parker's area has had the fastest growth of anywhere in the country. And so therefore, you know, the number of businesses, which is a great thing, that are relocating to your area, the fact is the number of people that are needed to buy those homes, and the homes are just not available.
how do we count?
Yeah, I don't exactly count. There's a whole lot of other people that can kind of tell you the exact
You're the
metrics
you're the
upon
state
that.
counter.
Yeah, but I count money, not houses and rooftops.
But I guess that's something I'm interested in is
Yeah,
how
the
we,
exact details.
yeah, the actual calculus of how do we determine how many homes are
Rooftops
needed.
We can get in
Some of the
details
factors
with you.
are, I guess, we look at construction permits though.
Looking
and-
at construction permits, the number of people that are trying to buy houses. I mean, as we all know, in some of the times when the big ramp up, the number of buyers per house, you know, how many days is it actually on the market before it sells? What is the norm? And over time, and those periods close down significantly. And so during some of those years when you have the net migration, you don't have the houses for those people that are coming here. And then also multifamily properties, because there's both, obviously. People live in both. We're not talking about just single family. We're talking about both. The fact is, you look at the length of time the properties, the availability that's out there, what is the market, what are the rents going for, what are the homes selling for, a variety of combination of factors.
And does this include folks that are in the market to purchase and people who are looking to rent as well? I mean, is it combined?
You can look at different, whether you're looking at rental properties, whether you're looking at home properties, but mostly what this report is talking about is purchasing of single-family homes. That's mostly is purchasing single-family, not rental.
Thank you. I guess we might be able to get some good intel on some of this from our realtor friends.
That is quite correct, and they're right around the corner.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Springer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Glenn. On page 12, you've got the homeowners insurance, and
Yeah.
I think that I wish they had the next 2 years in there because I have a feeling while 11% looks high on 2022, they hadn't seen 23 and 24 yet.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, obviously we've done an awful lot for those who have paid off their house and now their taxes are pretty well flat. And in fact, a lot of my constituents
Correct.
actually saw a downturn because of the homestead exemptions and everything on there. But the insurance has just been a runaway.
No, that's one reason I made a note and added to what my staff drafted me as always ask them to do a draft is it's not just since 2015 the increase, but literally in the last couple of years. I mean, and there's a variety of reasons for that, but the fact is it has to be noted.
Right.
You know, when somebody's paying their monthly mortgage and that rate gets readjusted, you know, they're under the assumption it's that property tax
That's right.
continuing. But in reality, as you noted,
That's right.
that's flattened out. It's now the insurance premium
Correct.
increases, but they don't see the difference because they don't know what that underlying reason of that number is. Correct?
No, that's exactly right. They don't.
And
they
it's
don't
worth
see it
important to note
per
now
se.
whether that's something y'all address or don't address or can do, but the fact is it's part of the data.
It is,
That's
and
the
then
point.
look, when you see when your house doubles in value in a 5-6 year period, you've got insurance to replace that. So
That's right. And
that's another portion of what's driving that.
That is a portion of that. That is
And as
exactly-
long as you have a working market, then everybody's going to
factors.
have
increase in values, as we saw in the chart earlier.
Yep.
And number two, the input cost, construction cost, repair cost has gone up drastically.
Right.
As inflation was supposed
price
to
of shingles. If you have a hailstorm in our
Casualty
part of the
loss,
world,
major casualty
Yes.
loss. Too,
Yeah.
as well.
significant input cost compared to what it was a few years
right?
ago.
And so and I think that's the committees and probably the B and C side
those are two of the
have to look and
reasons
says
the cost have gone up.
Do we have too many regulations not to allow others into the marketplace, or is the marketplace working? And because it'll get to what's a reasonable amount.
We have to have a healthy insurance market.
Correct, absolutely. And unlike some others, I don't think that most corporations, and unless they've got a monopoly, are going to, the market's going to work from that standpoint. We need them they've got to stay profitable, or else they won't stay in business. And they won't pay the claims when you need them to pay the claims. So that's one of those I think that we've got to also make sure we're keeping as close an eye as possible on.
Well, and Senator Springer, that's why you're going to be missed, because that's exactly the type of analysis, because this is a variable problem, okay? And
complex.
And the run-up that we've seen in housing costs was followed by the run-up of the inflation costs to replace them. And now we're in a 2-year spike on insurance, and not to be too fine a point on it, in the Houston metropolitan area, we're losing insurance carriers as fast as people can make the announcement. I'm not writing any more policies. I'm out of this marketplace. I happen to know, many people that put on a new roof, even though they didn't have to, just to be able to qualify for insurance. This is adding to the cost, okay? And so that insurance spiral is the next big inflationary spiral that we're in right now. Glenn?
Yes,
Right?
I agree.
Absolutely on those. And then, the other piece, and this probably can be dive into deeper on our panelists, but several of the builders I've talked to have talked about, in certain cities, the regulations of, hey, you got to be 2,200 square foot of air conditioned, you got to have a 2.5 car garage, you got to be on a 10,000 square foot.
I didn't
lot.
bring my crystal
That might have
ball,
been
but
Munster.
but I think you're going to hear about that today.
Yeah, and the challenge is, as we say, we need affordable housing. The comments sometimes made, though, really bother me from the standpoint, well, we just don't want those kind of people living in our city, and they've got to, but those people have to live somewhere, because
That's right.
they're our workers, they're the entrepreneur, small entrepreneurs, and everything else.
Probably the words that I repeated more than any time through here was middle and low income Texans.
That's right.
Those are the ones being impacted the most.
Right. Thank you.
And that's a great comment, Glenn, because it's the working class, the middle class, that actually ran out of money earlier in the year by all economic, because of the stimulus money is gone. And I guess the moral here is that you either embrace growth and you want to have a growing economy, or you don't. And we do hear a lot of people that say they don't want a growth. Well, if you're not growing, you're stagnant or you're declining. And as long as Texas remains the job creation engine long term in the country, then these are problems that have to be resolved. True?
Have to be resolved.
Senator Eckhart, whose code name is 100 today, but I will explain everybody's code names later.
I am so excited.
I know you are.
Don't encourage him, y'all. Don't laugh.
Senator Eckhart, the person sitting next to you, code name is 59, but it's not in A through F grade. I'll give you a hint.
All right.
Okay,
I am delighted that you're here, and I read.
I don't want to know my percentage. So
Yeah.
we're just going to move on to question.
That's right.
100%. I'm delighted that you're here, and I read your report when it came out with great interest. Deeply appreciated that kind of analysis. A number of questions. With regard to affordability specifically, what state funds are put toward the increase of affordable housing stock in Texas?
I mean, there's a few programs that are very targeted, but there's not a significant number of programs overall that addresses affordable housing. And then, obviously, as prices have increased and mortgage rates have increased, those two, the delta of average working Texans, the policeman, the firewoman, the teacher, the average income and the cost of going into a house, that gap has increased. But there's some targeted programs such as the GLO and a few others, but there's not an overall encompassing program.
You're getting close.
Is there any analysis, has your office or anyone else done any analysis of federal funds toward increase of housing stock, state funds towards increase of housing stock, and local funds?
We have not. With that being said, this report has caused several different meetings that we've had and others, because there's a lot of interest in this area from a lot of different groups. And so we haven't done that analysis, but I'm slowly hearing from some of those groups, some of that piecemeal information that's out there.
With regard to the piecemeal information, is it a safe, broad statement to make that with regard to government investment in units of affordable housing, whether single family or multi, the federal government and the local governments in Texas are doing the lion's share of the work?
I would say this because I think that it would be factual to say there are a lion's share of the programs. Now, to be able to whether I say those are effective programs, I just don't know the answer to that.
But it's true just in dollar figure. So let's define the work.
Probably so.
As dollar figure, federal dollars or federal tax credit, and local dollars or local beneficial tax treatment are much more significant than state participation.
Probably so, but I'd also want to make sure in that analysis, just having dollar figures in a program obviously doesn't equate to effective outcomes.
Absolutely, but if you put very few dollars or almost no dollars,
understand that.
then they're not going to be effective at all, right?
But I also just want to say, I just don't, what I don't want to advocate. Let's create a program. We want it to be effective, right? We want to have the end result. I'm always going to come back to that.
100% agreed. But you can't make an impact if you don't make an investment. So let's talk about the GLO and the Veterans Land Board, which is probably the most robust program with regard to affordable units, whether single family or multifamily.
It's the one that I think of.
Do we have any studies of its effectiveness?
We have not done any.
Have we ever done any studies of its effectiveness?
We haven't, but I know a member who used to serve over here that I probably could ask that question of.
So I completely agree with you. When we're spending money, we should make sure it's effective, efficient,
That's
and
right.
fair.
That's right.
I would love to see an analysis of the Veterans Land Board expenditures since it's been in existence since I believe the early part of the
It's been
last
around
century. And we should certainly see how effective it has
I
been.
bet your office is already getting a phone call from government relations at the GLO.
Which leads me to a next question. I've been working in affordable housing, multifamily, as a private lawyer since leaving the county. But I did a fair amount of affordable housing policy work when I was at the county as well. It occurs to me, and this is outside your work as the controller, but I am asking you as the controller. The state owns a tremendous amount of property, particularly in major metropolitan areas, that is deeply underutilized. That property could be put in service of affordable multifamily, which is very difficult to build because of, well, dirt value. But state-owned dirt would take that issue off the table and possibly provide considerable revenues in 100-year ground leases. Is that something that, are you aware of that being a mechanism for state investment in affordability being contemplated anywhere?
So not that I'm aware of. It's not something that we put in as part of this report or have analyzed, but I do know that yes, the state owns assets. Where they are owned, I don't know exactly the answer. So strategically, do they work? We haven't looked at it as part of this, to answer your question.
So just as an example, just so I can get people's imaginations going, since all of us spend a lot of time in Austin, just imagine the number of city blocks that DPS occupies on Lamar and how much of those city blocks are surface parking lot. Just imagine what that corridor would look like and how much money the state would make. from asking the private sector for redevelopment proposals to put affordable housing co-located with DPS offices and structured parking garages. What would that look like? How much money the state would get? How much affordability in the urban core could be built? And new, purpose-built and appropriate spaces for DPS, probably rolled into the cost of the 100-year ground lease. Wow. Let's be innovative, right? I'd also like to ask, since we don't have you for the next issue, Mr. Chair, may I be indulged? May I?
No, we need, he's got a limited time on this end, but,
So let me ask you this.
okay.
We talked about the insurance rates, and thank you so much for bringing it up, Drew. Do you have any studies on the effects of the extreme weather and its greater frequency on the insurance rates in the state of Texas?
No, we haven't, but I mean, I make the notation that obviously Texas, we have a very long coastline. We have hailstorms. We have a lot of weather events, as we've always had, and obviously those are factors in certain areas of the state. Y'all hear about windstorm all the time along the Texas coast, for example.
I think it's a very ripe topic for us to discuss with the private insurance industry as well as the Texas Department of Insurance. What are the actual factors driving insurance, and what tools the state has to assist? This is a very important
We're
question.
going to have the discussion one way or the other. The public is, is rightfully insistent upon it because, as Comptroller Hager's already said, about half of the property owners, homeowners, escrow, and they don't know what they're escrowing for. They just know their escrow is up, and they know that, and most know that the primary components are insurance and property taxes. But these costs are explosive, and so this is going to be an area that is going to be explored, whether it's this committee or
obviously
another.
the industry can help you answer those questions in TDI, but the fact is the cost of repairing anything has gone up astronomically.
Absolutely.
My assumption is, I don't know, haven't seen it, but that's the biggest component, is my guess.
And I think we could probably start simply by looking at the ISO ratings across the state of Texas and how those ISO ratings have changed with time to see statistically what's happening with regard to the risk profile of properties in the state of Texas from extreme weather. We don't need to do a study. It's already out there. The private industry has ISO ratings for us to take a look at.
No, they have the data. There's no reason
that's
to
right.
replicate it.
Thank you.
Okay, yes,
you.
ma'am.
Glenn, Senator Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Glenn, great to have you here. Thank you so much for all you do. I thought the report was excellent. Just a couple of
I'm
questions.
sorry, real quick, just a point of clarification.
Yeah.
Does he have a percentage, Mr. Chairman?
He does, 61 and a half.
Sorry, I just,
Can't round up to 62, Mr. Chairman?
No, 61 and a half.
sorry, I apologize.
Hey, what's fair is fair. That's
I mean,
great.
these are, brain teasers for our revenue office, CFO of the state.
But no, look, it's a great report. Just generic question to start.
Yes,
Was there anything in the report that surprised you? With all of your awareness and knowledge of the space, was there anything that really surprised you in the report?
I would say nothing really stuck out more than anything else, other than if you kind of do, I think it is ironic in the fact that we have had more building permits than any other state in the nation, yet still we are moving in the trend of being more unaffordable.
Yes.
Those two don't seem to coexist,
Yeah.
but they do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the points that you made, and it certainly reflects, is that this increase is across the entire state, not just DFW, which of course is off the charts, but
Metroplexes anymore.
yeah, absolutely. I know we've already covered the home insurance piece and the fact that the data really is a couple years behind, but just to kind of give everyone listening and everyone here on the committee kind of the latest update that I've experienced with my constituents and have experienced myself personally, is that this increase in homeowners insurance has dramatically been lifted just in the last 4 to 6 months. As Senator Betancourt said, one firm after another is exiting DFW. And I've been seeing it since probably March or April with my constituency. And we were aware it was on the radar. And then I experienced it at my own primary residence. And just to kind of give you a sense of this, Mr. Chairman, and for everyone listening, when I was dropped, and I hear this from constituents all the time as well, the increase was not 10%, 20%, 30%. It was the first one that came back, 6x. And then my agent started looking for other options. We found another options and probably landed somewhere between 3 and 4x. Now, my concern is obviously about affordability broadly when that's occurring. I mean, that is such a ridiculous number. We don't have a healthy homeowners insurance market anywhere in the state. Historically, of course, it's been our friends in Harris County and the Gulf Coast that have had the greatest challenges, but now it's happening obviously here in the middle of North Texas. So we just got to be aggressive. We're a free market state. We got to just do everything we can to find intelligent, good free market solutions that help resolve the issue. This committee isn't just about the insurance piece, but when we talk about affordability, in my mind, it's what's the most immediate spike in issue that we're currently dealing with that we have to really address in an intelligent and an appropriate way. So I just want to share with the latest information what's really happening, at least, a good bit of Dallas-Fort Worth. The other thing that took me back, and we've had testimony on this, Mr. Chairman, in some of our previous hearings during the course of the year, is the number of institutional buyers. We had, in fact, the great folks at Texas A&M did some excellent analysis and brought that forward just a few months ago. But the stat that you have in your report there on page 17 is higher than what I recall. That your data shows in 2022 that 28% of the homes being purchased were being purchased by institutional investors. So, you know, the way we left that last hearing was we're going to continue to monitor that and study it. It's a free market. As Chairman Betancourt said, look, as investors, as an investor myself, all of us are in the investment world. We're better to invest in the greatest place on God's earth, the great state of Texas. We all agree with that. But it's something that we need to really continue to watch very closely.
Just to understand.
Just to understand what the impact
As I
is.
mentioned, my team came up,
Yeah.
data was the 28%. There was some more recent information, which is probably from A&M Real Estate Institute, that it was 20%.
Yeah.
So, you know, trying to understand
What's the delta?
What is the delta and what is that?
Right.
Part of that probably is explained away by, you know, LLCs, as I said, formed by, you know, families buying vacation homes or a
100%.
second home for college kids or whatever it is.
100%.
But the point is that the sole driver? That's not the point. The point is just to note all of these.
Just have all the data
various
points,
issues.
right?
That's correct.
You know, and then again, whether or not you've got a couple of homes and an LLC as a family, or you're a larger institutional investor, we just want to have the data and the information. I think
But
it's
the
important.
fact is,
But
you
it's
can
interesting to
understand
look
why
at.
people want to purchase and invest here.
Yeah, right.
understand
Absolutely. And we want them to continue to doing that, obviously.
right.
So
That's
important to our future to keep Texas,
That's
Texas. But I guess, you know, the net, I guess, of the report for you is there was nothing that was really a dramatic surprise
No, just the
other than the permitting issue.
The biggest issue for me, and the reason for this, is for 10 years now, it has hit me the last 2 years that we brag about the drivers of the economic economy of Texas. And one of those points is every year when I have those annual credit rating meetings, and we always talk about we're more affordable, we have more land, we have more capability. But the fact is, if you look at the data, and then eventually we have to start saying, well, we're still more affordable, but not as much as we used to be. Not as much as we used to be.
Yeah.
That is a trend I am having to say more and more, and that worries me because where are we going to be at in 2, 3, 4, 5 years?
No.
That's the point. I don't
100%.
know where we're going,
Yeah.
but I don't want it to be West Coast or East Coast.
Absolutely.
That is the point of this.
That's the
Or anything
concern.
else is to flag for you.
No, 100. That's exactly right. And I think there's a lot of misinformation out there about what affordable housing is, right? A lot of misinformation. And when we're talking about providing affordable housing for the most incredible heroes in our society, the men and women in law enforcement, right? Our first responders, our teachers, so many others that are really being priced out of these big urban metros. We've got to be aware of it. And this is not folks that are not working to be economically productive. They're doing great things for society and being tremendously productive. And so that's where we got to educate, I think, more folks in our society about these issues. And of course, it's a multifaceted problem, but we need to take it seriously. So thank you for the excellent report and all the good work that you and your colleagues do every day for the people of Texas. Thank you.
Senator, 61.5%.
What's that?
61.5%.
61.5%.
I don't know. I can maybe talk to the
If
comptroller.
anybody can guess what this is, they'll get a lunch, but because no, staff is ineligible. That's right. Anyway,
May I guess Senator Springer is 0%?
yes, a null set. You're right. That's right. Isn't that right?
I had yours at 778,
Yeah,
showing him what.
yeah. You have a
You were gonna be
plug number of
778.
778 because that's the
And it would have been higher if you could have beat South Carolina.
that's the currently Texas A&M winning percentage. We'll talk about that when we get to lunch. Any other questions for Comptroller Hager? Glenn, thanks so much because this
Thank you, Mr.
report's a great statement of the problem, and we appreciate the outline.
Thank you,
Good,
Mr. Chairman.
good work from the Comptroller's office. All right, let's get the next panel going. Okay, we got quattro seats, so okay, all right. We got Dr. Daniel. Come on up. And let's see, I see Scott, Trey, and Stephanie here, so we'll let Dr. Daniel clear us out here, and then we'll get the next panel going. Okay. Dr. Daniel, go ahead and state your name and who you represent.
Good morning, Chairman Betancourt. My name and members of the committee. My name is Daniel Oney. I'm the research director at the Texas Real Estate Research Center at Texas A&M University. So we're grateful for the opportunity to bring some of our research to your attention today. I would just like to start out and commend Comptroller Hager and his staff for doing a really good report that summarizes a lot of these issues. Many of the themes in our material you might find redundant, so I'll go quickly and just hit on some of the things that are unique to what we've done. We tend to focus a little bit more on the state of Texas rather than national. And I'll start out, I think you're getting this material on slide 2, just we want to put some context around what happened and when it happened and where it happened. And so some of the key bookends around the affordability crisis are, this happened really quickly. This wasn't necessarily a long-term trend. Most of the increase in housing prices happened over about 18 months in 2020 and in 21. And the other thing is that sale prices have gone up much faster than rental rates. So there's different demands, and that reflects different supply and demand for these different types of products. And then what's happened since is that housing prices and rental prices have basically leveled off. So, and we've seen transactions fall back to the levels that they were before COVID, yet prices have remained at historic highs. And then, sadly, on a per unit, pure financial basis, it is more expensive to own than rent in every major Texas market. And then one of the nuances is, of course, houses are more expensive everywhere. But if you break it out by income segments, age, and other ways of looking at the home buyer segment, that it certainly has been a harder hit on low and middle income and younger home buyers. And that's a result of both macroeconomic trends and things like changes in the mix of housing. So, and then, we would always say that the prices are determined by both supply and demand. On slide 3, we're just summarizing some of these that certainly the lockdowns probably had the most dramatic impact on both the demand and the supply side. So people were looking for more space, for work from home, and for more livability. Interest rates were lowered dramatically. There was federal stimulus that allowed people to lever up larger mortgages. So there's more money chasing every house that is on the market. And that migration, Texas did benefit from a lot of this interstate migration, and that migration really went across much of the state. It wasn't just in the major cities, and we've seen that out-migration from the core counties to more suburban counties, which spread the increase in price pretty much everywhere. And then on the supply side, the shutdowns were devastating to supply chains. That we had huge material shortages. Many people left the labor market. One of the statistics we'd throw out is that the costs went up 43% and really haven't come back down since then. But then really what you had is all this gasoline ready to be put on a fire that had been burning for a long time. And we were underbuilding, as the previous previous information showed. And then, there's been longstanding development policy in the state of Texas, and sometimes that's contributed to the inability of builders to maybe build as much housing or the types of housing that the market could probably support. So that's summary, and then I'll start going through pretty quickly. So looking at slide 5, 6, and 7, just to see, you see that we call it an S-curve, where you see that big increase in home prices on slide 5, up 41% in 5 years, but then it's leveled off. In the next slide, single-family rentals only up 28%, so compared to the for sale increase. And then just also for comparison, multifamily rents have gone up 17%. And again, that reflects we've built a lot of apartments in Texas. Many of them tend to be very, very high-end apartments, but then there's been probably overbuilding in that market in some places, but not enough building on the home side to reflect that demand. So on slide 8, this is sort of a simulation. This is the Texas Housing Affordability Index. And you can see over time what this essentially means, that peak back in 2012, 2013, that 2.23 means that the median household in Texas had about 123% more income than they needed to afford the median home price. So as that number gets smaller, the margin of buying a home goes down. And so you see we hit, right at COVID, we were at about 1.78, so 78% more income than that family would need. Okay, it's fallen to just barely above par. And again, that's the average. When you look across income groups, it's very different.
Do you have that breakout later?
If you look at the next couple of slides, we're going to look at it two ways. So this is no longer a simulation. This is actual
Data.
mortgage data that comes from the federal government. We've crunched that. So you can see what happened from 19 to 23. You can see actual income levels for Texas home buyers, the home prices that they purchased, what the interest rates were, and what the impact was on their monthly payment. So we see, almost a 70% increase from 19 to 23 overall. And the next slide looks at younger home buyers, where they've seen something similar, but it's actually a larger percentage of their median income.
And let's stop and let's emphasize this, because this is very important. When you're looking at these ratios and understanding, one of the reasons there's three major functionalities here. The first one is this is effectively a market top, okay, when you see the ratio drop to 1.11. But there's also a finite amount of money in budgets and home budgets that are available to be spent. So by moving these curves up, you can consume that disposable income rapidly, right, Doctor?
That's correct.
And then really what he's showing, if we could toggle back and forth for everyone that's watching too. So you had, 10 years ago, a different affordability macro structure, okay? Housing was cheap, it was plentiful, and effectively, and it was low cost. You move through, and then you go through what is that COVID shock period, okay? And Tan, you know this extremely well because of all the businesses you're in. And then you'll see that affordability drop to where you have, effectively barely the income level, okay, then to make these purchases. And the key difference is, let's go to the next two slides. You've got a property value of $411,000, which is the overall macro for the entire cohort. And then if you look at the next one, the younger folks are buying less pricey property.
That's right.
So, but the monthly payments of both have escalated to over $2,000. And the difference is that generally an older cohort has more disposable income or more savings as opposed to a younger. So did I pass my economics back at A&M?
Yeah, I wish I had said it that well. The only thing I would add is that today many younger home buyers they're very well educated. They typically have a little higher income level than younger home buyers at one point. So there's a slide in here later on that just shows that at that age level that some of them can really compete for housing. Okay, so let's jump on to slide 11 real quick. This just looks at looking at Texas. The data is a couple of years old, but it's based on individual survey records. You can see in blue the income of Texas home buyers at each age level versus Texas overall, and that's the point we're talking about. That at least through the people are sort of heading into retirement. That home buyers do have just the people that bought a home makes sense. they made more money. They were able to compete and enter into the market. And that goes to, Senator Paxton's no longer here, but one of the complexities of defining supply is that as prices go down, there are more people that will enter the market. And so it's a dynamic problem to try to determine how big is the undersupply. Okay, and there's some context. The next 4 slides just look at, well, how has Texas fared compared to the rest of the nation? So you can see over the last 10 years, we've ranked 18th in terms of compound annual price increases in single-family homes, about 7.7% a year. That's very robust. Fortunately, we're still, on the next slide, our median home prices are still in the bottom half of states, but it obviously has gone up a lot. And then if you want to compare us on the next slide, slide 14, you can see Texas in red. That shows the trend over time. So we've stayed competitive against the other big states for the most part. Even though our rates have gone up maybe faster than them, we're still less expensive. And then on slide 15, just to compare Texas to our neighbors, that we have seen much greater growth rates, and our prices are higher now than every other neighboring state, except New Mexico is still a little bit higher. That's a high demand, lots of vacation homes there, so that's driving their prices. The next section, we'll just jump into kind of housing market dynamics. So what's happening right now? This, on slide 17, you'll see the gray band shows you the 10-year high and low. So that's where home sales have tracked over time. The dotted line is the average. So this year we saw really strong home sales, and that was people's optimism. They were getting used to these higher interest rates. There was expectations the economy was going to do better. We didn't have the recession we thought we were going to. But in the summer, you've seen that dramatic drop. So now sales are actually at the bottom of the 10-year. We go out and talk to realtors. They think people were really waiting to pull the trigger to see what happened on Tuesday. So now that's we're past that, we'll see if this recovers a little bit. But the next slide shows you the same concept, but looks at median prices. So prices are still at the 10-year peak here. So if you're in the real estate business, you're selling homes, your commissions are still pretty good. You may not be selling as many of them, though. In slide 19, just the history of home sales in Texas, and we've got this year, we're estimating, this is our tracking forecast, that our sales are going to be, about where they were, say, back in 2016. So we are selling fewer homes in this state, and it's doing about like it did the last couple of years. We said this would be a sideways year in housing, and that's really what it's been. But if you look at closings across price cohorts, the next slide shows you that they're actually, almost a quarter of homes are in that, less than $250,000. Now, for many people, that is not affordable still, but there's still some product on the market there. If you look at new homes on the following slide, 21, prices are determined at the margin. New homes have a disproportionate impact on prices, and this is the sale prices for new homes in Texas. So you look at how many of those are at that less than $250,000 mark, only 5%. The biggest tranche is $300 to $399. Fortunately, as it's been said on slide 22, we're beginning to see building again after COVID. We saw permitting in Texas go down for 2 years. We're on track to see an increase in 2024, so that will certainly help some. And then what's been happening in terms of listings, a lot of people were putting their houses on the market, so we've seen this huge increase in listings recently. Again, people were being a little more conservative in the beginning of the year, and so this reflects year-over-year change. This was comparing to when people thought we were going to go into a recession, and they may be pessimistic about listings, but that's gone up. And then inventory, that question about inventory, and there's a typo here, the red line is actually new homes, that we've seen inventory collapse during COVID, and it's recovered to about where it was. Now, at one time, we would say that 6 months of inventory, that means 6 months of historic home sales would deplete what's on the market. That was a balanced supply and demand market. Now we think, because of structural changes, technology, and so forth, that a balanced market's probably more like 4 or 5 months.
Well, that's an important point, because there are structural changes that have occurred post-COVID.
True.
Okay. And this is part of the change of what's that we have to look forward to, because some of the old rules about, a 6-month time frame are effectively out the window.
That's right. That's right. And then the other point we really wanted to hit hard is on slide 25. If you look at inventory, this is all houses listed from, MLS systems. This shows months of inventory by price. And again, the lower price cohorts have the tightest inventory, and that's the area where we actually have, that's where the affordability problem bites the most. Those people that are going into those types of homes, where it's much higher in the higher price range. The next section I won't spend a lot of time on. These are things you're probably all aware of. But on 27, obviously we've had a tremendous amount of growth in Texas that's driven a lot of our affordability issues. On slide 28, most of that growth's happening in the Texas Triangle. One of the issues when we think about affordability policy, all this concentration in a few counties is certainly contributing to affordability, and it would be great from an economic development standpoint if we could get more growth in our smaller metros, for instance. There's probably a lot of quality of life gains and affordability gains from seeing more robust economic activity all across the state. And then, of course, everybody that enters the market is competing for housing, but the next slide just looks at those migrants. So this is the net income. So people that move into Texas compared to people that left Texas based on their tax returns. In recent years, you've seen that the newcomers have had higher incomes than the people who have left the state. So these are in thousands of dollars. So that's just a little bit more money to compete for housing. And then on 30, we talked about this changing mix in demographics a little bit. If you go back to 2000 and you talk about a traditional household, so a couple of parents and children, in 2000, 27% of Texans of our households matched that description. It's down to about 23% today. And if Texas looked like it did, if it looked like today like it did back then, we'd have almost 500,000 more of those traditional families that are competing for the market. And so the difference is there's many more single people, other types of households. So again, that leads us to suspect that the product mix, there are types of housing out there that could be supplied to meet the needs of these other demographics. Everyone's essentially competing for the same type of product. If you think about a 3-4 bedroom house, garage, et cetera, and some variety in housing would certainly help address
and
the
Doctor,
issue.
the move-ins have changed too. We don't have a family with 3 kids, a dog, and as a move-in average at this point. And so part of this is that you have changed from the 2 adult and children move in, especially with the transfers coming from California, et cetera, right?
Correct. And so the next slide, this is looking at permits across Dallas-Fort Worth. So we heard Dallas-Fort Worth did see the biggest in-migration of any metro area. And one of the things, this is just showing that move out of the city or the net change from the city. So the 4 core counties there all saw a decrease in permits. This is 3 years before COVID versus 3 years after COVID. And all of the outlying counties did see an increase in permitting. Now you'd see that generally, but we think this does reflect that trend of just distributing, the interest in living in other places. Just some macro context on 32. Inflation is still really high. The shelter estimate recently was about 3.9%. It averages about 2.4%. So, housing is the rate of change in inflation for housing has come down, but it certainly hasn't decreased. It's partly because of things like on slide 33, where you can see the construction cost index. That's that 43% increase in materials and labor to build a house. It went up. It's gone sideways since then. So even though some materials, lumber's a little bit cheaper now, the overall cost has not improved.
Well, and that's effectively baked in at this point, unless there's a general recession.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And so, we do think where there's underbuilding. So historically, Texas has built about has permitted about one new single-family home for every new household. And then what we've seen is that this shows starts, which is a little bit different from permitting. But you see how it oscillates over time with the business cycle. And so we had those years from 2008 after the financial crisis, much higher lending standards that removed a lot of people from the housing market. And we did see builders deliver less than they did historically for a number of years. Now, fortunately, we're building a little bit more in response to COVID, but we still haven't caught up with that gap, that valley that we went through for several years. On slide 35, this is going back to those home starts, and you can see what happened over time. The dark blue line, those are homes that are priced below $300,000, and so you can see it trends down from about almost 90% in 2001. We're at about 50% right at COVID, and then when that hit, you see that falls almost to the bottom. So those homes that are really the target of the typical household, they've almost disappeared from the builder's inventory. And then just to look at it broken out in a little more detail, you can see what it looks like at these different price ranges on slide 36. That's year-to-date through this year. The only other comment I'd make is on slide 37 that, development reform, it's really a policy area. We're a bunch of economists, and so we can talk about the market and what's happening in that area. And just a couple of things to bring to your attention. Most households do consider housing an asset. And so I like to use the analogy, if I buy shares in a stock and that stock goes to the moon, and then somebody starts complaining, well, I want to buy shares in that. Can we do something to lower the share price so I can buy it? A lot of people would get offended by that. So it's that delicate balance between respecting property rights and the appreciation that people have seen in their homes and trying to find places to deliver that. So it's very nuanced. But probably 15-20% of the population is interested in living in a non-traditional house. And so there's certainly probably opportunities to deliver that in a lot of neighborhoods in Texas, while at the same time trying to preserve people's equity in their single-family homes when that's the way that they want to live. That's really the conclusion, all the material that we brought, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great data as always, Dr. Daniel. I guess the question on that last slide, there's been clearly an absence of one. Ross, if you can go back to the slide on the previous to the inventory change in permits. So the question is, and I'll ask this of the builders and everyone else, is this a permanent shift because of the cost of inflation? No, go back one more. Sorry, go forward from your perspective. Stop. Is that a permanent shift? Because the price break is about 300,000 is about right. And so the question is that really the cost, because the orange line above actually increases in that period. So is 300,000 the new starter home?
I'd probably defer to them on that, but there's a couple of things factoring in here. A lot of that shift is just, a lot of these houses have the same board feet, same sheetrock, same amount of cabling, copper. So it's just more expensive materials that the exact same home is now going to cost so much more. So a lot of those homes have moved into these higher price ranges, but I don't know the exact break, and certainly the builders could tell you how much of that is material cost versus they moved to a different product.
No, but that slide identifies exactly the point, and so it's great data. Questions, Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Senator Eckhart.
On slide 22, you have the number of permits in there. Do you by chance have what the average square foot was on those permits that could sort of be laid on top of that? Have we gone from, 1,200 square foot in 2011 is the average to 1,900 now? Or has that stayed sort of uniform?
No, so it changes, and I don't have the numbers off the top of my head for each year, but typically you'll see when you see big price appreciations or say mortgage rates, interest rates go up a lot, the builders will pull back on square footage. So you'll see that moving up and down over time with the business cycle, and we have documented that in the existing home sales, for instance, the new home part as well. So, but I don't know the exact numbers, but we've been getting smaller homes at the median for a couple of years now in response to these interest rates.
And I would think with a lot of the go back to the office stuff is probably there's less demand to build two, offices, one for the husband and the wife to work at from the house.
That might be true.
So there probably might be a little bit there, but it's in that it gets back to the regulatory side is, do we have issues where, certain cities won't allow ones, and so therefore that's helping to push up that. And is that part of the It's obviously part of it. The question is what, as a percentage, what is it?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure. Like I said, longstanding, the rule of thumb is probably about 15-20% of the population would really buy that townhome, duplex type product. And then there's simply not a much smaller share of the market is at that. We saw a lot of condo building back in the 80s, oil bust, and we really haven't gone back to that in Texas. So.
But yet on slide 37, and I think you just hit where I was going to go to the next, which is a third of people would prefer to buy a smaller home.
That's based on Pew's research, right?
Yeah.
So,
And so
Small
I mean,
is-
if you put it in, you think it might be somewhat right.
Small is relative, right? So I mean, what they ask you, would you rather, but that exact question, would you rather buy a smaller home where you could walk to schools and amenities, or have a bigger home where you'd have to drive to school and amenities? And so about a third of the respondents said they'd like to be able to do the former.
Right, and
And then-
the definition of a home is a little vague.
Yeah.
True.
Because it's, big difference between a home, or AKA a townhome, or
Correct.
however the question is actually asked.
And
Sorry.
then the last question I have, and then I'll let Senator Eckhart ask some great ones, is when we do our permits, is there anywhere that it's recorded whether it was a new additional house add to Texas or versus a scrape where they've come in, they've torn one down because it was closer to a park, closer to the inner city, to be able to then build something else up? Do we know in that transition over the last 10 years?
What the change has been. I mean, I don't know the answer for sure, but we've seen a lot of infill development in places like Dallas and Houston and Austin, where a lot of tear downs have happened, but other neighborhoods, it's been addition, so.
Yeah, and if it's gone from 0.2% to 0.3%, it's non-material. But if it's a substantial number, and we're sitting here saying permits are the same, but a third of them are scrapes, then you're really not building the inventory for people that are moving here to be able to have houses.
Right, and this permit data doesn't allow you to see that. This is a summary of just, you can see the number of units by structure, and you can see the price that was put on that permit, but you'd have to go to the local government data to see what's actually, this is summary data.
Yeah, and obviously I
out.
wouldn't expect, if you had it, that'd be amazing. But yeah, I think that's one of those components that we need to take a look at as we figure out here is if we're chasing into affordability, if you're not adding homes into the system and you're just replacing another one, you really haven't done anything to help with the housing issue.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Senator Eckhart.
This is great data. I really appreciate it. In your opening remarks and your opening slides, I want to be clear about what your overall take is here. You appear to be saying that we may be freaking out retroactively about something that the market is correcting. In that there was a spike in housing costs and a contraction in supply during COVID with interest rates, supply chain, et cetera, that now seems to be loosening up, but it is hanging fire at a higher price point.
No, I don't think I would characterize it that way. I think we recognize that this is a real problem. It's like, so the patient has a fever. The fever stopped going up, the patient still has a fever. Okay, so.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
Good. I'm glad that I right set my understanding of what you were saying. Can you tell me what do you think explains the lower spike in rents and multifamily during the same time period?
So my interpretation is housing, you could talk about housing, different types of housing being substitutes. That's not completely true. But we've seen different responses in the multifamily market. And so part of that has to do with institutional funding that was available. I think Austin is a great example where builders have built a lot of apartments. They built many more apartments here than you would normally see, say, 10 years ago based on the population increase. And so part of it's the funding mechanism behind multifamily that let that grow so rapidly, whereas there were other constraints on the single family side. So it's just, and then the demand, the relative demand, of course. So there's maybe more apartments than there used to be, not as many people chasing those. We think that single family rental prices have probably been depressed because there are a large number of renters that have this choice now. I can go to this shiny new apartment, or I can rent a functional but older home, so maybe I'll move to the multifamily side. So that's probably it at a high level.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that the infusion of federal dollars, the ARPA funds during COVID, had anything to do with suppressing the rental costs? Because at least in my experience in the market, private sector for-profit multifamily was not moving forward because of the interest rates. Mm-hmm. But private sector affordable was moving forward because of the infusion of ARPA dollars.
I think I would go back to once these projects are started, it takes a while for them to deliver. So a lot of the oversupply was actually put in the pipeline before we saw some of the federal policies. But I actually wouldn't know what how to tease out the percentage that was due to that federal stimulus.
It would be interesting do you know anyone who's doing a study? Because this was this was a tragic, horrible moment in time, but from a microeconomic standpoint, it's I think, a very fertile area to compare what private sector multifamilies were doing during this time period in response to high interest rates and a high infusion of federal dollars.
I'm not aware. That's not a literature that I've been following, but we could certainly do a search and see what's out there.
We'll talk to some of the builders because that's really the question you're asking.
It's true. The capitalization rates also, which takes me directly to my next question, because of the expectation in capitalization rates. I was looking at with interest at your slide 37 with regard to market preferences. Aversion to density for the affluent households, but over a third prefer smaller houses closer to schools and amenities, and 1 in 5 prefer central city downtown locations. With a cap rate expectation and increased construction costs and increased dirt cost, is it a surprise that we have a dearth of medium and lower price point stock, and and far more high price point stock?
I'd say no.
I mean, I think that explains why we have more high price point stock. If you're looking for a capitalization rate that's 7%, but your input costs are so much higher, you're going to sell that home for significantly more. Otherwise, you're not going to get investors.
True. It's like a lot of products, automobiles or whatnot. So you have that same logic in the part of the supplier.
Yeah. So I was intrigued by this slide 37 with regard to preferences, because with the capitalization rate expectations, higher dirt costs, higher construction costs, you're not going to get higher density, smaller houses in central locations without regulatory frameworks that get the market to produce it.
You probably need to relax there probably need to be policy changes. I mean, minimum lot sizes, things like that, definitely.
Because I noted you stated we need more growth in our smaller metros, which I agree. At least in my district, we're seeing more growth in the unincorporated areas of Travis County than in the incorporated areas. So the market already is moving out to cheaper dirt. But it seems that there's preference for smaller houses closer in.
Well, and then I guess one thing I would point out there, I gave 3 examples here, and these are all 3 different studies. They're studies from economists, from market researchers, and from home builders. So it's 3 different perspectives on that segment of the population that is interested in that. And I think a lot of these individuals are not necessarily interested in a multifamily product. Many of these are interested in something that might be a small detached or a small attached townhome type product.
Which is going to be difficult to get with construction costs and dirt costs being what they are. Who is going to build a duplex at $250,000 per unit in that duplex when they could build a single family and get $750,000 off of pretty much the same inputs?
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah.
And that's why we
right.
have zoning. And that's why we have, density bonuses. That's why we
Density,
have,
what use per acre and all this other interesting stuff.
that's why we have transportation impact areas, transit hub possibilities inside municipalities in order to not trick the market, but entice the market into building these kind of smaller multifamily, that the market in Texas, since it is so fixated on single family low density, and the ROI from that single family low density, I raise it as an example that if we go after cities too aggressively on their zoning and regulatory regimes, they will not be getting the very market that shows there is demand for that market.
And that be a point of debate, but we'll let Doctor go on to his other duties. Okay. Anyway, any other questions? Dr. Daniel, thank you so much, and we really appreciate it. I run into many of your colleagues at many, at many industry events, and there's always great information that you all present.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really, really helpful.
All right, let's go to our next panel, which will be Scott Norman, Charles Coates. What? No, that's what you got. Okay, I know we got Norman for sure. Scott Norman, Trey Larry, Stephanie Matthews. Scott, state your name, who you represent.
Yes, sir. Good, still barely good morning. Mr. Chairman,
Were you up all night too? I thought that was last night. Oh, was it the night before?
I was up very late. It was a very interesting evening.
We all had a great evening.
Yes, sir.
My code number, no one has asked yet, but is 63.5. I'm still waiting for somebody to put it together. Hager did, but he already has a lunch, so don't worry, okay? So,
I will leave that to someone much smarter than me. My name is Scott Norman. I'm the CEO of the Texas Association of Builders. I appreciate being with all of you again on a topic that we've been talking about for a long time, but it is because of the way it's impacting folks all across this country and across the state, is an issue that is on top of everybody's mind, and I appreciate the Lieutenant Governor focusing on this again this interim. One of the things that I hand out is a 10-point plan, a 10-point blueprint that our National Association put together to address housing affordability. Some of these are federal issues, some of them are state and local issues. And I'm going to also talk about 6 I's, things that appreciate the comptroller. We've been talking to him for a long time about this and really appreciate his study, and also our friends at the Real Estate Center, Dr. Daniel and others have been working with us a long time on these issues. But one of the things that came up in the prior conversation is affordability, and we call it affordability. One of the things that we've been saying lately is it really ought to be attainability. I think, Senator Parker, you alluded to this. What's affordable to one person is not affordable to something else, and it's all very relative. So we try to couch it in the attainability issue. And so there's really 6 things, 6 I's I'm going to say that are affecting it, and some have already been mentioned, and so I'll try to go quickly. But a lot of it just boils down to inventory. We have a shortage of housing. Nationally, I think it's about 1.5 million units have been identified. Our information and the comptroller says in Texas it's a little over 300,000 single-family units that we are short. Obviously, that inventory shortage leads to a shortage of supply, which is going to drive houses up. This housing supply problem it exists across all price points, but as the Real Estate Center just focused, it's really on those entry-level price points, those first-time home buyers, first-time move-up, workforce housing, whatever you want to call it. When I first started working for the builders 22 years ago, there were still houses, new single-family houses that you could find around the states in the major markets for under $100,000. Now trying to find anything below that $300,000 price point, miles from the central city, is a real challenge. I think the Real Estate Center statistics were something like 6% across the state below 300,000, and that's where the real demand is. That is where the greatest demand is, and that's where our members are trying to meet that demand, but it's the hardest. As Senator Eckhart alluded to, a lot of this is based on the cost of land, not just the raw dirt, but getting that land entitled all the way through the entitlement process, getting utilities, getting the land and lots ready to be built on. And a lot of that, we've talked about it before, and there's a number of our members here, developers and others, that are going to talk today. But it's a multiplier. You know, I've heard 4 to 5 times the cost of that lot, that developed lot, is the cost that builders at least have to get out of selling that home to make a reasonable profit off of it. And so trying to get 4 or 5 times lots that are going to, the developed lot cost is going to drive that housing cost. Zoning, land use are real issues. I know others on the panel are going to talk about this. Density. Senator Springer, you were talking about if you scrape a house and replace it 1-to-1, you're not really increasing the housing stock. But what we are seeing and what you would hope to see, especially in many of the urban redeveloping markets, is that structure getting replaced by 2, 4, 6, however many on that lot. Because if you get 4 units on that lot versus the one that was there, you've quadrupled. There's a study by a national researcher that just talks about if you allowed 2 units per lot, duplexes, at least on every lot in a city, you'd automatically double the availability of housing stock by allowing 2 per lot. And so that is an issue. Obviously, the issue when you get into raw land development, the number of units per acre, the more you allow, the more units that are allowed, the lower those price points can be. And that's where we run into some of our biggest challenges. Counties are specifically prohibited from limiting lot size or restricting lot size, although some counties, in our mind, are skirting the law and attempting to try to do that through various means by saying lot frontages and others. We think that is something that should not be allowed and something we're going to continue to talk about because you had hit on that market conditions are prohibiting some of this lowest price stuff from getting built in the cities. As you go out from the cities, many of this is in the unincorporated areas. If counties and other governmental entities are going through efforts to limit small lots there too, where will they live? Texas, we've talked about this before, does a great job in economic development, recruiting corporate relocations and new manufacturing facilities and everything else. But the housing component is sometimes forgotten. These folks have to live somewhere, so we need to keep that in mind. Inflation, mentioned that just briefly. We say 38% nationally since the pandemic. That's $30,000 more a house just in materials cost. Obviously, property taxes are a part of that. Another interest rates going up can add $2,000 a month that hits it. Property taxes, I know you're going to talk about later. That's certainly a component as well of that monthly payment. Impact fees, something that we're going to talk to you all about this coming session. That's a 40-year-old statute. We feel like there may need to be some more transparency into the process. We understand impact fees and understand that they are needed by municipalities sometimes, but there needs to be more transparency in the process and a harder look at these because these impact fees have really been skyrocketing of late. Insurance, another the comptroller, y'all had a good conversation about with that. I won't hit on that, but it's something that's important. But the last probably 6, interference by local governmental entities. Some of it is not intentional. Some of it is just bureaucratic friction and delays, shortages of inspectors and other things. We've done some work on that. Senator Bettencourt and this committee on third-party inspectors want to work on that, cleaning up a little bit of that. We've talked about shot clock. But some of the interference is intentional, I think. It's interference in trying to limit the type of product. Obviously, cities and governments have a role in making sure it's quality construction, quality infrastructure, quality utilities, water, wastewater, those sorts of things. But we do think the private sector is where this is going to get solved, and the private sector needs to operate to respond to market conditions to the extent it can. Moratorium statutes, another statute we need to look at. Again, if cities and other governmental entities are unable to meet it, the moratorium statute exists for that, but we need to make sure that they are justifying its use and the transparency in doing that. So with that, look forward to working with this committee as always. I'm happy to answer any questions and dive into anything y'all like to talk about.
Thanks, Scott. As usual, good testimony. You saw my question on the slide that from the Real Estate Center. Clearly, it looks like there's a price point inflection around $300,000. So that seems to be effectively what is a new entry home level availability. To your point, accessibility is the problem, though.
Right.
But the $300,000 inventory is available, but it may not be accessible. Is that the way to summarize this?
Well, I think the percentage on the new home market, the percentage of homes that are 300,000 or less, I think that slides I just saw, it was 6% was 250 or less, and then that next was another maybe 10% up to 350 or something like that. That is where our builders that's where the greatest demand is. And if they can get those lots on the ground in sufficient numbers to build that, some of it, you're correct, is baked in. The cost of materials, transformer shortages, a lot of these things that the Texas legislature can't do much about. Y'all have been doing a lot on workforce and the availability of workforce challenges is getting better. But to the extent that there is regulatory interference that's causing some of this, our statistics is 25% of the cost of a home is based on the regulatory cost. That's a huge number. Of that 25%, 2/3 is during the development phase, getting that lot prepared, and 1/3 during the construction phase. Some of that is always going to need to be necessary, but we need to do as much as we can to lower as much of that regulatory interference as we can and get that number down.
Well, something this committee is known for is to cut through interference. And I also share your comments about impact fees. They're way out of control because the reality is they shouldn't be used the way they're being used. And effectively, I've got some jurisdictions using impact fees as a way to bypass Senate Bill 2 on property tax limits. And that's going to have to stop because a fee is a tax is a fee effectively at some point in time. And that's really what we're dealing with. So you're correct on that and on on regulation in general. So I appreciate your testimony. Any other questions for Senator Eckhart?
Thank you so much for being here, Mr. Norman. And just two categories of questions. I'm hearing loud and clear that our greatest shortage is in that entry-level single family.
Yes, ma'am.
Really struggling with that, and I get what's happening. There's a lot of market pressure that is suppressing that lower price point unit, and then there's also regulatory costs associated that are making it difficult. So what I'd like to ask you about, and it goes back to what I was mentioning before, how robustly could we use land banks and government-owned dirt in order to assist with this issue, in order to assist in the building of lower price point single family inside urbanized environments?
I think, our industry is very strong that we want incentives, not mandates. And so we're an all of the above solution. I think for in urban areas where the land is most expensive for market prices and other reasons, there are opportunities to do that. I know a number of years ago, San Antonio was getting rid of some of its surplus land and a number of our members were engaged in that, where they were selling off surplus lots that they had either gotten in tax foreclosures or whatever over the years for $100 a lot, with the stipulation that they would be sold to a certain price point or a certain median family income. From our perspective, if the city is the owner of the land and wants to put those restrictions on it, we don't have a problem with that. And so if the state of Texas or others wanted to do things like that and make more land available, that's certainly, I think the market would respond, and there's people in the industry that would take advantage of that. That being said, and that would help, certainly. But I think that being said, and you were talking about government programs, they're all helpful, and there's a lot at TDHCA and TSHAC and GLO. I know some of those folks are here today and can talk about them. But at the end of the day, it's going to be the private sector that is going to solve this problem. That is the government-supported housing on all levels, local, state, and national, is a drop in the bucket compared to the number of units on the private sector. And so I think that has to be remembered as well.
I completely agree with you. Since state government state government doesn't control, although we do influence interest rates. What do we need to see happening in the private sector solving this particular market offering? I mean, if we're looking for that missing middle, and we want to help the private market solve for the missing middle.
Middle to bottom.
Middle to bottom.
Yeah.
What role can state government play in expediting and assisting the private market at solving that bottom to missing middle?
Well, I think there's a number of things they can do. I think most importantly, local governments work in the framework of state law, and the Texas legislature has responded for decades to local governments maybe getting out over their skis. And so I think we need to continue to work in those areas, like we've done recently on no product mandates, like we had a hearing on extraterritorial jurisdictions, the shot clock legislation, third-party inspection and development review. We passed legislation last session that says if local governments are not meeting their deadlines, then the private sector should be able to turn to the third party to try to expedite those. And I think that law, talked to Senator Betancourt's office, needs a little bit of cleanup on the building side, building permitting side to make work. But I think we need to continue to work on that and address some of those things. So you're right. Some things the state cannot control, but the areas that all of the local government regulatory basis comes from the state and from state law that affects that. And so if that is affecting up to 25% of the cost of housing, that's the area where I think we could get the most bang for the buck. A number of y'all have heard me say before, we've got it from the Real Estate Center, but for every $1,000 you raise the median price of a home in Texas, 22,000 Texans are priced in the market. Any of y'all that have done even the most simplest remodel knows it doesn't take much to do a lot more than $1,000 price increase. And unfortunately, and when we're talking about entry-level first-time home buyers, they're the most sensitive to these price increases. So when you put that on top of rising insurance, rising property taxes, rising interest rates, their ability to get into a house or any kind of housing unit is greatly impacted by these costs.
I agree with you. We've got a compounding problem here. I grow concerned that we are focusing a lot. We should focus some on the regulatory regime at the local level, but as a percentage of that layer cake of market forces, it's perhaps the straw on the camel's back, but it's not the entire burden on the camel's back. And I know you're not going to be on the next panel, but one of the burdens on the camel's back is actually the creation of the developer world itself, which is municipal utility districts, public improvement districts, et cetera. In the absence of regulatory powers in the unincorporated areas, developers have created their own regulatory entities, and we don't have a good handle on the costs of those regulatory entities with regard to the price point of these homes. Would you agree?
Well, I think we may have some further witnesses behind me that could address some of that, but I would argue that especially, I'm not going to talk all special purpose districts, but when it comes to municipal utility districts, that tool, because of so much development that is going on in the unincorporated areas, and because cities over the years' ability to annex and grow has been restricted by the legislature, and just for whatever reason they're not extending utilities farther and farther out, there is no other efficient way that we've seen that these utilities are going to get in the ground than the municipal utility district model. It's an ultimate user tax. The only people paying for that are those that are living there and are flushing their toilets in that district and using those water supplies and everything else. And so I am a defender and believer in those tools. It certainly has added to the cost, but it's a cost that would be borne whether the cities were doing the utilities, whether it was private investor-owned utilities or a MUD or something else. And so you're right, it is a multi-layered problem. Some of this is international economics, in banking, and some of it is simple supply demand, but some of it is a regulatory friction that exists. And I think, a lot of our development laws, platting laws, zoning laws, are 50, 60, 70 years old, and maybe don't reflect the reality of today where people want a different mix of housing. It isn't a dog in a yard for everybody in a single family structure. It's an all of the above. And so we need to be able to be flexible as a market and respond to those conditions. And I look forward to working with you all to the extent we can.
I really look forward to working with you on that regulatory friction. I absolutely agree with you that the regulations, once they become outmoded and are starting to have the opposite effect, are really problematic. And I would suggest it's really ripe for study. The regulatory cost of municipal regulation compared with the regulatory cost of these quasi-governmental regulatory authorities like MUDs and PUDs, because I think we will see people demand services and they cost something. And you either pay for them efficiently or you pay for them inefficiently. And I would submit to you the straight up user fee for a very small number has a much higher price point than the user fee for a citywide number. And if we could get a good comparison of the MUDs, the PUDs, the ESD fees, the trash hauling, the road districts, et cetera, and the unincorporated areas that mimic the services inside municipalities, I think folks would start to see that their city taxes are pretty comparable to their hidden taxes in the unincorporated areas to get city level services.
All right. Well, thank you for your. Oh, wait a minute. We do have one more question from the Vice Chair.
Thank you. Sort of following up on that, Scott, one of the challenges I see, though, that in affordable housing in the unincorporated areas is, and you were sort of touching on it, you don't have a wastewater system.
Right.
And so everybody's going to build on 1 acre lots. Nobody's going to put a 900 square foot house on a 1 acre lot to do a septic and build a big development for what they're going to be paying for that.
Unless you can do a centralized system.
Unless you can do a central, well, exactly. So, that becomes part of that challenge in the unincorporated side of being able to do that. You talked about the regulatory piece being 25% of the build, with 2/3 of it being before dirt's turned. Is that, does your members see that about the same, whether they're building in the city, in the ETJ, or in the unincorporated, or is one of them much greater?
That's an average, and I think it varies depending on where you are. Some local governments are very good partners, and it would be much lower, whereas others may get a little more recalcitrant, and it's much higher. So it's definitely not uniform. But a lot of that is doing plan review, site work, prep work, all the review and engineering that goes into it to get the land platted and prepared and divided up into lots to be built on. So it varies depending on where you are. Yeah, greatly.
What percentage-wise of when you're in cities or in ones that are trying to control the lot sizes, are making comments like I said earlier, hey, we want to see larger homes. We want the average price to be $750,000 and above because that's who we want in our neighborhoods, in our cities. I mean, is that half the cities? Is that 5% of the cities? Is that 100% of the cities?
Well, it's definitely not 100% of the cities. I don't have the percentage. I know you see it. That kind of behavior in a lot of suburban markets that are around our major urban areas. They want to develop sometimes they have a vision that they want everybody in that to be at some level of income and some level of housing. And obviously maybe there's some tax-driven stuff too. Their tax revenues are going to be higher, but it's not realistic. If you're a true city, you're going to have people of all income levels and walks of life and jobs and those sorts of things. And so we need to have a housing stock that meets all Texans.
And I think you just sort of said it. It's those suburban ones because it's the ones that are the bedroom communities that then go to the urban center and they want to be the next Southlake. And, where the average home is $1.3 million type of deal. And they see that that's their mission of where they want to be, but yet we've run out of places for everybody who needs to be able to work to be able to find a place.
That's right.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Scott. Thanks for your testimony. And Senator Eckhart, I think you agree that our next witness will say that if you levy a property tax, you're not quasi-governmental, you are governmental. Trey, Larry, state your name and who you represent.
Trey Larry with Allen Boone Humphreys Robinson. Pleasure to be here. Good morning. I'm proud to have contributed to Senator Eckhart's 100 number.
Oh, thank you. The ringing bell. Okay, Trey has figured this out.
I have cracked the code.
You have cracked
it wasn't
the code for the day.
That difficult, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
it is.
But okay.
Don't make us all dumb. Share.
Okay.
I've also written.
We'll ask Stephanie next.
Okay. All right. Also, I've written down my new bumper sticker. Affordable housing begins with affordable homes. I love that.
Did you trademark that before you mentioned it to Norman?
I think you have the trademark.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
I thought I did too.
There are many aspects to housing, and Senator Eckhart, I'm going to stay in my layer of the cake. and only talk about things in my wheelhouse, which is primarily single-family suburban development in special utility districts. There are plenty of reports on the table to Barry Ross. I will add that some are still coming to you from some DFW area market analyst, some Central Texas market analyst, and there's even one coming from Williamson County specifically. It's not here today, but we will get that to you in the coming
Then we'll
days.
start with our friends in DFW and read those. So,
Yes.
yeah, right.
As you know, Mr. Chairman, before I was corrupted in law school, I studied economics at an institution where the legacy of Phil Graham loomed large. And there's much more of economics I didn't
I was
learn.
waiting for some Aggie whoops, but
There were none.
yeah, that's right.
We're speaking in riddles.
If it was Dick Armey. But
Yeah, right. That's right. No, that's, Bill Graham.
All right.
All right.
What I did learn and remember is look for market solutions when you can, and for a market to be in equilibrium, supply must equal demand. And we know that Texas is woefully under supply of homes, and developers contributing their capital into new communities and infrastructure is a market solution. A few years ago, the Greater Houston Builders Association did a survey and reported that 78% of the new homes built in the Houston region were built in MUDs. And Senator, we do have data. I don't have it with me today. We'll get it to you, but there's been a lot of comparison of cost in city versus outside the city. So some of the statistics that will bear out, it's roughly 50% of the people who live in MUDs around Houston, which is about the same number of people that live in Houston, pay less property tax than they do if they lived in Houston, which explains their reluctance to be annexed. And they do look all, you're absolutely right, Senator, they look all in at their water bill, their sewer bill, their cost of service. So we'll get you some of that information.
Ray, just go ahead and share it with the whole committee because I think that's
Absolutely, absolutely, and it's good data. The creation of new MUDs directly correlates with Texas housing needs. MUDs don't create the growth, right? I think the committee fully understands that. They offer a solution for high-quality infrastructure, and as Scott mentioned, the growth pays for itself. Recommendations.
Thank you.
First, keep the ability to create MUDs at the legislature and at the TCEQ, both options. A developer can't wait 18 months till the next regular session of the legislature, and sometimes y'all are busy doing more important things. It's hard to believe, but you are. And the TCEQ process can be invaluable, and they look at things in great detail. So resist the proposals to go one way or the other and foreclose one of the routes. Second, prevent cities and counties from hijacking the TCEQ process of creation to slow down and make things more expensive. And I feel obligated to say I'm not talking about Travis County. But the number of cities and counties protesting MUD creations is skyrocketing, and I'll get you this chart with better AV. But for almost 10 years, there were no city and county protests of a MUD creation. And starting in 2021, they skyrocketed to the point where there were 16 city and county protests last year alone. That's more than the prior 15 years at all. And this chart shows you what that represents of the total. It's almost all of the protest. Now, private landowners and citizens have the right to protest, but what we see is it's the cities and counties that are now dominating that at significant cost of state resources, I might add. And I think it's a perfect example of lawsuit abuse. It's very easy for a city or a county to send in a form letter protesting the mud. And by the way, some of the letters are comical. A county protesting a mud because the number of stray dogs and stray cats is going to increase, and they want the developer to make a contribution to the animal shelter. But they know
That one I need to see in writing.
we have it. I actually have that in writing today,
Okay, thank you.
Senator. It's been used about a dozen times. The cities and counties that employ this tactic, again, not all, they know their likelihood of prevailing is extremely low, almost zero. It's a state permit. If you meet the qualifications of the state permit, it is granted as the legislature would expect. But they know they can delay a project by 2 years at least by forcing it to go to this quasi-judicial State Office of Administrative Hearings. And it takes what is intended to be a 6-month process and turns it into, I have a list here, 28 months, 24 months, 24 months, 24 months, 25 months. That is a huge cost of carry on the land, on everything that goes into the development and home building, it completely without value, completely unnecessary. So that's just you're going to hear a lot about other things that can be improved, but this is a real big one right now, and I wanted to bring it to your attention.
They can levy an ad valorem tax filing a form letter and opposing development just based on the number of cats and stray cats and dogs. It's pretty preposterous. All right.
Quick comment.
Very quick.
I'm really looking forward to that comparison. I absolutely see the necessity of MUDs. We cannot build the infrastructure in the unincorporated areas without them. So I'm very excited to see that comparison. I just want to make sure that we have as much transparency on MUDs as we do on local governments with regard to the cost to the end user. And I don't think that we've quite achieved that.
As just one comment on that, because I do agree with the senator. As we all know, SB 2 was a transparency bill.
Right.
And a lot had changed seismically with SB 2 and since on that transparency.
All right, but since you cracked the code, you can visit with her after class.
Okay.
All right.
Just a simple comment. I would say with regard to transparency, I think we've done a whole lot over the years to improve the transparency of MUDs in all these various specialty districts as well. So I think that for the record, I think we've come a long way, Mr. Chairman, in the last decade with regard to additional transparency measures.
All right. Anyway, you've cracked the committee code. That's first. We'll see who else has this. Stephanie, nice to see you, and you have a new title, I believe, and
Indeed.
please lay that
I'm one
out.
of those who has not cracked the code. I do, yes, and thrilled to be here in this capacity and just really, really grateful for the conversation and the opportunity and the fact that you guys are focusing on this really important issue. Stephanie Matthews, I'm the Executive Director of Texans for Reasonable Solutions. It's really long, and we're very reasonable, obviously. And our sole focus is helping to solve this issue. Our sole focus is how can we address the missing middle and lower income folks so that they're able to buy and own and rent homes in Texas so they can achieve the American dream. There's so much in what I brought to the table that's already been said, so I'll just run through it and just offer myself as for this issue. So many of our folks have a variety of issues, but again, this is our sole focus, so please use me as a resource. We've talked about supply and demand. You've heard that Texas has the second highest shortage of available homes in the country. You've heard that. I appreciate Senator Paxton for wanting to understand better how you get that data. It's a high number regardless, and we've heard that echoed throughout the testimony today. I will quote Controller Hager from his report that he talked about today. We believe really this is a supply and demand issue. I think we all have some agreement there. Supply is very short, inefficient, and not addressing our needs. But as Controller Hager would agree. In his report, it says housing supply is the crux of the affordability issue. There are no easy, clear-cut fixes to the challenge, and at the center is a small supply of housing points available to middle and lower income earners. So I will note that there's a lot of research that bears out adding supply does reduce prices in both homes being built as well as rents going down, which I have that data from UCLA showing that indeed decreased rents, if once more housing was added, decreased rents in nearby units at 6%, shown to reduce gentrification in your urban areas when you add supply. Senator Eckert, in more of your urban areas, that it reduces gentrification by 17%. Like, there's just some really good data that supports very creative ways that we should be adding supply to the market. I will say we do learn that permitting processes and overburden regulations is a problem. That's certainly something we're going to be focusing on. As Scott said, that 25% of the cost of a home is attributed to some of this overregulation. I've learned of a couple of policy changes you guys made promoting this session that we would absolutely support, especially the cats and dogs one. We want to find ways to relieve the pressure. We believe that helping with some of these overburdening regulations and barriers will help be another type of incentive, a free market incentive for builders to want to come in and develop in some of these more expensive areas. Everything Scott referenced is absolutely true. I mean, supply and demand, and of course, large lot and huge expensive homes versus the opportunity to build in unincorporated or unoccupied raw land. There should be flexibility for builders to find a way to create more of these homes, to more of the smaller homes that we've been talking about that Scott's builders want to provide. It's difficult right now. And so that's one of our primary areas of focus, is allowing builders in raw land to have flexibility in whether it's lot size and that sort of thing, so we can add more supply of what people actually want, the price points that they want. Not touching existing neighborhoods. We're talking about raw land at this point. Speaking of lot size and existing neighborhoods versus building on raw land, it's as Chair Betancourt mentioned, I'm new to this issue, but I have learned very, very quickly that housing is a very deeply personal issue and can often be very, very controversial. Doesn't seem as much so today in this hearing, but it's not been my experience. But I just want to make sure we all agree. We've all said this today, and I love this conversation because I think we all agree there's a crisis. There's an affordability crisis. There's a lack of supply crisis. And we're here to help navigate solutions in any way that we can from a free market perspective. And there's no silver bullet. It's a both and, not an either or. And so we've got a great bipartisan coalition working together on these policy solutions, and we'll appreciate working with y'all's offices to bring them to you guys for next session. So thank you.
Thank you.
One quick one.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stephanie, one quick question. On building these smaller ones, have you seen from around the state that cities are more apt to do it if it's like an age-restricted one where it's 50 and above, to be able to build little garden homes versus those same little garden homes for the general public?
Yeah, no, like what we've seen is on no restrictions, simply when, like, Houston has a different regulatory regime for their properties. And so when they passed more zoning reform, where folks were able to build on smaller lots because they chose to, the price of a townhome went down to like $350,000 from like over $550 for a single family. And so, and the purchasing of those in the 20-year time frame since it happened is like 43% of new purchases were on those types of homes.
I'm just trying to understand if we.
But there was no restriction. There was no age.
An issue where you would be, where somebody would be more apt to let non-kid houses build on smaller versus, hey, you live in a lower income house and you have 2 kids that'll be going to our school systems.
Right.
Have used that to limit the housing market.
Yeah, no, I mean, free market prevails, right? I mean, free market prevails. So that's how we feel about it, at least.
And Stephanie, thanks. Vice Chairman just showed me something I think all three of y'all would agree. It looks like the actual square footage in homes is roughly about the same, somewhere between 2,000 and about 1,952 on a starter home, right, Scott?
That's correct.
Yeah, so there is minor fluctuation in this, but this is not like there's it's flatter, it's almost a flat line. I just hope our EKGs don't do that in this hearing. But it means that there is simply, very little flexibility in that number due to the market supply. Stephanie, you have top recommendation at this point, or are you going to wait to get your bipartisan coalition together and get us a report?
I think our bipartisan coalition would agree that allowing for more flexibility, especially on raw land, is just a no-brainer in our mind. And allowing builder flexibility, it's the ultimate property right for a builder who will choose to build on smaller lots, medium, multi-housing, multi-family, commercial, mixed, all the above, because the market demands it. And so allowing that sort of flexibility is, I think, would have the greatest impact in our estimation.
Okay, thank you. Questions? All right. Appreciate it. Panel dismissed. That Rich here. And, Scott, try to get some sleep, okay? We got a lot of work to do in the next 4 years. A lot of work to do.
That's correct. That's great.
We're not going to leave any stone unturned or unbuilt. All right. Wendy Quackenbush, Teresa Morales. No, what, where? Yes.
Jody and Nathan.
Oh, Jody and Nathan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You're right.
I was right for once. The staff was in error. Shocking as may be. Wendy and Teresa, ladies first.
We need cards.
We need cards filled out, otherwise y'all are not. I'm joking. Come on up. You can fill out your cards later. Is just Wendy coming and Teresa's not wanting to come?
Good afternoon. Teresa Morales had to step out and attend
she
another
did?
meeting. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well then maybe we should have called the guys up. All right. My apologies.
No problem.
Okay, why don't we swap them? We'll swap you all and come back.
Thank you.
Nathan and Jody, come back. The staff was right after all, even though the boss was right reading what was here. But like the amazing Krushkin, Dave is reading minds. All right, Nathan, you ready to go? Who's ready to lead off?
Happy to go if you don't mind.
All
Good
right.
afternoon.
Jody's got a lunch burning in his pocket. Come on, Jody.
Thank
talk.
you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jody Proler. I'm the chairman of the Houston Housing Authority. I was appointed along with 4 other new commissioners to this role by Mayor Whitmire and Houston City Council on February 16th of this year. The Houston Housing Authority serves 44,800 families or individuals to obtain housing under various programs that the authority offers. We receive funding from the federal and state government for vouchers, new construction, and acquisitions of housing options for individuals and families that qualify and meet the established criteria. I was asked to testify today on a particular project that precedes my time on the board and is a project that was started and constructed during the previous administration. 800 Middle Street is a new multifamily project developed and built in the east end of Houston. The housing development includes 398 affordable units and sits on 8 acres of a 26-acre property owned by the Housing Authority. Currently, there are a number of outstanding environmental issues to resolve before we can begin moving residents into the development. While the property that the housing development sits on has been cleared of any environmental issues, the remaining acreage owned by the Housing Authority, which abuts the development, has not met the appropriate review and approval of TCEQ. Earlier this year, on July 18th, myself and the Housing Authority Board received a letter from Mayor Whitmire requesting a halt to any plans to allow residents to occupy 800 Middle. it was brought to our attention that there were 4 outstanding allegations from the TCEQ regarding the remaining undeveloped property surrounding 800 Middle. 1, failure to ensure the prevention of an imminent threat of discharge of industrial solid waste. 2, failure to provide notification of ash uncovered during construction to the Houston Regional Office within 24 hours of occurrence. 3, failure to have a representative sample of the ash waste pile. And 4, failure to maintain documentation of sampling procedures for the hazardous waste determination and waste classification of ash. Immediately after receiving this information, the authority engaged in conversations with the TCEQ to begin the process of resolving the outstanding notices of violation. For the past several months, the authority has been working alongside TCEQ to ensure that adequate testing and corrective actions are being taken to ensure the health and safety of the future residents of 800 Middle. This was our plan of action until several weeks ago. I received a call from the Housing and Urban Development Office of Inspector General notifying me that there was a search warrant executed for the property around 800 Middle Street. Members of HUD's OIG, EPA, and the FBI have took soil samples from the remaining portion of the authority's property that surrounds 800 Middle Street. Other than the execution of that search warrant, I do not have any knowledge of what was found or what they are looking for. We at the Houston Housing Authority, under Mayor Whitmire's administration, stand ready to work with our federal and state partners to ensure the health and safety of any resident we place into one of our housing developments. Myself and the board that I serve with take our responsibilities very seriously and have been hard at work to establish transparency and accountability within our organization. Over the past 6 months, we've examined all existing programs and policies within the organization while implementing new financial controls to ensure accurate reporting and fiscal transparency. One such exercise was the audit of all public facility corporations that the Houston Housing Authority has entered into a contract with. House Bill 2071 and its companion, SB 1278, authored by yourself, Mr. Chairman, provided for a regulatory structure and reporting requirement to ensure transparency of all PFCs. I'm proud to say that every one of our PFCs met the requirements set for under House Bill 2071. As to the future plans for the Houston Housing Authority, our primary focus is and will continue to be increasing the level of affordable housing in Houston. During this year, our board has approved and closed 22 Public Finance Corporation multifamily investments, which have created over 4,000 affordable units. We continue to be focused on how we can add affordable units that reach to the lower area median income scale. We are reviewing our leadership team, and we will make changes as required. We have been working with a number of national developers who are interested in partnerships which add affordable housing stock to our community. We do this with full accountability, transparency, and working very closely with our City of Houston housing team. Personally and professionally, I'm a third-generation Houstonian whose family immigrated to our city in the early 1920s, where my grandfather, with a horse and buggy, along with his 4 sons, built the largest metal recycling company in the entire United States, with over 35 plants across the country. Professionally, I'm Regional Chief Operating Officer of Origin Bank, a community bank holding company based in Ruston, Louisiana, with just under $10 billion in assets in over 70 locations in 5 states. Happy to answer any questions you all may have.
You know, Joe, I just want to thank you for being here and also for the new direction you're taking this at Mayor Whitmire's behest and all your new commissioners as well. I really thought the entire situation at 800 Middle Street was just preposterously bad public policy. You know, to have a building actually go through that's double-digit $1 million, have it erected, and then you've got 4 major allegations, that pop up, because this was a extremely, interesting area to build in. Let's put it that way. And for those of you who haven't been to Houston, if you ever think you've been on a bayou before and you look up and you see you think some unusual black material falling into the bayou, that is actually the description of part of that area, which is fly ash. And it's an old, old industrial site, well known. It's just, I thought, really a very poor choice by any measurement I understand, to the point where I think actually, there's some serious allegations of why it's there in the first place. And I know it's not y'all's administration, but you're there to literally clean it up.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's what we intend to do.
All right, Senator Eckhart.
Thank you so much for bringing this to my attention. This is an intriguing case. I will start with a hypothesis, however, that the remedy for this is already existing in law. And let me ask a few questions to illustrate that. Who was the property owner prior to its transfer to the Housing Authority PFC?
Don't quote me because I was not on the board at that time, but I believe it was owned by an entity known as Pinto Realty.
All right. So Pinto Realty transferred this property in exchange for a long-term ground lease under a PFC structure?
No, ma'am. The Housing Authority purchased the property from Pinto Realty and paid them United States cash.
So after acquiring this property, did the Housing Authority then do a long-term ground lease to a developer?
Yes.
And who's the developer?
A company called NRP, one of the nation's largest affordable housing developers.
So NRP holds the long-term ground lease and presumably entered into a development agreement with the Housing Authority?
I believe that's correct.
And in exchange, the Housing Authority probably got structure fees, administrative fees, capitalization percentage at flip, that kind of thing, right?
Yes.
And then who is the general contractor? Who is the general contractor on the horizontal development?
Yeah, I believe it's a subsidiary, a construction subsidiary of the developer.
And wouldn't there be clauses in every single one of those transactions? The transfer of the property at sale, the long-term ground lease, the development agreement, the general contractor agreement, and probably others, but at least 4 different agreements. Oh, and also, very importantly, the finance agreements for the development. All of those documents would have stated that the signatories must comply with all environmental regulations, federal, state, and local. Wouldn't they?
I would think so.
So the remedy here is in contractual breach. It sounds like multiple contractual breaches. I don't believe the remedy here is in legislation. This is multiple contractual breaches. And I'm very sorry that you're having to clean up this mess. Some lawyers are going to make a lot of money. And some entities are going to file bankruptcy over this, and they should, for having just colossally missed their obligations under multiple documents. Thank you.
Jody, before you go, it's because Senator Eckhart has so eloquently explained the issue. I just want to make sure that everybody understands how bad this situation is. The 4 allegations, again, I'm going to read them. Failure to ensure prevention of imminent threat of discharge of industrial solid waste. Failure to provide notification of ash uncovered during construction to the Houston Regional Office within 24 hours of occurrence. This is for TCEQ. Failure to have represented a sample of the ash waste pile, by the way, which is almost impossible to miss unless you were literally on another planet. Failure to maintain documentation of sampling procedures for the hazardous waste determination and waste classification of ash. And I want to read this into the record here again. if they had a plan of action was to work along with TCEQ until they received a call from the Federal Housing and Urban Development Office of Inspector General notifying that there was a search warrant executed for property around 800 Mill Street. Members of HUD's OIG, EPA, and the FBI took soil samples for a remaining portion of the authority's property that surrounds 800 Mill Street. He can't tell you what's in the search warrant, but this is exactly what a project should never be. It is exactly what a project that's going to cost, as you've already said, substantial contractual ratio if there's not criminal violations here as well. And this is exactly what many people see as a terrible example of why government can't do a job by finding both ends of a paper bag at the same time. Because if this, and I'm just, I said earlier it was corrupt. I believe it is because I can't see how you can possibly get into a situation like this unless there was some element of corruption. But I stand to be corrected if I'm incorrect.
It will be in the developer. Paul, it's going to be in the developer. It's not government. Profit margin here is in flip.
Well, we'll find out what we'll find out. Okay. But the problem with all of this is that how large of a project was this, Jody?
I would say approximately $135 million.
Yeah, this is 3-digit million project. This is a whopper by multifamily standards.
And these units are virtually 95% complete. So,
Right.
we're pregnant, we own it, and we need to get residents in. And we are working with TCEQ. They have begun an additional boring sampling plan that we're working with them on, and we hope to have some results from those borings within the next 6 to 8 weeks.
And unfortunately, one of the answers could be very bad news.
That very well could be.
Right, because I'm old enough to remember, as you are, as county officials from time to time, and because both of us had different jobs in the county, I remember I opposed the building of a cruise terminal because it happened to be an additional 8 hours up the ship channel round trip from what's being currently used. And Nathan might remember this down in Galveston. And that facility is still unused to this day, okay, from at least for a major cruise terminal. I'm sure it's had some other auxiliary usages that no one knows about. And unfortunately, that could be the end result of this. We just don't know until these search warrants are completed and find out. And it's just a horrifyingly terrible use of $135 million of public monies, effectively, or taxpayer-supported monies. Senator Parker.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just appreciate you bringing the attention to this issue, putting a spotlight on it. I mean, what a horrific disaster, obviously, with a black eye, and appreciate you taking the reins and understand what a difficult challenge is to come and clean it up. And you're going to be driven by the data. I don't know how you're going to really address remediation on something on this magnitude. Let's hope and pray you can. But it may ultimately be a total scratch. And I know that you and the mayor and Housing Authority do the right thing on behalf of the residents of the city of Houston. So
100%.
Most importantly. So appreciate you being here, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Working to clean it up.
Those forgivable loans will not be forgiven.
Press your button if you're going to make a comment.
I just want to stress here that there is not government corruption here. This was a horrifically poor investment from what I hear, and that federal dollar investment was a forgivable loan in all probability, which will not be forgiven and clawed back toot sweet.
Well, Senator Eckhart, we don't know what we don't know.
That's right.
Okay? And unfortunately, when you see a boat anchor of this magnitude, okay, you wonder why the ship was there in the first place. Anyway, Jody, thank you for your time. One quick question. I do want to talk to you about HFCs at some point because y'all are moving obviously you have a PFC functionality as part of the code. Are there entities coming into the city of Houston like they used to be on PFCs?
Yeah, we just approved, I believe, 4 new construction of Section 303s.
Right.
city council approved, don't quote me, but I believe it was either 3 or 4 projects. But those numbers are not part of my 4,000 affordable units that we have provided and approved this year.
Jody, could you provide us, the committee, that information?
Sure.
And, okay. And also too, are any of these connected with outside entities, governments besides City of Houston?
Nothing.
Any
I'm aware.
other equity sponsors that are other units of government?
No,
Okay.
not that I'm aware of.
All right. Well, please send us that information. I appreciate it. Thank you for your visit, and it's rather eye-opening. This is the perfect example of, well, it's the perfectly horrifying example of what not to do. Okay, Nathan, state your name, who you represent.
Certainly. Chairman Bettencourt, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on a hopefully slightly more optimistic topic than this last one Mr. Fuller had for us. I'm Nathan Kelly, the CFO of Blazer. We're a Houston-based developer, contractor, and property manager of affordable multifamily for rent housing. I'm here today as the president of the Texas Affiliation of Affordable Housing Providers, or as we're affectionately called, TAP. TAP is the voice of affordable housing in the state of Texas, with over 700 members comprising housing professionals involved in all aspects of the creation of affordable rental housing communities in Texas. We've heard it, but Texas' economy and the opportunities it creates are why so many folks from across the country choose to become Texans. In addition to serving a need, affordable rental housing has contributed $24.5 billion to the Texas economy since the federal government's housing tax credit program's inception. As a state, we tend to focus on single-family housing affordability, whether it be in the form of real estate tax relief, expanded funding options, calls for looser regulatory requirements. And while these are all important, doing so exclusively is a disservice to the more than 9.8 million Texans that call rental housing home, and those small business owners like myself that work to put these units on the ground and significantly contribute to local economies. Because of increases in interest rates, real estate taxes, and insurance costs, the production of new affordable rental units has slowed. From 2012 to 2021, the production of new units through the 9% housing tax credit program averaged about $5,200 a year. And since then, that figure has declined to roughly $4,000 in 22, 3,000 units in 23, and 3,700 units slated to be created in 24. All while demand, as you've heard, has continued unabated. This has been driven by a lot of macroeconomic factors that are beyond our control, but the collection of them equates to less capital available to build units that cost more today than they did 4 years ago. But still, there are things we can do to help speed new supply to the market. As with single-family homes, apartments have seen dramatic increases in real estate tax values. As the senator knows, my portfolio of Houston area properties has seen assessed values increase nearly 15% a year on average every year, while our operating incomes have only increased 5% a year. That increase in assessed values is simply unsustainable, and especially for an affordable housing-driven program like ours that has rent limits provided annually to us by HUD. So TAP will bring forth in this legislative session, hopefully some common sense fixes that bring stability to real estate tax valuations, like uniform valuation methodologies, increases or changes to tied-in income, and cap rates that account for the specific nature of our industry. In the 88th session, TAP was really excited to be a part of helping to pass the legislation that reformed public facility corporations, or PFCs. And since its enactment, we believe the goals of greater transparency, accountability, and affordability have been met. However, there have been instances of abuse akin to what we saw in pre-2071, utilizing other exemptions under the aspects of statute pertaining to housing finance corporations and public housing authorities. But as with PFCs, TAP's primary objective is preserving these exemptions that have long been used to create truly affordable housing for those folks living at or below 60% of the area median income. There needed reforms regarding cross-jurisdictional use of housing finance corporation exemptions, among others, and we'll be actively working to support those legislative efforts. Like real estate taxes, property insurance premiums have increased exponentially in recent years, as we've heard. My portfolio, again, has seen its property insurance premiums increase from $415 per unit to $1,300 and $1,500 per unit since 2020. That's a 320% increase. Sorry. Okay. 3.2 times since 2020. That's $415 per door to $1,315 per door. That's $2.6 million in additional premium that we're paying out now that is unavailable to us to put towards serving additional families through the creation of new units. So it's a bigger issue, obviously. It's impacting single-family rental housing, conventional rental housing, and everybody else. But we're going to be looking for ways to help to solve that problem by incentivizing folks to return to those markets, to bring more capital in, which is ultimately going to be what drives down those premiums. We also were happy to support in the 88th a bill that Senator Perry authored that created Texas state housing tax credit. This credit is coupled with the federal housing tax credit and serves as an important funding source to close financing gaps. The initial enactment called for $25 million in funding over 10 years. But given the extensive demand for affordable rental housing, we'd like to see the state's funding commitment to this credit increased, and for those units to be targeted to those households that are at or below 80% of their median income. Currently, the way that it's working is it's really only targeted to those households serving the 30% area median income below. So if any of your staff have a want to kind of dive deeper into the weeds in any of these topics, TAP has put together its legislative priorities and more of a 101 on the housing tax credit programs that we've hosted a few meet and greets and are happy to come to any one of your offices and really drill down into it. But thank you again for the opportunity to present to you today, and I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Nathan, thanks for your testimony. I really appreciate your help on the PFC issue because it's very important to get that contained back to reality.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you mentioned cross-jurisdictional. That was really the question I was asking Jody. Or do we have a problem with HFCs doing the same thing?
So within HFCs, there are a number across the state that are operating outside of their jurisdictional boundaries. There are certain municipalities that don't want to create a housing finance corporation, and so for them to enter into a cooperation agreement with an out-of-jurisdiction HFC, that's all well and good. But there are instances where other housing finance corporations are coming into another jurisdiction without that cooperation, and we see that as a needed fix.
Right, and Jody, that was why I was asking the question, because I want to make sure. I really, it's one thing to have a memorandum of understanding because you have a smaller jurisdiction, they can't do it or whatever else. But this idea that we can parachute in, from with other entities into major, areas like City of Houston or smaller cities is, I think, very bad public policy. Needs to be stopped. You pointed out you've got a serious insurance problem. Okay, so and you're just confirming that's an astonishing rate of increase. As bad as the appraisal values were up for 2 years, a 320% increase does kind of push a 50% increase into the rearview mirror.
Yeah, and Chairman, to that point, right? That's obviously creating or dampening the ability to create new units because those are the premiums that are getting quoted for the creation of new units. But it really puts a significant damper on the financial health of existing and operating properties. Ultimately, we're not going to be and reinvest that capital into the maintenance and repair, or we're going to have to look at other things like cutting staffing, and ultimately that just creates those negative situations that are already in the public's mind. But at the end of the day, we have a debt obligation to meet, and if that property insurance goes up, we have to maintain that insurance per those loan agreements, right? But at the same time, if we don't repay those loans, then those properties get foreclosed upon, and that affordability goes away.
Questions, Senator Eckhart?
2 questions for you, and I really look forward to working with you on continuing to improve the PFC mechanism. I see great value in it, but there are some lingering issues that I'm very, very hopeful about working on here.
Yes, ma'am.
But my 2 questions go to some of the things that you mentioned with regard to the difficulty in making these deals pencil: interest rates, dirt cost, property taxes, insurance premium increase. With regard to property taxes. I know that we're going to have some folks from CADS later on, but would it be, these are commercial properties, so would it be valuable to affordable housing developers to have appraisals not on an annualized basis, but on a 2-year or 3-year cycle so that you know what your property value is for 3 years with a predictable escalator?
Senator, any tool like that is going to help. I would tell you, our industry operates significantly different than the conventional multifamily industry, wherein a property that I develop using housing tax credits, I'm going to be the owner of for roughly 15 to 18 years. It is not like I can go recapitalize that property 5 years in or dispose of that property 5 years in, right? So a significant run up in values without a corresponding ability to escalate those rents, again, goes back to the long-term financial feasibility. So predictability and valuations through something like what you're talking about would very much be appreciated.
Another thing I'd like to explore with you, and we can certainly talk offline, with regard to the low-income housing tax credits, there is a 2-mile rule.
There is.
That makes it difficult for us to get the kind of infill of affordable multifamily. Do you have recommendations for what we should do to adjust that 2-mile rule?
Yes, ma'am, and we brought those before this committee in the last session and have gone back and kind of rethought that framework a bit. We have come to an agreement with other stakeholders about exempting out existing deals, right? So if we're bringing an existing deal for recapitalization through the issuance of new housing tax credits, that one should not compete with a new construction housing tax credit finance community in the framework of the 2-mile rule. I'd also like to see cities be given some latitude to reduce that radius in certain instances from 2 to 1 if it's an area that they've designated as having a greater need for investment to combat gentrification or to spur revitalization. I think those both would be a really good step in the right direction with respect to the 2-mile rule.
I'd love to work with you on that because we are seeing in some of our major metro areas census tracts that are considered low opportunity, but they're on the bubble of rapid gentrification. And if we could relax the 2-mile rule in those on the bubble zones, we could get cheaper dirt locked down for affordability, slowing gentrification. And so I very much look forward to working with you on
And Senator, we've met with the housing departments for the major metros, and they've all expressed an interest in trying to find solutions to that rule specifically. And to your comment on the public facility corporations, I mean, we all know the amount of effort that went into House Bill 2071 and the corresponding Senate bill last session. Right. With respect to the exemptions through housing finance corporations and the public housing authorities that are currently being utilized, I would love to see anything not housing tax credit financed be required to use the public facility corporation tool, right? We already have these reforms in place. We have these levels of transparency and audit requirements. It just makes sense to me for those non-housing tax credit finance transactions that have not historically utilized those exemptions to be required to go to utilize the PFC tool rather than utilizing this other tool.
Interesting.
Excellent suggestion. And, all right, okay, that's good, Nathan, I think. Any other questions? No, and with all of this, Nathan, I appreciate you doing the work of trying to get stakeholders to agree to the specific set of problems, and to get some solutions.
Yes, sir.
Because that's what it takes to get the work done, as well as have a good end result. And we're going to continue our PFC reform push, as well as take a look at HFCs too, because those can be the same set of problems. And I think back to your point, if you looked at the property data side, I think probably one of your issues you're such a specialty business, you're treated very, very differently from one CAD to the next.
We are. Each CAD kind of statute has a framework, but the interpretation of that statute across central appraisal districts is different.
Right.
And the methodologies by which they derive cap rates is different.
Right. So that actually, Senator Eckhart, is their probable problem, because they can be doing nothing but have a redefined cap rate, and that causes all sorts of trouble.
That's exactly right. So I've had incomes declining over the last 5 years while those values have been going up. The only way that happens is by a decrease in the cap rate that the CAD's using in order to increase the value of the property.
Right. Which causes the inflation at the, in the property itself. So
are we looking at a special category for affordable housing development in terms of income appraisal methodology?
that's what this hearing is all about.
I'm excited to.
Not all about, but one of the many things. No, because the problem is it's not necessarily the frequency in this case, but the consistency is so variable for them that they could walk into a situation in one county and literally have a 2x factor walked into the second county, and maybe a 3x factor, sadly, into the third.
I see three different issues here. One, of course, is the variability among the CADs. The second is the very specialized area of affordable housing just has a different income valuation, should have a different income valuation methodology. And then the third, having to contest it every single year is costly.
Thousands of dollars in attorney's fees every year per property.
Us lawyers make some money off of that.
All right. Well, let's head off to another ka-ching somewhere else. All right.
Well, TAP will distribute some slides to each of your offices, and any follow-up questions that come about of those, we're happy to meet with you one-on-one.
And Jody, I just want to leave you this. I really appreciate you all coming from the Houston Housing Authority. I think with Mayor Whitmire and your leadership, we can rely on you as a partner of this committee to come up with solutions. And I want to commend him for literally taking a $135 million bull by the horns. And as John always does, let's get to work, because you have to get an answer one way or the other.
100%.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, Nathan, thank you for your time too. Now, ladies, if you're back with us and ready to go, we'll get you back in the lineup. Teresa, thank you for making it. Oh, did they not fill out their cards? Staff has been failing. We had two people that needed. Oh, no, Teresa has a card that she can pull out of the air, so she goes first. Unless you all want Wendy to go first. Teresa, you have to.
I'll go first.
Oh, she got the nod. The nod and the eyebrows, so that means you're up. State your name, who you represent.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am Teresa Morales, the Director of Multifamily Bonds with the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, or TDHCA, and I would like to briefly cover the multifamily portion of the Private Activity Bond Program and its production towards helping the state meet the affordable housing need. In order to finance the new construction or rehabilitation of affordable housing developments, multifamily private activity bonds are paired with the 4% housing tax credits allocated by TDHCA. The multifamily program is based on a calendar year that is driven by the private activity bond ceiling amount and when the Bond Review Board begins issuing reservations for projects. This begins in January with reservations issued for applications that participated in the Bond Review Board lottery in November of the prior year and were considered priority based on the lottery system. Reservations are issued on a continuous basis throughout the year as volume cap becomes available. The availability of volume cap is based on reservations that are ultimately withdrawn. November 15th of each program year is the last day whereby reservations can be issued. Projects that do not receive a reservation, provided that they are still feasible, they will usually participate in the program the following year. The volume cap associated with any reservations that are returned the last 2 calendar weeks of the year are attributed to applications that are filed requesting carry forward. Once an applicant receives a bond reservation of volume cap for their specific project, the 4% housing tax credit application is then submitted to TDHCA. The reservation comes with a statutory 180-day timeline to close on the bond and equity financing and generally any other funding sources. Once TDHCA has conducted all of the required reviews, we'll issue what is called a determination notice, which identifies the preliminary annual amount of 4% housing tax credits that the project may be eligible to receive. The 2024 private activity bond ceiling amount is $3.8 billion and is divided into what we call 5 different sub-ceilings, with sub-ceiling 4 being exclusive to multifamily, although sub-ceiling 5 does allow for multifamily reservations submitted by PFCs. Sub-ceiling 4 for the 2024 year is $1 billion and makes up about 26% of the total ceiling, which is further divided among 3 different issuer types. How much each sub-ceiling receives is outlined in Texas Government Code. There are various local issuers across the state, such as Housing Finance Corporations or PFCs, and there are 2 statewide issuers, the Texas State Affordable Housing Corporation or TSHAC and TDHCA. All of these issuers have a volume cap that is specifically set aside for their use. To provide some perspective on the impact of these programs in 2023, the multifamily bond program combined with the 4% housing tax credit program financed 10,832 units of affordable housing for the state. This was a combination of both new construction and the preservation of existing housing. In the interest of time, I'll end now and perhaps turn the mic over to my colleague, Wendy.
So while we have you, what's your funding status, over, under? How are you all doing on your funds to be able to, for loans?
Oversubscribed.
Oversubscribed by how much?
So there's a distinction here between TDHCA as a bond issuer and our set aside versus the ceiling as a whole. The multifamily bond ceiling as a whole is oversubscribed about 2 to 1.
About 2 to 1. And what about your TDHC limit?
Oversubscribed about half.
By half, about 1.5?
Correct.
Okay.
Depends on the year.
Right. Thank you. Okay, Wendy.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. Wendy Quackenbush, the Director of Multifamily Compliance at the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. Thank you for inviting TDHCA here today. Our Executive Director, Bobby Wilkinson, would like to have been here, but our governing board is also happening right now, and he is needed to be there. We would like to touch upon several items, including how the agency has implemented the reforms from House Bill 2071, passed last session and sponsored by you, Chairman, what early trends we are seeing as a result of TDHCA's roles per the legislation, and affordable housing activity driven by the multifamily bond programs. House Bill 2071 directed TDHCA to conduct compliance monitoring and oversight of multifamily residential developments sponsored by public facility corporations, specifically looking at affordable units provided by these developments and their compliance with House Bill 2071. To date, our compliance division has received and completed 14 audit reviews of public facility corporation developments. These audits are posted and available on our website. That may not seem like much, and we would agree, which is why we anticipate a larger number of audits being submitted to us before the end of the year. 10 of the 14 audits have included adverse findings of noncompliance with gross rents exceeds the applicable rent limit, household income exceeds the income limit at move-in, and failure to comply with the PFC regulatory agreement. These findings resulted with PFC properties overcharging rent, not verifying or miscalculating household income, and not meeting the prescribed number of restricted units reflected in the regulatory agreement. When a PFC audit includes adverse findings, TDHCA issues a very detailed letter describing the issues of noncompliance and at least one option of how the issue can be corrected. The internal PFC team has made themselves available to answer questions, promptly respond to emails, and provide technical assistance as needed to ensure that PFC developments are adhering to the rules and standards set forth by this body while simultaneously supporting the social benefit that this tool was designed to provide. We received a good amount of public comment from operators asking for more time to submit these for audits, so we did extend the deadline to December 15th, 2024. In a rule amendment, which is going before the board today for approval, the initial deadline was June 1st, 2024. Per the draft rule language, the deadline may be extended for 30 days for good cause and with our executive director's approval. We've
And
made,
only one extension, right?
that is correct.
Right, okay.
We've made a number of outreach efforts to inform PFCs in the state of their responsibility per House Bill 2071, including outreaching to Texas Public Housing Authorities, all multifamily developers who are signed up for TDHCA listservs notices, and any PFC that we were told about who we were previously unaware of. We plan to continue these efforts over the next year. We know that the committee is interested in breaking down the number of acquisition developments versus new property developments that have closed post House Bill 2071, to the extent the data is available. Unfortunately, we do not have any information yet. Only properties exempted in 2022 and prior are required to report in 2024. It will not be until after the June 1st, 2025 submission before we'll be able to obtain this data. Additionally, there is not a master list of developments that have been exempted under the PFC structure, and the chief appraiser districts that we have contacted are not maintaining a list of PFC exempt developments in their county. We are tracking all incoming reports and have created a master list of PFC developments who have reported, and it is posted on our website. One important item to note from the bill and our rules is that the first PFC audit report must be submitted no later than June 1st of the year following the first anniversary of either the date the PFC acquisition for an occupied development or a date of a newly constructed PFC development first becomes occupied by one or more tenants. So in this example, if today is the first day of acquisition of a PFC development on November 1st, 2024, then the first audit report must be submitted by June 1st, 2026. Depending on when the property is acquired, it could be up to almost 2 years before the PFC development has initially reported. We also want to address some concerns our offices have heard that some of the housing finance corporations are acquiring multifamily developments outside the corporate boundaries of the local government that created the HFC. Currently, HFCs are not required to report to TDHCA. But we have also heard information that some entities are moving forward with creating HFCs in lieu of PFCs to avoid reporting. That covers my comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Wendy, obviously, that's something we don't want them to do, okay? And that's an area that's going to be a subject of additional legislation. So thanks for pointing out the obvious, because we don't want people creating HFCs to wire around the existing PFC statute. You mentioned back to your initial audit of 10 to 14. Would you read those 3 sections of what those audit failures were again?
Absolutely. Of the 10 of the 14 audits have included adverse findings. Those were gross rents exceed the applicable rent limit, household income exceeds the limit at move-in, and failure to comply with the PFC regulatory agreement.
One would think that's kind of 0 for 3, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Right. Thank you for recognizing the obvious. I know that yes, I would say those would be consistently adverse findings. All right. Any other questions for Sarah? Sure. Go ahead, Senator Eckhart.
Thank you for y'all's tremendous work. And thank you for your incredibly robust partnership, both with the at the federal level and at the state level, because tax credits and preferential tax treatment are our predominant mechanism, correct?
Correct.
Is there any state revenue other than the administrative cost of TDHCA in the production of these affordable units?
From PFCs, no, but from some of our other funds, yes, we do collect things such as bond admin fees and compliance fees. Yes.
So that's good. So those fees are dedicated. That's good to know. I would love to see what those fees are and how much they're generating, if that's easy to obtain. And I think that's all I have. Thank you, really, thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Ladies, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we're going to open up public testimony on the first charge of housing affordability. Let's see, let's get, who's lined up for? Okay, the first four that signed in. Okay. Let's call Blake Vaughn, Mark Kimona, Charles Coates, and Michael Taylor. And everybody gets 2 minutes. So appreciate the drive, appreciate the ties or lack of ties.
Sorry.
No, I'm just joking. Either way, your testimony is completely acceptable.
I'm on city council, and I'm the only one that doesn't wear a tie.
Well, that makes you a genius, not an idiot. Congratulations. All right, state your name, who you represent.
Good morning, my name is Blake Vaughn. I'm here today because I believe in increasing property rights and in a
Blake,
limited...
you're representing yourself or you as city council member?
Oh, as myself, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
My bad. I'm here today because I believe in increasing property rights and in a limited government that enhances rather than hinders opportunities for housing affordability. I offer the perspective as a deputy mayor who listens to the concerns of constituents and sees firsthand the unnecessary hurdles they face when trying to utilize their own property, but I'm here for myself. One clear example is the excessive regulation on additional dwelling units. These restrictions take away property owners' rights to create valuable housing options on their land, ultimately decreasing supply and driving up costs. Removing these barriers would not only expand housing options, but also empower homeowners, allowing them to unlock more value from their own property. There are restrictions on the size or shape of lots that seem to have little justification other than aesthetics. Flag lots, for instance, are often blocked simply because some people find them visually unappealing. The subjective reasoning does not seem sufficient when housing availability is at stake, so perhaps some less regulation in that area. I'm not opposed to moderate zoning, which would allow for a balanced mix of residential and commercial uses as a compromised position on the matter, but cities are not HOAs, and they should be very limited in their approach to regulating private property. Homeownership is one of the most powerful ways to build wealth and create stable families. By making it easier for Texans to own their home, we empower families and strengthen communities. My recommendation to this committee is simple: reduce regulatory burdens that limit property rights and stifle housing affordability. And specifically for you, remember, local control is most local at the individual level, so let's give Texans the freedom to build on their homes, on the homes that they own. Thanks.
Well, thanks for making the drive, and we appreciate the free market sentiment.
Hi, Charles Coates. I'm with Bryan College Station Habitat for Humanity. And I'm here today to not speak so much on the regulations, but to speak to the impact that not just regulations, but also things like, especially in our case, we do home ownership. And so sorry, I haven't done this before.
Just take a breath.
Yep.
Give you back 30.
Okay. Awesome.
And if it's really good, we'll give you back even more. We'll let you go hugely here in a second.
So for those of you that don't know, Habitat for Humanity specializes in home ownership for those families that are under 80% of the median family income. And so that typically is those essential families who we all saw during the pandemic were vital to our communities being able to thrive. And in Bryan College Station, one of the things we've seen is as land prices have gone up, we have not been able to keep up with developers as far as being a nonprofit, being able to buy significant or buy land to develop on. It's been very, very difficult. But again, we specialize in home ownership. And so basically a lot of nonprofits model that specialize in that is becoming very, very difficult to do. So what we would argue is to take a look at, is there a program that could be created that wouldn't, cause issues for the state, but at the same time would allow these essential families that kind of drive Bryan, College Station, as well as communities all over the state, drive their economies, while simultaneously looking at those regulatory things like my colleague just spoke to, things like minimum lot size, that will help solve this housing affordability crisis. But we do need to also think about those families that are in this situation now. Thank you.
Thank you, and appreciate your testimony. You did well for Ricky. Now, I happen to know something about the Bryan College Station area.
Great.
Okay, so tell me, where are you on Villa Maria? Where are you working in Bryan College Station as Habitat for Humanities?
Currently, we have several projects in Bryan, the north side, northeast, and northwest, and looking at some options elsewhere as well as in College Station.
And you're single and you're building individual units at this point?
We are, but like a lot of Habitat affiliates, we are looking at what does affordable homeownership look like in the future. And so that may not be the case in all areas because of the cost of dirt. So those are things we're looking at.
Oh, all right, well, thank you. Go ahead, state your name, who you represent.
Michael Taylor, and I'm with Habitat for Humanity of San Antonio. Habitat is well represented here today. I think all the affiliates are separately organized, but we see the value in speaking with you today. In addition to my role at Habitat, I also serve on the Technical Advisory Committee for the City of San Antonio Planning Commission, and I'm a member of San Antonio's Removing Barriers to Affordable Housing Subcommittee. And I want to share about our very productive working relationship with the City of San Antonio, and something that I think could be replicated in other cities and in rural areas in Texas. First, a little bit about Habitat San Antonio. We provide homeownership opportunities for low-income families who would otherwise not be able to afford a home. We build 3 and 4 bedroom homes. We sell them at no profit. We finance them with a 15 to 25 year 0% interest loan. We're selling homes for $145,000. Monthly mortgage payments start as low as $900. And this includes escrow for taxes and insurance.
Come back with that number.
$900 per month, including escrow for taxes and insurance. So we are the affordable housing option
That certainly is.
for homeownership. Of course, the dramatic increases in land, material, labor prices have made this task of building affordable housing even more challenging. But we have a great partnership with the City of San Antonio. They provide $5 to $6 million per year in forgivable loans that we use to build the streets, sidewalks, drainage, utilities, and other public infrastructure. This reduces the cost of each house by about $40,000 to $50,000. They also provide building and water and sewer impact fee waivers that reduce the cost of each house by an additional $8,000 to $9,000. So I'm very proud to talk about this relationship and just what the City of San Antonio is doing from a regulatory standpoint to make affordable housing possible.
What's your number one recommendation?
Increased funding, for developing land, for purchasing land. I mean, those are the biggest costs associated with development now. Lumber and material prices have stabilized, but land and the cost of developing continues to be one of the biggest costs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Mark Carmona. I'm the Chief Housing Officer for the City of San Antonio. As the Chief Housing Officer, I ensure the city is not only supporting but helping lead affordable housing and homelessness initiatives. In 2021, San Antonio adopted a 10-year strategic housing implementation plan, which we call the SHIP. The plan was also adopted by Bexar County, Opportunity Home San Antonio, which is our local public housing authority, and the San Antonio Housing Trust, which is a local public finance corporation. We feel the SHIP is a true community effort. In just year 3 of our 10-year plan, we are on track to meet our vision. We have directly supported the production or preservation of over 22,000 affordable homes. Our goals include special focus on serving households with low and moderate incomes, which the market cannot serve alone. Some highlights I'd like to share with you. We've preserved over 1,000 rental units for households with incomes below 30% average median income, which roughly for a family of 3 is $22,000. We've created or preserved over 3,000 homes for older adults, and we have nearly 500 site-based permanent supportive housing units built or in progress for people exiting homelessness. And in San Antonio, these are the first such units. We've achieved these numbers by using every tool in our toolbox. We made affordable housing a priority for fee waivers and exempted it from several costly development code requirements. We also overhauled design guidelines for accessory dwelling units and seen our requests for permits in those areas double in just 2 years. We launched Operation Rebuild, which is a home rehab program to prevent demolitions for families facing life safety issues. Currently, we're reviewing our density bonus provisions in the city's Unified Development Code. We'll be making recommendations for the creation of new or updated density bonus programs that'll produce more affordable housing citywide. San Antonio voters passed our first $150 million, can I continue?
Yes, go ahead and finish.
Our first $150 million municipal bond for affordable housing, for deeply affordable housing production and preservation. Our constituents trust us to deliver, and the progress I shared today reflects this. We recognize there's a need for deep affordability. We continue to overcome the obstacles named in the Comptroller's report and have proven that progress can happen locally by working with diverse partners that share a common vision. I'm inspired by the work in our city and look forward to working with this committee on how cities can be partners in the effort to ensure housing in Texas is affordable for all. Thank you.
How many total units have you all been managed to build? And out of this $150 million bond issue, what's going to be the flow rate of that? What type of construction levels are we looking at?
So we recognized that there was 95,000 cost burden households in our community. So we developed the 10-year plan. So we're basically on track. Production is going to be about 40% of that. Production will be 60%. Preservation will be about 40%.
Okay, so that's a 54,000 and 36,000 split.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your testimony, gentlemen. Your excuse. Next up, we'll have Ben Martin, Kathy Green, Tanya Lavelle, and Steffi Motel. Well, who's up first? Who do we call?
All right, I'll start. Thank you.
Okay.
For the record, my name is Steffi Motal. I'm here today representing the Texas Society of Architects, and I will be referring to the society as TXA in my comments. Thank you, Chairman Bettencourt, for the opportunity to testify today, and I want to just give you a little background. TXA is a state component of the American Institute of Architects and one of the nation's largest organizations for the architecture profession. We have 7,800 members and 18 regional components across Texas. I'm the managing partner of Black & Motal Architects here in Austin. I've been a licensed architect in Texas for 11 years. And I'm currently serving as the chair of TXA's Government Affairs Steering Committee. And like all of you, TXA is concerned about housing affordability in our state and is committed to supporting the work of this committee as you seek to reduce inefficiencies and streamline the review of proposed housing projects with the goal of improving housing affordability in Texas. Like other businesses in Texas, many of our members are also business owners who struggle to acquire and retain talent in an incredibly competitive market, much of which is driven by the high cost of housing for our employees. Additionally, we work every day with our clients. Some are homeowners, builders, or multifamily developers Many of them are seeking to design and construct housing of many typologies. We know firsthand the barriers they can run into from inconsistent regulations and the added costs of navigating those regulations, costs that inevitably get passed down to the end user. We would love to be a technical resource for this committee as you consider this important topic, and we are available to help test your ideas, refine your goals, provide technical feedback and modeling, and if appropriate, graphics that could help educate others on what's being proposed. TXA and its members are uniquely qualified to assist policymakers with these types of proposed changes. And again, I thank you for this opportunity today. Happy to answer questions.
Number one recommendation?
Just one. I do think the minimum lot size that you tried to address last session is a good place to start.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Betancourt and committee members for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Ben Martin. I am the research director at Texas Housers. We are a nonprofit information service that works on the subject of low-income housing. This is the undeniable central fact. The Texans who cannot afford their housing are overwhelmingly the Texans with the lowest incomes. You heard this repeatedly from the comptroller when you heard from him earlier today on this issue, so I won't repeat what he said. I will say land use deregulation alone cannot meet the need for affordable housing for Texans with low incomes. There is mixed evidence that the development of new market rate housing will be able to increase the availability of affordable units for low-income households, even in the long run over the course of decades. In the development industry, it's common knowledge that it's impossible to build housing for extremely low-income households without ongoing subsidy. To address Texas's most serious housing needs for households with the lowest incomes, we must kickstart state-level funding through our state's Housing Trust Fund. We must also ensure that the existing programs and tools for affordable housing that currently exist in Texas are directly addressing the housing needs of the lowest income Texans. This includes reforms to the tax credit housing program and reforming further PFC abuses. Texas's low-income housing tax credit program can be improved by ending veto choke points that make it harder to build tax credit housing than other market rate developments. Market rate developments don't have to jump through hoops like state rep letters or local government support requirements, so why should housing for the Texans who can't afford their housing? We should also work to responsibly reform the 2-mile rule. We need to again address the continued abuse of the PFC tool and similar property tax exemptions. I can see I'm running out of time, so I'm going to just cut right to the point. The Comptroller's report illustrates that we need more housing supply, but more specifically, we need housing supply for the Texans that can't afford their housing, which is overwhelmingly the Texans with the lowest incomes.
Yeah, let's state that we accept that as the obvious, okay? So you may have skipped over what your recommendation would be, but yes, that problem is obviously defined. So give me your number one recommendation.
Funding the state housing trust fund meaningfully.
Okay. And what, do you have a number in mind? Just
we need as much money as
large,
we can get.
Right, okay. See us after class. Yeah, right. Huge, as the vice chairman just said, huge, okay.
More than $10 million.
Okay, okay, thank you. All right, state your name, who you represent.
Good afternoon, Chairman Betancourt, members of the committee. My name is Kathy Green. I am the Director of State and Federal Strategy for AARP Texas. AARP Texas represents almost 2.5 million members across the state, and we advocate for empowering people to choose how they live as they age. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the committee's charge on housing affordability. Through our policy and advocacy work, AARP Texas fights for older Texans to have stability and a sense of security in a place that they call home. Additionally, we fight for housing choices that allow older Texans to remain in their homes or find a safe and affordable home in their community. AARP Texas in recent polling found that 89% of Texas residents 45 plus prioritize staying in their own home as they get older. However, many older Texans reaching retirement age worry about this being a reality. Being on a fixed income and concerns about having enough money saved to live out that retirement comfortably challenge this notion. While the population of Texas is growing overall, as we have heard today, it is no secret that our older population in Texas is the fastest age group. The 65-plus population grew in Texas by 42% between 2012 and 2022. We are also in the top 5 states that older adults are choosing to move to. In the interest of time and to not repeat what others have said on the reasons we have a housing affordability crisis, I will cut to the solutions. Just to reiterate what has been said before, increasing supply is probably our number one recommendation. Also, increasing public and nonprofit investments in subsidized housing for very low-income households. Also, reforming state and local zoning and building codes to incentivize affordable housing construction. And then also passing zoning legislation to allow for new housing options to address the missing middle housing needs, such as accessory dwelling units, manufactured housing, and tiny homes. In closing, housing affordability is a challenge that affects us across the state, both middle and lower income residents, and we look forward to continuing to work with the committee and other stakeholders to address these issues in meaningful and sustainable ways. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, state your name, who you represent.
I'll just lean. Good afternoon, Chairman Betancourt, members. My name is Tanya Lavelle, and I am a policy specialist with Disability Rights Texas. DRTX is Texas's federally designated protection advocacy agency for people with disabilities. Without a safe and affordable place to live, people cannot be expected to thrive in their communities, especially people with disabilities who face higher rates of housing instability and who are overrepresented in the homeless population. According to the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, Texas is short over 1.5 million units, affordable and available to renter households at or below 50% AMI. This population includes people with disabilities on fixed incomes, as well as people participating in the workforce in low-wage jobs. I will go straight to recommendations. I'm going to lump 2 into 1. Fix things that we already have to make them better working for us. We have tools in the toolbox. Okay. Let's improve them. We're on board with TAP's recommendation to better fund the state housing tax credit program. That's a really good way to ensure that we are building quality units for the lowest income folks, because we are short 680,000 units in that area for people 30% and below. Another one is to make sure that our housing vouchers are being used properly. Currently, people with vouchers, which includes victims of domestic violence, veterans, and other at elevated risk of homelessness, are unable to use them because there are not enough units accepting vouchers. However, there are vacant units available across the state that landlords need to fill, illustrating clear and detrimental disconnect between landlords that need to fill units and low-income families who need to use their housing vouchers to achieve housing stability. There was a bill filed last year creating the Texas Tenant Readiness and Landlord Incentive Program. The bill would allow Texas to create its own housing assistance program to help vulnerable Texans become competitive, attractive tenants, while also helping landlords lease vacant units.
Okay, well, that was 3. Yeah, you had a compound sentence there.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, forgive me for that one.
Oh, I know, but well-meaning. Okay, thank you. That's very good recommendations.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Bob, question or?
Yes. Nope. Question here. You asked a question about, what was your punchline on lowering the cost of housing? And you said put more money in the trust fund. I would caution, I understand the problem we have, but when you get money from the government involved in things, all it does is actually increase the cost. It may be to the individual. I'll give you a good example is as soon as the government got involved with student loans, the cost of education went through the roof. And it was because of the government money now subsidizing, they were able to raise it. The idea of what we need to find is how do we lower the cost of housing? And it's not by providing government money, it's just shifting the cost of it to the rest of the taxpayers, to the other people, when you have government subsidies for it. So from my perspective of limited government and the free market, we need to be look at those things that cost more for housing, not subsidizing the cost with taxpayer money. Sure, go ahead.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, thank you, sir. I agree that some of the programs that use money, whether federal, state, or local, to support below market housing are subsidizing households that could be served by the market. We are not against reforms that will reduce, for instance, the cost of land, speed of permitting, things like that. But if the cost of land was zero, those extremely low-income households, the neediest households in our community, which are also often seniors, people with disabilities, people who are at immediate risk of experiencing homelessness, you still can't serve those households. Those units will be losers unless the income will be raised, and those people still need homes. We're advocating for support from the public sector to serve those lowest income household needs, while understanding that the market can meet the needs of the majority of Texas households.
And I understand what you're saying. I so we just be careful that we keep in focus the role of government in it and not get carried away with thinking we can lower costs across the board with government subsidies and trust funds and things of that nature, and do it with our eyes wide open. Because too often we think, well, we'll set up a program where the government pays for it and then it's free. It's not. It just means everybody else pays for it. Just want to make sure everybody recognizes that. That's all. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And you can see that we have extended and spirited hearings here at the committee, because that's why all points of view get vetted, and only like Occam's razor does a good bill come out of this committee on one final molecule. But we appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Here, I'll call some names and turn it over. All right. Sammy Hooper, Amy Parton, Britta Wallace, and David Goswick. And the vice chairman has the gavel.
All right, we'll start on my right, your left. And if you'll state your name, who you represent, and tell us what we need to know.
Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Samuel Hooper. I'm an attorney and legislative counsel at the Institute for Justice, a national non-profit civil liberties law firm. We take particular interest in property rights, so we approach the housing crisis from very much a property rights standpoint. We have a number of solutions, which I think other people have already talked about. You know, we certainly support minimum lot size reform. Just personally, anecdotally speaking, when I was finishing law school, I lived in Houston in a townhouse in the River Oaks, Upper Kirby area, which was great, and the rent was under $2,000 a month because the smaller lot sizes there allow that. When I moved to Austin, obviously that was no longer possible. So I think reducing minimum lot sizes can be a very powerful tool in increasing housing availability. We also support reforming the valid petition reform, which unfortunately sometimes operates as a kind of veto where a very small number of homeowners within a large radius of a potential rezoning can thwart that and require a supermajority of city council members to then approve it. And I think one estimate we saw that that valid petition is responsible for impeding up to 50% of potential available housing just in Austin alone, where it's a particular problem. At the Institute for Justice, we very much also support other forms of missing middle housing, such as accessory dwelling units, duplexes, triplexes, and this is the kind of gentle density that doesn't disrupt the character of existing neighborhoods. Often they fit within the existing footprint of a building. You might just be subdividing internally, so you're not creating, you know, any of the concerns around surface runoff, you know, other such things. We support parking reform as well, removing parking minimums and other such things. Ultimately, we understand some of the concerns that people raise about preemption, but the housing crisis is very much a state and national level issue. It doesn't know bounds that are constricted by municipalities, and any reform we think really has to be at the state level to make a difference. As I say, we approach it very much from a property rights perspective, and when localities fall back on arguments about local government, we believe the best level of local government when it comes to housing is the individual property owner, and we should give them the rights to do what they want with their property. I'm very happy to answer any questions.
All right, we're going to finish the panel, then we'll come back to questions. Go ahead. State your name and
I'm Brita Wallace. I'm an infill developer, and I'm also a home builder in Austin. And I'm a board member of the Austin Infill Coalition, which is a 330-person builder group. Thank you for the chance to speak with you today. As someone building homes in Austin, I see firsthand that reducing regulatory barriers is essential to meeting the housing needs of Texans and protecting private property rights. First, let's talk about housing options for Texas families. Many families want to stay close to loved ones, not just under one roof, but within the same community. This means having grandparents, parents, and young adults living nearby, supporting each other and staying connected. However, current regulations often restrict the types of homes we can build, limiting options for families who want to live together in the same neighborhood, but may have different needs. For example, a younger family may want a larger yard, but grandparents may want something smaller and lower maintenance. Allowing builders to build a variety of types of homes respects property rights and gives Texans the freedom to create communities that keep families close. Next, the rezoning process in many Texas cities has become overly complex, adding years of delays, causing uncertainty, and driving up housing costs. The valid petition process is part of that complexity, but the regulatory labyrinth created by cities is another. Complexity means projects take longer and cost more. This is especially relevant where a rezoning is to allow for a residential project because we desperately need more homes of all price points in Texas. A recent report showed that Texas was 320,000 homes short in 2022. The shortage has been continually worsening in many major Texas cities. Simplifying rezoning would allow builders to get the homes Texans need built more quickly. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Can I have her 15 seconds? My name is Amy Ledbetter-Parham. I'm the CEO of Habitat for Humanity Texas. Thank you for having me. When Hurricane Harvey hit in 2017, Habitat was on the ground the next day. Houston Habitat was able to raise corporate funds, private funds, and use federal disaster management funds to create some capital. With that capital, they were able to create Robbins Landing, which is a mixed-use planned master community that has amenities and commercial space, all for at income levels below 80% of our working force folks in San Antonio. That access to capital has been a game changer for Houston Habitat. And that's what's needed to address this affordability crisis, because what we see at stress at any level of the housing market, from $1 million homes to the homeless, stress at any level causes stress to push downward toward our low-income Texans. So there isn't a free market approach to this because there's no profit. Our homes are sold based on the ability of somebody to pay, not based on what it actually costs. And Habitat for Humanity also has to buy land. They also have to buy construction materials. So it was a partnership that created Robbins Landing, and again, access to capital is what the game changer is. So our proposed solution is a revolving loan fund based on a loan fund in Minnesota that has shown a 3-to-1 multiplier effect. It's a fund that would be housed with the state at TDHCA. It's a $50 million fund. It would stay a $50 million fund as repayments come in. It's not a poof government giveaway because Habitat believes in a hand up, not a handout. Thanks. I got 8 seconds.
There you go. So you didn't even need the 50.
I didn't need it.
Go ahead.
For the record, I'm David Goswick out of Houston, and I'm here as an advisor to Texans for Reasonable Solutions and House X Labs. The American dream really is home ownership. And when we look at home ownership, a homeowner's net worth is typically about 40 times that of a renter. That's an important thing to consider. The second thing is that the Texas miracle is alive and with a strong heartbeat right now. But what jeopardizes it is if we cannot produce enough attainable housing, market rate driven, with private sector involvement, with using all the tools in the tool chest, it will stall. So I've been working in this space for about 40 years, working on major master plan developers. We worked with Mayor Lanier to the Homes for Houston program in Houston back in the mid-90s that carried on for about a decade. But I think that the real key to the solution of this is that we need a collective plan and vision, a goal that has a dream with a deadline. And so we've kind of taken it upon ourselves within our organization to write a white paper that calls for 500,000 new homes, additional new homes in the state of Texas over the next 10 years. And when you start, it sounds like an audacious number until you start looking at segment by segment of the market challenge and opportunity. So how would we do that? I think it would take publicly owned property, state-owned property, city-owned property, maybe school districts, GLO, other solutions. But the reality is, in order to deliver an attainable home, we need more lots, a whole lot more lots. They need to be smaller. The homes probably need to be smaller. We need to explore innovation in housing that makes housing more resilient, more sustainable, and really focus on lowering the total monthly cost of home ownership. So the homestead exemption, everything that we can do from an insurance, from reduced energy cost, et cetera, will lower that total monthly cost of home ownership, because a first-time home buyer typically is making that decision. They don't know what $300,000 means in a home. They understand what they can afford month to month. But I think that Senator Bettencourt is spot on that today's world, a starter home is really about a $300,000 home. We need to innovate to get to $250,000 and increase that supply. That will make homes attainable, is increasing the supply.
Thank you very much, and I totally agree. I've got 3 kids in their 20s, although I take that back. One just hit 30. But also blessed that they're all out of the house and working. But finding that first home for kids in that area, a $400,000, $450,000 house, some of the regs have to where it would be, just makes it unattainable. And you see a $250,000, $300,000 old used house pop up. I think I can't remember if the comptroller showed it or the gentleman from A&M. Those things are flying off the shelf. People are coming in and probably a lot of times bidding over what it even what the ask was, just to be able to get in there.
My middle son is a surgical tech in transplants of lungs and hearts and things like that. He can't afford a home.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't exist. So how do you work in the Texas Medical Center, and where can you buy a home? So he's a renter.
No, that is true. Senator Hall.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One or more of you mentioned regulations that increase the cost of housing. Give me some examples of what you think are government regulations that add to the cost of housing, other than lot size. We all know that's a no-brainer. But other than that, what regulations do we have out there that make a house more costly than it needs to be?
Requiring a rezoning for a home to be built in a zone that doesn't allow for houses, like a commercial or office.
I mean, how does that
You'd have to, if you were trying to build housing, you'd have to go through the rezoning process. So it drives up the cost for that housing to get
the cost of going through the process? Okay.
Cost and the time. So
The
like
time.
the cost
Yeah.
plus the time.
Okay.
And I would imagine the smaller the property, the more that cost, because you don't have, if you're not buying in a commercial area 50 acres where you could do something, and there's a lot big enough to build 2 houses, it's just, you can't pay the legal costs and the zoning costs to come in and be able to do that.
There's some, I didn't say regulatory, but some requirements to have 2-car garages make affordability an issue, or more parking than one single car parking. Sometimes the regulation to have a specific material or to prohibit a specific material is cumbersome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I very much agree with the minimum parking. That can be a big issue as well. And just anything that makes missing middle housing more difficult to build, or making it illegal in a lot of cases. We think that duplexes, triplexes, townhomes can be very good. So even if you're not splitting a lot necessarily, just allowing those different types of housing modes, which can be very attractive to certain people that don't necessarily need a single home with a yard. By requiring a single-family home on a large lot, essentially mandating a brick mansion in some cases, even in the inner core of a lot of cities, that means that the building costs are going to be exponentially higher, and the only house that can be built will be a very expensive house that's immediately out of reach for a lot of people, whereas a duplex, perhaps, or an accessory dwelling unit on the property of another house is affordable for a lot more people. Often people with elderly relatives that want to, not go into a care facility, perhaps, to stay within the care of their families, can move into an accessory dwelling unit, perhaps, which can be very good for people at all different walks of life. It's not just young families looking to start out, it's people the other end of the life spectrum as well, sometimes we have to look out for as well.
Have any of y'all found when you're looking at, there's just one or two vacant lots in a neighborhood that has an easement for some reason that just can't seem to get it to go away to be able to develop on it? Have you had challenges getting those easements removed?
It would have to be a real good price to even take that project on.
Okay. All right. On Habitat, I love what you guys do. I've always been, I think, for 30 years when I was with.
Come build with us. You don't have anything.
I did in Montana when I was with Trinity, so. But yeah, I would love to. And also, I like going to the restore shops. We've started giving our stuff there instead, but because I believe in the housing needs y'all are filling. Help me understand, because you said something made me wonder. When you buy materials to build a house, do you pay sales tax on those, or because you're a charity you don't?
Don't pay sales tax on them.
Okay. I was making sure. Wanted to double check that. Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you guys very much. We'll call our next panel up. Good. Elizabeth York, Todd LaRue, Robert Kimball, and O.C. Vest. And I hope I got that right. Okay, I don't know who we don't have.
Todd.
Todd has not.
I saw him walk out a few minutes
When
ago.
he comes back in, we'll pull him up with the next panel. We still got some room. Go ahead, kick us off.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth York, and I'm here on behalf of Johnson Development Corp. We build master plan communities in mostly the state of Texas, but some other states around the country. And to date, we're about to celebrate our 50th year in business, building residential communities. And we've built over 55,000 single-family homes to date. And part of building master plan communities, we have a variety of housing choices for people, starting from rental homes, multifamily apartments, starter houses, typical family, single-family residential units. We'll have townhouses. We also will have houses that are designed for older adults. Frequently, we'll have portions of our communities that are restricted for 55-plus seniors. And we really do want to have a variety of housing choices because Texans want variety in what they can pick. And the great thing about developing large-scale communities is we really can have a variety of choices. And we are here today to talk about the fact that a number of the regulations that are in effect can affect the housing affordability. And there was a question about specifically what kind of regulations are we talking about. They can be things, and it's the lack of uniformity of building codes. We're right now encountering a county that is looking to enforce 9-inch concrete pavement everywhere in their community, and they can't really justify what's the reason for that other than there's an engineer who thinks it's a good idea. And so we do frequently encounter things, and that will dramatically increase the cost of the paving. And it's those types of things that we encounter every day, and we're encountering it across the state. And so we would encourage you to reduce regulation and to make it where you can have more certainty in what you're going to be developing. For us, certainty in our execution of a community is critical because our communities can last up to 25 years for development, and so we need to know what the rules are. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Robert Kimball. I'm president of the Nehemiah Company and the Nehemiah Bells Foundation. We've been in the housing business either through my years in banking, actually in Houston with Allied Bank back in the 80s, and in the master plan business in North Texas for the last 25 years. I'm specifically, so much has been said today that I'd love to comment on, but not much time. So the two things that we have found to be so critical are districts and density. We did an experiment, I think largely because the city and the county had seen a development fail since the 80s. We did a 2,000-acre development of the Trinity River called Viridian. It's now 4,000 houses. It's $2 billion in value. It was very successful, but it is the most dense. It's the most value per acre they've ever seen in North Arlington. And we mixed all kinds of housing types. We have more lot sizes than you can imagine. We mix entry-level townhomes with custom homes, and it worked great. Without the tools that we were given by the county and the city through these district tools, and we had the hospital, the college district also participating, there's no way we would have been able to bring that to market or have anything affordable. So it was an experiment that worked. We got invited to go to the city of Crowley. They came to us and asked us to come and do one there. We were also in Tarrant County, so that made that really fast. Speed's super important. Some of the big regulation issues we have relative to speed that slow us down are substantial completion checklists that should take, 2 weeks, can take months. And that interest meter's running when you've got all this money out and we can't get lots finished or permits pulled. The new thing is tree ordinances. Where the cities are using tree ordinances, which is, and I love trees. We preserved hundreds of acres, but tree ordinances severely restrict density, grading, engineering solutions, and they don't, we plant and love to plant trees. And for redeveloping areas, it's a very difficult regulation. It's causing all kinds of problems for us. Very expensive. Time's probably the biggest regulatory problem because there's so much overhead involved in processing plats and running. And when you look at the overhead aspects and interest carry and cost of capital, people don't see that. They only think about concrete and pipe. But those costs on a 20-year, 25-year development amount to more many times than even the land costs substantially.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Go ahead, state your name and who you represent.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Senate Committee, my name is O.C. Vest. I'm a managing partner with Southridge Park. We're development consultants in the North Texas area. Again, just to say what Robert has said was there's been a lot of good commentary today, a lot of things I wanted to jump up and raise my hand because I could answer the question. But I want to focus on really one item today because of the shortness of time, which is water. And for years, we've had the luxury of having all the water we needed, and it really wasn't an issue. Well, it's an issue, and it's very quickly becoming the issue for development and to be able to get development performed in an efficient way where it can be cost-effective and affordable. There are some things in place in the North Texas area that have just been perfunctory for decades that we believe need to change in order to make this a more fair and more equitable distribution of the state's water, which is where that water actually belongs. The weaponization of water resources, cities are using water as leverage to force you to annex into their cities. One of the largest cities in Tarrant County actually has a written policy. You don't get water service from this city unless you annex your property into the city or have a development agreement to annex your property in. We think that is totally contrary to the ETJ opt-out bill that was a part of the big push in the last legislation session, which we very much appreciated. One of the bigger issues is stranded water resources. The largest city in Dallas County is controlling stranded water resources in the form of completed reservoirs that they will not allow other cities and other districts to share in those stranded resources. And to give you an idea of the magnitude of that, 2 of these reservoirs represents about 200 million gallons a day, which would equate to the water is necessary to support 160,000 homes and about 400,000 residents. It's a huge resource that is not being shared with the region, and we think that needs to change. Because of the water deficiencies in the area, we're starting to see regional providers start to pull back on existing agreements that they have with cities. One of the fastest growing cities in Collin and Denton County is almost out of water because their regional provider, their wholesale provider, has decided not to honor their decades-long contract any further. Now this city is forced at looking at a moratorium. They're looking at possible lawsuits because they've represented to builders and developers that water was available. Those are really the 3 kind of main things I want to make you aware of. These are just real-life examples that are happening in the Dallas-Fort Worth area today.
No, I appreciate that, OC, and I was sort of surprised water hadn't come up as one of these because I've heard some of those as well. So going back to one, I think the first one you were talking about, where you've opted out of the ETJ or how would you see that fix? What do you think would be a fix for that?
Yeah, the city, in most of these cases, the city has the water CCN for the area. They're obligated to serve that area for water. All of their water planning is designed to serve their certified area. They're certified by the state of Texas to serve that area. They have an obligation to do that, whether you're in the city or not. But what they want is they want to be able to control your development, to make you go through all these discretionary approvals where they can deny you for any reason or no reason. And it really puts the landowner at a disadvantage because he's now held hostage on what he can do with his land because he has to have water to develop his property. I think it's an unfair leverage point that the cities are using to force annexation and to force control of landowners' properties.
All right. And then on sort of the stranded water issue, I mean, sort of a possible solution you see on that one. I've heard from that, maybe these cities that don't have theirs should be able to use eminent domain to go after the big city who has it, it's not using it, and let the courts decide then, even if they had originally done it, as long as they're compensated.
There are provisions in the state code that says if you're a water rights holder and you don't use those water rights after a period of time, you lose them. Now, I understand, and I'm not an attorney, but I understand that some of these cities, some of these water providers believe that because they're a political subdivision of the state, they have an exemption from that rule. I'm not sure. But if there is an exemption for them and they are, leaning on that as a reason why they won't share that water, I think that would be a good change.
Well, especially when you're talking municipality to a municipality versus, a MUD going after that city from that standpoint. All right. Elizabeth, what's the housing price difference is based on lots with frontage?
So one of the things that I wanted to mention is if we have a discrepancy between, and I looked at several counties in Houston and Dallas, a 40-foot average home and a 70-foot, the delta that we've got currently is about $600,000. So some of those 70-foot houses are selling for $1.2 million. And the 40s can get closer to that $300,000 number that everyone's talking about.
Okay. Members, Bob, or Senator Hall. Sorry, I'm on the way out. I'm real casual. I've barely been through this time.
I'm glad you brought up the issue of water because it is a serious problem. In fact, if Senator Perry was on this panel, we'd be talking about that the rest of the afternoon, because he recognizes that we're growing so fast. Even what we have right now is not going to. And one of the things being considered is rainwater capture as a serious solution to augment taking care of the house foundations and yard in those areas that have water restrictions. That sounds like a good solution till you go over and say, well, what's that going to do to the cost of housing when you have that as a requirement? So we're faced with a number of things that we've got to trade off here while we're trying to figure out how to keep the cost of housing down. We've got other problems that are going to push the cost of housing up. Some of it not really big, but others that do. And I'm still interested in hearing more about other regulations that are out there that increase the cost of housing, because that's what we're going to have to look at. As you probably tell from my comments, I'm not a fan of government subsidies being a solution to lowering the cost of housing, because that's not what we're trying. That doesn't really lower the cost of housing. It just shifts who's paying for it. And so the things it really is, and then what you said about lot sizes, duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, and other things like that, certainly, make a difference. But if there are any other regulations out there that you can identify that we can look at, that some communities have far stricter regulations, almost down to the color you can paint your garage door. I know I've experienced that. Or they some come knock on your door if you've left your car parked in the driveway for more than 15 minutes at lunchtime. It reminds you need to have your car inside. Some of those are homeowners associations. Government has nothing to do with that. Most of those rather heinous things come from these homeowners associations more than they come from government in there. So we have to recognize that as in this changing world of other things like water availability is going to be serious, and it is going to have an impact. And the impact's going to be significantly different in the city areas than it is in the rural areas out there. So anyway, that's my comment.
Thank you. Senator Eckhart.
Thanks so much. I jumped in on this panel, so I'm sorry if y'all already covered this stuff, but very intrigued by what y'all were raising. With regard to the water, Mr. Vest, what you're describing is mostly in the Dallas-Fort Worth area?
Yes, ma'am. These are examples that I'm personally aware of.
So that's not my area. Central Texas may have a little bit of a different circumstance. So forgive me if I'm just not understanding. My understanding is that in Dallas County, it's almost entirely the city of Dallas. There's almost no no county unincorporated area in Dallas County, correct?
It's the largest city in Dallas County.
Correct. Yeah. And so the city of Dallas has a CCN for water and wastewater in its bounded area. Is that the entire county of Dallas or just the city limits of the city of Dallas?
I haven't examined their maps, but it's generally their city limits, and ETJ is typically the boundaries of their water CCN. Some cities don't even have a wastewater CCN.
So as you're well aware and you stated, CCNs have to provide water and wastewater if that's part of their charge inside their boundaries, but they get to have regulations in order to manage their supply against their expected demand, correct?
That's my understanding, yes, ma'am.
So what of their regulatory regime is of particular, I suppose where I'm going here is I can understand a CCN not wanting to and choosing not to serve an area outside their boundaries because they're trying to manage their water supply. And I know the city of Dallas is talking about piping in water from East Texas.
This is water that was appropriated from the state.
Well, what water isn't appropriated from the state that's surface water?
All water is.
Right.
And so they have the water rights on it, and they have not produced that water for over a decade.
When you say not produced that water, you mean not allocated that water for use?
That's correct.
But we are seeing incredible percentage population growth, are we not?
Not in Dallas, no ma'am. They've actually had population decrease over the last census.
Interesting. I did not know that. With regard to a regional water regulatory authority, what would you recommend being created? I mean, there's the North Texas COG up there, which is already an existing regional entity. Would you suggest going with the NCT COG?
There already is the Texas Water Development Board that is in charge of appropriating water for all the different areas of Texas. The Dallas-Fort Worth area is part of what's called Region C. And the new master plan.
Well, now I'm going to push back on you. The regions are not about appropriating water. They're about basically measuring it. I don't believe regions actually purchase water.
They don't purchase water. They allocate water resources to areas. In other words, if you're in an area, then you'll be served by the water resources from this regional provider or this local provider. That's what the Texas Water Development Board, one of the functions that they do. They do a lot of things, but that's one of the functions they perform. That update of the master plan for Region C is currently underway right now. We think that the timing is good with the legislative session about to start, that there could be suggestions that there be changes in order to address these stranded resources.
I do want to, I'd like to work with you more on this. We do have a serious water problem. It's a supply and demand problem, and I grow concerned about demands for extending services without having a serious conversation about supply and the necessary statewide infrastructure to assure our supply.
I agree with that. There's most certainly the cost of water in the Dallas-Fort Worth area is going to rise. There's no question about that. It's more expensive to develop water resources. It's more expensive to convey that. And as we get more efficient with water, even into water reuse, which is something we haven't really done yet in the North Texas area on a large scale, that's further going to drive up the cost of water, but it'll help with our water resources. I think the first effort we really need is to look at what water resources we have and make sure that we're efficiently and fairly distributing those.
I could not agree with you more. It needs to be effective, efficient, and fair. Our economies of scale have to be recognized. The economies of scale for developing water resources for a 40-acre development versus the economies of scale in developing water, wastewater for a city of 5 million have to be looked at. I really appreciate you raising the water issue with regard to affordability.
Sure, and happy to work with anybody on the committee that would like to have further conversations about that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. And appreciate the panel. We'll call up the next panel. But first, y'all can leave. Okay, but first, we're going to surprise the vice chairman. That's right. Because this is the last time he has the gavel. So we're going to, you want to try it out one time or whatever?
There we go.
Okay, well, that's the big gavel.
Yeah.
Now, you're going to get a token of appreciation from the committee for being a great vice chairman. And more importantly, we want you to take this back with you, that whenever you get into a business meeting or whatever else, you need to restore order, you'll have your own gavel. So with that, I want to be able to hand over this gavel to my vice chairman. And if everybody would give him a big hand, I appreciate it. Senator Drew Stringer, vice chairman, Senate Local Government Committee, 88th Legislature. Speech. Oh, there you go.
I got to get a mark on it. There we go. Make it look good. No, it has been an honor to be on this committee. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. The two sessions. It's maybe it's a sign of our minds not being all there that we're so into this, but it's important stuff. I mean, we talk about people and their taxes being able to afford to live in their houses. We see taking care of the vast growth of 1,000+ people a day moving to Texas, and And being a part of this committee has been one of the highlights of my 12 years. So thank y'all very much.
Comments from the rest of your colleagues. I forgot to do opening comments this morning. I was saving it for this, the senior partner.
Now you got to go live with all these laws you've passed.
Hey-o, live with the laws. Okay, Bob set the bar high.
I wish Congress had to do
Who's
that.
next? Come on, Tan, you can try to do.
Well, Mr. Vice Chairman, you know how much we love you, and Lydia, and just wish you all the very best in life going forward. Thank you for your fabulous service, not just this committee, but to Texas all these years. And we know you're going to do great things in the business world, and you know we're only a phone call away. So thank you again for all you've done, all the sacrifice that you and your family have made for so many years to serve Texas, and know much we cherish you and look forward to being in touch regularly. So God bless you, my friend. All the best to you and the family.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Tan.
Absolutely, brother.
Sarah.
I'm going to miss your willingness to work across the aisle. That is, I fear, diminishing in this building. I'm going to miss your zeal for finding actual solutions and putting policy above politics, putting integrity above politics. You will be deeply missed, Drew.
Thank you very much, Senator. Appreciate that.
Okay, Angela.
Well, I just want to wish you and Lydia the very, very best. I know that the last few years have been very challenging as you've been serving, and I know it's really challenging with relationships with family and everything. And I just hope that you really enjoy your time together, and I just want to encourage you to really make it count. And give her a hug for me.
We definitely will. We're already trying to figure that one out. So we spent from Halloween till Monday at the beach in Florida. So we are started to do some traveling. So yes, thank you. And with the new grandkid, he was over last night, and so I had a birthday last week, and finally got to that spot where when all your kids and grandkids show up for your birthday, it's the biggest present you could get, as you well know. So.
Well, and since you married up, I think Lydia knew that answer before you did. And more importantly, Drew, you've been a great vice chair, great knowledge, and this committee is well known for solving problems. And so, as one of our best problem solvers, we'll miss you. But for the rest of the hearing, I just want to point out, if you would grab your chair, we now have two gals. Don't mess with the chair or the vice chair the rest of this hearing, all right? Otherwise, it's going to be double trouble. But more importantly, let's give Drew a big hand and wish him well. Live long and prosper, my friend. Okay, brief recess. Now we're back. Where were we?
Last panel.
Last panel. Lauren Rose, Cynthia Stammer, and Vance Ginn.
And if Todd made it back.
The doctor is last. Lauren is first, or Cynthia, whoever gets there first. Good. LBB. Was that many people have signed up? Yes, sir. We have it. Why are they not registering?
They didn't register on the kiosks. Pull out cards and
Okay.
We have all those.
Yeah, well, that's fine. 30 minutes. Go ahead. Give them word.
He's in here.
Yeah, he is.
Lauren, Cynthia. Do we have Lauren or Cynthia here still?
This is the three we have on the electronic. We've got some manual cards we're calling, so everybody.
I think you're going to have a paper card now as well. Sorry about that. Lauren Rose, Director of Public Policy at Texas Network of Youth Services. We are a network of youth services providers who serve youth in foster care, youth and young adults experiencing homelessness, and families and youth who are in other vulnerable populations. When you're thinking about housing affordability, affordable housing, et cetera, we're here today to ask you to think about youth and young adults. They have very different housing needs, but without affordable housing, they experience homelessness. at high numbers. Particularly youth aging out of foster care, 1 in 4 youth who leave foster care will experience homelessness by age 21. Sorry, ran in quickly. But also youth and young adults who have experienced conflict at home and who've been kicked out of their homes, don't have familial supports, need housing as well. But what we have learned is that landlords, housing developments do not want to rent to young adults because they don't have that co-signer on the lease, and they need extra incentives. And so we're here to ask to make sure that when you're thinking about this population, that we're incentivizing low-income housing developers and landlords to accept youth and young adults as renters, whether that is through additional funding for deposits or incentives when proposing developments. And that's what I have.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Glad you caught your breath by the end. It's an interesting stat about 1 out of 4. I did not know that.
And that's a low stat. Some people, if you get into like up to 25, it's usually about 50% have experienced homelessness.
No, that's double trouble then.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, doctor.
All right. Chairman Betancourt, members of the committee, my name is Dr. Vance Ginn. I'm representing myself. I'm president of Ginn Economic Consulting. I work with a lot of think tanks and everything, but and it's a pleasure to be with all of you today. Congratulations on your elections and all that fun stuff. Some of the things I want to talk about today was a lot of the home ownership issues are actually out of Washington that you don't necessarily have control over. Maybe we'll see some changes here soon. But when you think about inflation coming from the Federal Reserve's actions, you think about some of the other tax breaks and incentives that are given are more at the federal level. But what can you do at the state and local level, I think, is really focus in on the zoning regulations that have been talked about, especially at the local level, how high that apartment buildings can be, other types of regulations. But another thing that'll be looked at here are the licensing that goes on with the different folks who are working, right? So if you think about land, labor, capital, the different things that go into building a home, you also think about a lot of those occupational licenses that drives up the price and the cost than otherwise, and instead allow for markets to work. Milton Friedman, the late great economist, said that don't judge a policy by its intentions, but by its results. And too often we see that a lot of these programs are well intended, but the results just aren't there, especially when we're thinking about housing, whether it be for homeowners or renters or business owners in the process. And the other thing is I know you're going to talk about this more in the next part of this, but I think it's hard not to talk about the high cost of housing without talking about property taxes. And we've got to continue to find ways to restrict the amount of increases in property taxes over time. And one of the charts that I put here that I've updated since we talked about a month or so ago, Chairman Betancourt, was on the latest comptroller data that I didn't have at the time. But school districts went down 10.1% from the amount that was put last session, but special districts up 7.7% for last year in 2023, 10.9% by counties and 9.5% by cities. So total property taxes went down 1%, but there's still substantial increases across the board. And so I think that expanding what happened in 2019 with SB2 would be really important moving into this session and finding ways to continue to reduce those property taxes. So I'll leave it there, but I'm glad to answer any questions you may have.
No, thanks, Dr. Ginn. I have been trying for 5 years, as you know.
Yes.
So maybe the 6th year is the charm on
Let's hope.
with SB2, the first SB2.
Yeah, true.
19. And I appreciate the updated chart because that's the actual information. So
yes, sir.
And I'm glad that we've got it now. So because that's $81 billion, substantial by level of taxation by any measurement. All right, thank you both.
Thank you.
For this, and I will call up everyone as fast as I can. You have to be present to win. Elena Carnahan. Elena. David Billings. I saw David here. I know he's here. Okay, good. All right. Jay Mason.
Frequent flyer.
Right. And John Borna. Or Bunra?
I've got a special handwriting, I understand.
No, I was going to say, boy, your handwriting is almost as bad as mine. But anyway, congratulations. You could be a chairman too, all right? Elena, state your name, who you represent.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Lena Carnahan, and I represent the Real Estate Council of Austin, a trade association of nearly 2,000 commercial real estate industry members. I'm here today to briefly share some of the ongoing issues we face on affordability and some ideas for improvement. Our members are most heavily impacted by three things: onerous regulations, high development fees, and very slow approval processes. In terms of regulations, it's historically been very difficult to build the types of missing middle housing that big cities need. We can build giant single-family homes and giant apartment complexes, but nothing in between that. And so unlocking more types of development in more parts of the cities will give people the option to choose. You've heard this multiple times, but let the free market work. Additionally, sky-high development fees in Austin and other cities kill projects on the front end, and for those that do get built, are huge expenses for the people who eventually move in, driving up rents and sales prices. It's not uncommon for development fees in Austin on multifamily projects to be over $20,000 a unit, which gets passed directly on to the end user. New development is burdened with more than its fair share of costs, and we need to manage that better. Finally, y'all have started to address this, but we have a very slow approvals process. It often takes up to 3 years between plan and move-in, and when we're looking at an affordability crisis, that is way too long of a timeline. So this session, it'd be great to see movement on allowing more types of residential development in more parts of town. Really low-hanging fruit, anywhere an office building can be built, let's be able to build residential as well. Additionally, we've heard a couple times already, the minority veto via petition rights on new development needs to be balanced. Of course, legitimate petition rights are great, but as soon as it starts killing tons and tons of projects, as we've seen in Austin, that gets to be a problem. The Texas Miracle is built on a foundation of housing that people can afford, and you'll have a great opportunity this session to keep that going. Thank you.
Lena, if we had excess capacity in commercial office buildings, and we could cut through some red tape, and if it was, would that be something y'all be interested in building in?
Yes, I will say there's limited application for that based on you probably have to rip everything out and put more water capacity
No, I know
in.
it's a big boy rental problem. I agree. Right.
But as many options as we can get, we will say yes to.
And your number one recommendation is time, right? Because it takes 3 years to do something, no amount of of speed with that hold is going to change anything. True.
I would say time, but in terms of things that are easier for y'all to manage, I would say that residential development in commercial areas is probably a bit more low-hanging fruit that'll have immediate results.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Lena.
Yep.
David, your turn.
My name is David Billings. I'm the mayor of Fayette, Texas, and thank you for allowing me to be here today and speak real quickly. We do recognize that we have affordable housing problem and a crisis in the state of Texas, but I think the question is who decides the character and the makeup of the city itself. And our citizens believe that belongs in the hands of local residents and elected officials that they elected. So we're asking that no legislation would truly not strip away our rights toward the citizens and our residents have input to the zoning processes and have input to what's being built in the city and how it's being built. There is a balance here between the property rights of an owner and the rights of a citizen to build their city. The city of Fayette, we have created that balance with a 300-acre development that we worked hard with the builders, public, planners, and the city council to approve it. It has mixed-use housing, apartments. It also has commercial development. We're about to announce 25 acres of new commercial development in the next 2 or 3 weeks. So there is a way of doing this correctly and balancing without overreach from the state. And MUDs, gets me fired up, but just a quick point on MUDs is a couple of things. I think we need an open and honest conversation about MUDs. Tate's testimony was slanted one way. They did not tell you about the other problems that MUDs create. For example, the MUD boards will not pay for first responders. They want free fire calls. They want free police calls. As Senator Hall would say, that's a tax shift. Your city burns from the MUD residents to the residents of the city sitting right next to it. That is a problem. Water connections. We all prove that we have a water problem, but we also have to think about how the water connections are being allocated. When a MUD comes in and says, I want water connections now, the city has to take into account the CCN what's been allocated and entitled already. So it's not as easy to say, hey, the cities are doing that. One quick, I know, Tim Betancourt, you love debt. So the $12 billion in debt approved this last election, $7 billion was for MUDs.
Okay.
Out of the 7 billion, a lot was by one voter. One voter, okay? They're creating debt for future generation or housing, putting up debt burden on future housing, causing the rise of affordable housing. So I think that's really important that we understand and have that conversation about both sides of the city side, the county side, and the developer side, and there has to be a solution in between. Senator Springer, thank you for your service. I know we've had great conversation. You've been generous with your time with me, and I appreciate that. So thank you. I'll take questions if needed.
Good. Thank you, David. Go ahead.
All right. Chairman Betancourt and committee members, my name is John Benora, and I'm a policy analyst with the Texas Public Policy Foundation. I think we've pretty much covered a lot of this in these conversations today, but obviously the reason why housing has become out of reach for so many Texans is the issue of scarcity. Overburdensome regulations have created this essentially artificial scarcity and has priced a lot of potential home buyers out of the market. Near the end of last year, I published just an observational study of the top 5 metros and found that the cities that had stricter regulations, more specifically when it comes to minimum lot size, had less attainable housing, essentially 1-to-1. So, I looked at Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, Houston, San Antonio, and as you see lower minimum lot size requirements, you had a lower median housing price as well. Recently, there have been some pro-development policies here in Austin that have led to rents falling about $220 from where they were last year per month, which translates, to renters and and families into maybe an extra bill paid or some groceries they can buy. But mostly, I think solving this problem is a free market property rights issue. It doesn't require too much government intervention. In fact, the best options, are these free market principles. The recommendations that we have going forward for the 89th legislature would be essentially revisiting SB 1412 that Senator Springer helped almost get through last session. Revisiting the minimum lot size bill, SB 1787, with maybe a couple tweaks.
Sure.
And then allowing for mixed.
What tweaks, John?
Well, we're looking at maybe instead of opt out, opt in.
Okay, I understand. Sure. Okay.
Right. I've been to a bunch of meetings and I've heard a lot of concerns about those kinds of things.
Sure, I agree. Right.
About essentially meeting people halfway there.
Right.
But as to your point, I'm actually in the middle of some research for office to residential conversion, and as we hear from the other witnesses testifying here, that mixed commercial and residential use. Essentially, it's about clearing government overregulation to allow for more supply and allow for
right, because you have physical constraints of what the building type is, and many buildings, are not easily converted. Then you also have properties like the Rice Hotel that were originally converted the other direction and then back to loft. So there's a lot of granularity here on both sides.
Yeah.
Right. And with all these bills, there's going to be, meetings in the middle as to get good public policy.
Oh yeah, definitely. I just whenever I listen to the individual city council hearings on these regulation reforms, you hear about people who essential workers who are unable to fulfill the services needed for cities in the urban core areas. I remember listening to an Austin City Council hearing where there was a doctor that said that they couldn't fill their radiology department, which is a very essential service in a hospital, because their employees weren't able to afford to live in that core area near the hospitals.
They're radiologists.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
It does kind of limit the ability to run the equipment, right?
I would assume so. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Questions?
One question.
Sure, Senator Eckhart.
Mr. Benora, I'm really glad that you're here. So you're not really talking about free market. You're talking about different regulation from the current regulation. It's still regulation. You still want lot sizes, opt-ins, mixed use, those are all regulations. You just want them to be different, which is fine. I do too.
No, right. Ideally, I'm from Houston. We have, the no use zoning. I mean, we do have deed restrictions. We have HOA agreements, things like that. But essentially, ideally, if it's not a danger or a nuisance, it should, essentially, you can't tell someone what to do with their property. However, there is that practicality of meeting people where they are. So
Well,
that we
that's
can
why
actually-
you also have HOAs off the charts in Houston and Harris County, because with the lack of zoning, the developer does the zoning for Houston inside the HOA and the HOA regs.
Yeah, when I was looking at when I was conducting my research initially, I found that even with that being true, the lower regulations in Houston, while there was an upward increase in housing price and property values, it was much more resilient than in the other major metros that I was looking at.
I would be very interested to see your research, as I always am with TPPF.
Awesome. I'd love to get
And
that.
I really love taking a good hard look at it.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I do believe that what you're saying is not free market, it's just different regulation. And I agree with you on that. And I'd like to work with you on the kind of regulation that would be most appropriate. But let's call it what it is. It is regulation. It's not free market. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Senator
Thank you,
Parker.
Chairman. Appreciate you all being here. Elaine, just a question, really to follow up on something that Chairman Bettencourt asked about earlier. I know your message is, basically take these areas that are currently zoned for commercial and utilize them, repurpose them, so to speak, for residential. I get that. But specific to conversion of existing commercial buildings to being residential townhomes or apartments, what have you, it sounded like your concern, obviously, is just the cost of those projects. Do you have any data that shows that those are, in aggregate, more expensive? And to me, it's all about the buy, right? I mean, in terms of what you're able to get that property for. But just curious if you can elaborate your thoughts there on that a little further.
I definitely think there are instances where it will work. However, because of the layout of certain office developments, office buildings, there's not a lot of light except for on the exterior. There's usually one restroom, up and down vertically in the middle. So it is sometimes just logistically difficult to repurpose. If you do it, lofts, rice lofts was a great example. It absolutely is possible, just not in every case. So I wouldn't want to treat it as a silver bullet, but absolutely, let's put everything on the table.
It's just property by property would be unique, obviously. You have to just take it and see what it costs to go and retrofit. But okay,
Absolutely.
so let's just see if there's anything inherently structural that was concerning, but there's not. You just
Not necessarily.
talk about some of those logistical issues.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Appreciate y'all being here. Dave, good seeing you again. Thank you.
Let me make one comment. Elena, you had the cost. And I think sometimes people don't comprehend this because I think the chairman brought it up when he was talking about people know what they're going to pay. That $20,000 development fee on a unit is about $125 a month for 10 years. And that's about what's, to cover that. So that's how much their rent had to go up because of that fee.
And I would say that's even a conservative estimate because if you're paying city development fees, you usually have to pay them on the front end, which means you have to carry the loan
Carry it.
costs throughout
Yeah,
the
right.
process. So that will go up even more.
Yeah, and you usually are looking to make more, very few people are loaning at 6%. So, yeah, that's exactly right.
Very few.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good testimony. Okay, who is left? Here we go. I can't tell the first name, but the last name is Shelton. I think this is David, is it Kirkerman? Charles Scoma and Amy, and no, Amy's here because she was, okay, okay. Right, okay. And I think is it Caroline? Kaylin, very good.
Thank you, Chairman.
You didn't go to A&M, so
Not
so
that
how
I
did
know
you
of.
print like this? No, I'm just joking. Yeah, as an Aggie, I can make those jokes. Kaylin, go.
My younger brother's an Aggie, so
Okay,
maybe it
good.
runs in the family.
My older brother's an Aggie. Everybody in my family's an Aggie. I married up to an Aggie, so you have the floor.
Laterally.
Right. State your name, who you represent.
So, thank you, Chairman, committee members. I'm here as a private citizen, and I just want to go ahead and thank you guys for the opportunity to be able to be here today and speak to the issue of affordable housing or housing attainability in Texas. At the risk of restating what we've been hearing for the last several hours in testimony, only about, or I'd say less than 25% of homes sold in Texas are actually attainable to median income earners in Texas. So, and what I would also like to point out is that, statistical averages are also very misleading. So when we look at statistical averages for rent, we're actually not properly identifying where rent is at for most Texans. So the median rent for most Texans is $1,900, which is almost neck and neck with median mortgage rates, median monthly mortgage rates, including escrow and all of those things. So the issue is just as bad in the rental market. And I'll just go ahead and get to my recommendations now.
Sure.
So I won't restate, minimum lot sizes. Of course, I think that the state should mandate all counties take a good, long, hard look at their minimum lot size requirements, because these policies were instituted, they're antiquated at this point. They were instituted post-World War II for a world that looks completely different than the world we have today. But I would also like to point out a very important aspect, or proof, I should say, that this is desirable to taxpayers. So the biggest advantage to reducing minimum lot sizes from a tax basis is that you're actually broadening your tax base on the same plot of land. So you can achieve, if not exceed, the same tax revenues in a specific tax district, while when you broaden the amount of buildings or types of uses that are allowable on any given plot of land. And also, importantly, as many of the other testimonies mentioned, or at least recently, water. The delivery of city services is a very expensive thing. In fact, it makes up about a third of city budgets on average nationally. So reducing minimum lot sizes and allowing for a lot more density, especially in our urban areas, has the effect of drastically reducing the cost of delivering city services. And that's water, that's emergency services, electricity, all those things. So in closing, of course, this is not news to us as Americans, but Texas has the opportunity to continue to drive the legislation for housing affordability. And thank you for allowing me my time to address this issue.
Thank you, Michelle, for coming. Appreciate it. Amy.
Hey guys, Amy Headkey, here representing myself. As far as housing goes, for anyone who has not been to the Mobile Loaves and Fishes Community First Village, I urge you to go there and walk their facility and see their homes as a free market solution to housing options for the homeless. I do agree with Senator Hall regarding government subsidies increasing costs, and do not recommend that the state throw more money at a problem. Property rights. I agree with that very first speaker, Mr. Mayor Guy, about limiting what cities can do. They weaponize code enforcement and development to degrees that should be limited to HOAs. Local ordinances restricting short-term rentals is a property rights problem also. Anything you can do to rein in that sort of stuff would be helpful. Meanwhile, I encourage everyone else who has concerns with this to start block walking weekly in your towns and get on council to address that on your local dais. I also encourage folks to start implementing serious rainwater harvesting practices and for the state to stay out of people's way on that. I will echo the recommendation of others online to pass strong legislation next session in regards to a squatter bill. Adverse possession. 5 states have already passed legislation to address increasing cases of this: Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, and West Virginia. Texas property owners at this point in time have very little rights if a squatter takes over their property. There are over 549 cases just in the Dallas area. Home insurance. I know several property owners who have their property paid off but can't afford insurance due to property tax costs. One of the biggest threats to property rights is from a lot of your shady local electeds overtly electioneering via informational campaigns. We watched school districts across the state capitalize on the expanded homestead exemption as an opportunity to pass bonds invaders using the talking point and charts of, if this measure passes, your taxes will be lower than they were 2 years ago. Well, no kidding. Each of these property tax increase measures hit renters and those on fixed incomes the hardest. Those properties are not subject to homestead exemptions and have different values caps. As to free market principles versus different types of regs, many of us prefer to see true free market principles allowed to flourish. But when we have people who refuse to agree to that, we look at compromise language, but rest assured, we do not want that different regs compromise. That's it for me on this charge.
Thank you, Amy. That's why those issues have the words, "This is a property tax increase."
Oh, it doesn't really mean that, though. You don't understand.
I know, I've had those discussions too. Yes, it really does mean that, Amy. Thank you for your persistence on this subject. Okay, go ahead, state your name and you represent.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Senators. My name is Charles Scoma. I'm a Speaker Pro Tem for the Texas Silver-Haired Legislature. I'm here as your representative. As you know, the Texas Silver-Haired Legislature was established 40 years ago to represent older Texan issues for both the Senate and the House. And we had our legislative session here in the Capitol back in May, and we came up with 64 resolutions that are being promoted to House representatives and senators for the inclusion in bills. We have two that are addressing the issue that you're discussing today, which are affordable housing. I won't go into the details of them because they're in the legislative report that each of your offices should have received. But one on issue number 37, our resolution number 37, deals basically with the issue of affordable housing in terms of I'm just going to read the resolution. The resolve that the 20th Texas Silver-Haired Legislature recommends that the 89th Texas Legislature accelerate additional tax credit incentives for developers and additional funding for the Texas Development, Housing, and Community Affairs that specifically targets housing for low-income and older Texans. That's one of the resolutions, and there's documentation and data that supports that recommendation. The second resolution that we have is dealing with affordable rent in housing. You, as a committee and as a legislative body, approved the homestead exemptions and also the tax reductions last time, but nothing was provided for renters except for the circuit breaker provision that was provided for 20% for the next 3 years. We are experiencing a great deal of increase, as you've heard today, in terms of value, which transfers into rental rates as well as insurance rates and so forth that we've talked about here today. We are recommending that we have a 10% cap on appraisal valuations as far as investment or rental properties, and there are some provisions that we are recommending for that as well, because the landlord or the investor has no way of projecting their tax obligations until they get the appraisal valuations. So we are seeing a great deal of increase in valuations, and we also see, as a result, increases in taxes. So I'm here to answer any questions that you might have, but your legislative report has a lot of the details in it. So.
All right, well, thanks, Charles. Appreciate it. Glad you guys are back because we've missed you for a while. And the circuit breaker is the 3-year constitutional provision, so we'll be having some good data on that because that is without the fact that school finance, you can do things and then have the state pay for it, okay, like a 2.5% limit, and then we make up the difference, which has really made a difference on property tax collections for local taxpayers. Now, the good news for you is your over 65 bills as values, because your value effectively is frozen between your levy, but we have uncoupled the rate. So as the rates are compressed, all over 65 bills, wherever they are, will go down, and they'll basically unfreeze and then refreeze lower, unfreeze, refreeze lower for as long as you own the home. Even Mr. Quintero didn't know that one, but that's because he's about half our age and didn't realize what benefits he'd have to being an over 65 homeowner's already paid a lifetime of taxes. James. So anyway, Charles, I want to make sure you spread that word too, because that's a little known codicil of Uncle Paul's bills that the public actually approved in May of 2022 by, I want to say, a 6-1 vote by 87%.
They can move them down, so let's take it with them.
Right, and as this soon to be over 65 knows you can move and downsize and take it with you. Okay.
Well,
Portable.
As an 85-year-old, I've had the opportunity to experience that and appreciate that considerably. I'm retired as a former mayor of Northwestern Hills. I was there from the 88 and 80s and the 90s and saw a great deal of development in that area. But we took on, after my retirement, I took on a community neighborhood in the next adjoining town, which is Haltom City, and we bought up 33 properties to demonstrate how to revitalize an older neighborhood. And they are all investment properties, but they're all rental properties at sub-market rates. We experienced 100 to 400% increases the last two appraisals, not this one, but the previous appraisal district values. And we could not afford to pass that increase on to renters because these were all sub-market rental rates. We also had the increase in insurance that affected us. This year, we got a 20% increase across the board on every property. So that 20% that was intended to be a maximum was what they used as the appraisal value. All 33 of the properties that we had increased 20%.
Would you send all that information to this man behind me, because I'm going to be fascinated with that random selection of a number for an appraised value.
I'll send it to Ross because I've worked with.
Well, I say Ross is just as good. And I also want to say, I do want to say that if all of our presidents at age 85 can be this clear thinking, we would be in an excellent condition in this country.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your service.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Chairman, could I ask a couple of questions of this panel? Fine. I'll talk to you all later.
All right.
Reach out.
Cocktail talk later. All right, because we have more and more people have been signing up here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
But you can go over, huddle right next to Senator Eckhart if she wants you. She has an extra chair. Emily Dove, Brendan Griffin, and then on deck I've got two Ags, Benjamin Crockett and Cade Coppinger. They're still here.
Call him up on deck too.
Is Mark here? I don't see him. I don't see Mark, so we'll okay. Okay, Emily, state your name, who you represent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Emily Dove here, representing Texas 2036. I am greatly appreciative of this committee's work to improve housing affordability, particularly your efforts to increase supply of housing, as we know that is the best way to improve affordability. I'd like to bring two proposals to your attention that I have not heard yet today. The first is to eliminate minimum house size requirements. This committee is very familiar with the negative externalities of minimum lot size requirements. You may not know that a lot of cities stack on a minimum square footage for single-family homes as well. These minimums are a problem. They set an effective floor on house prices. So all of that discussion of the absence of starter homes, well, this proposal could address that. We know that homes are trending smaller. All of the inventory and new homes as well are getting smaller. Elm Trails in San Antonio is a really good example of that. They offer homes between 330 and 660 square feet for sale under $200,000. So there is a market demand for those smaller homes. The second suggestion is to allow the construction of single-stair buildings. Single-stair buildings are small multifamily buildings that can fit on smaller lots. They use their land really efficiently.
These buildings are largely prohibited by the International Building Code, which is a bit of a misnomer. The International Building Code is only used here and in Canada. These buildings provide an additional opportunity for Texans to stay in their neighborhoods through all phases of life, they're really a well-proven building typology, but nevertheless would be quite innovative here, and would definitely get us some more of those missing middle units.
And I guess you missed this morning when I kept bringing up sizes of square feet.
Oh,
minimum
yeah.
Standards. So yes, I agree with you on that. That is a challenge in there that when we see those. So
we're unlikely to be adopting international building codes either as well. But the ones we have in Texas are certainly the ones that we'll stay with. Thank you for your testimony. All right, Brendan, talk to me.
Thank you
Name
to the
first.
chair and the committee. My name is Brennan Griffin. I'm the deputy director at Texas Appleseed. We're a data-driven nonprofit working at the crossroads of policy, advocacy, and the law to improve the lives of Texans. I won't reiterate everything that you've already heard. I'll keep it short. But I think that there's a couple points I just really want to emphasize. The providing more support and subsidy to the lowest income Texans complements the issues around to deregulating and making it easier to build housing in more places. Folks like Habitat for Humanity will be able to build more houses for the kinds of subsidies that they already have available if they're able to, if the regulations allow it. And so I think that a lot of these solutions that we've already been hearing and talking about will really help the providers of affordable housing as well as the market rate housing. We also have a lot of research coming out pretty recently really showing that a lot of the concerns about gentrification and building new housing in existing neighborhoods are pretty overblown, and that those new buildings are actually bringing rents down, even in the local area, not just in the whole metro area, compared to if nothing had been built there. And so there's already a lot of research showing that sort of metro-wide housing cost goes down as you build more. This is showing that even in that local area, this is this can combat just regular market rate housing. Building more of it can combat gentrification and combat displacement. So
that is an Aggie principle that I agree with.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, gentlemen from A&M, Cade, Benjamin. I figure those two well-dressed Aggies in the back. I was never this well-dressed at A&M that I remember. Okay. So, gentlemen, what brings you here from College Station?
Well,
Name, who you represent?
I'll go first. Thank you, Chairman Betancourt and members of the committee. My name is Cade Coppinger, and I'm the student body president of Texas A&M. Here to speak on behalf of the 80,000 fighting Texas Aggies.
Whoop, whoop.
Howdy, I'm Ben Crockett. Yes, I'm related to David Crockett. No, I didn't bring my coonskin cap up from College Station, but I work with Cade and the Student Government Association, and we wanted to share a little bit about College Station and their housing policy, and perhaps offer a solution that the state legislature could look into.
I'll start us off. So basically, we have a higher education housing affordability crisis in College Station. We're seeing students, obviously, that we're seeing the increase in pricing of just overall education, but the housing prices have been increasing, as we've heard all day today as well. But just to show you the supply problem that we've been having, you're booking rentals a year in advance, or even more than a year in advance. If you're a person in College Station, these college students have no clue what their income is going to be the following year. And so when you're looking at this, the best way to result with that is increasing with your roommates and being able to distribute that cost. But the problem and the barrier we've run into is the city of College Station and many other cities in the state restrict via a occupancy restriction on familial or relatedness status. And so in College Station, you will see no more than 4 unrelated guests, or even no more than 2 in some areas, unrelated folks that can live together in one dwelling unit. This has created a massive pricing crisis that we've seen with students, and they are having lots of issues with the city and worrying about whether they are going to be kicked out of their housing if this is an investigation that's put into them. And so we are advocating for a solution that would just prevent these occupancy restrictions, because we're seeing students who are in 6-bedroom houses and the city is asking them to put 2 college students in them. And obviously that would create a pricing problem that we're talking about and just the affordability issues that we're seeing. And the simple solution that we're hoping to bring to the table is just preventing occupancy restrictions on the familial or relatedness status and how we can move forward with that in the future. That's what we
Kate,
have today.
I'm going to give you bonus time here. Okay, so just so Benjamin, you can hold a second. All right, so to understand, is this College Station or is this Bryan?
Yes.
Both?
Yes.
Okay. Now, they are, if 4 unrelated people are in a house, okay, for lack of a better description, that is not meeting the code requirement?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And now, did you all do research on me? Do you know who I am or anything about me?
Yes, sir.
We do.
Okay. Now, as a class of 80, I hate to even ask what y'all's class is. What's your class?
25.
Yeah, well, it's 45 years. I don't want to talk about it. All right. I was also, vice president of student government, judicial board chairman, off-campus Aggies president. That got all rolled into other things. Now, I cannot imagine that. So what is the limit? How many unrelated people can live in a house?
So in some areas of College Station, it's no more than 2 unrelated individuals per house. And broadly speaking, across the entire area, it's no more than 4 unrelated. And we have a number of homes that are 5, 6-bedroom houses. That higher density was primarily driven by the student population. As it grew, so did the number of bedrooms in your typical dwelling near the university.
Now, back in my day, are there any double wides left in Bryan, or are they all gone? Because I actually stayed there for a while myself. I'm making a joke. Would there be an occupancy to manufactured housing too as well, limit to that?
Broadly speaking, anything that would be in a general suburban area would be under this occupancy restriction. Now, you might follow up and ask about duplexes and triplexes. In that case, it would be a occupancy restriction per unit. So if you had 2 units on a given lot, broadly speaking, we believe the city will interpret that as 8 opposed to just 4. But there's been some discrepancies. The code doesn't specify if it's per dwelling unit or...
Who determines the relationship level?
So it's blood relation, DNA, adoption, conservatorship, and marriage.
JD, are you believing this? I know. I'm making a comment. So does one have to take a test to make these?
So that's a great question, sir. The way that they do it is in the mornings, code enforcement will drive through neighborhoods and take photos. They have a nice piece of kit that allows them to do so. Take photos of cars and see if the surnames with the vehicle registrations match. And I think we're really at the nexus.
Where is Senator Hall when I need him?
He was...
Find Bob. He will not be happy with this.
But importantly, this also drives up cost for our first-time home buyers and our young families that are looking to move to College Station, because by spreading out the student population, by saying you can only have 2 folks in this home and 2 folks in that home when you could have had 6, they're now having to compete with those first-time home buyers, and that competition will drive up those prices.
And just geographically speaking, because I know you were asking earlier, we're seeing anything north of Holloman is where they're starting to have these no more than 2 areas. And so the city's expecting these no more than 4 areas in the South College Station, historic district area that's pushing students out into these areas with no more than 4, and then they're adding in these no more than 2 areas. So they're boxing all of these college students in, and there's nowhere to go.
Does this apply to multifamily apartments, et cetera?
It applies, broadly speaking, to all multifamily dwellings on a per-unit basis.
Like a per-door basis?
Yes. I mean, broadly construed a unit. However, when it comes to certain housing types, we're thinking of sorority and fraternity houses, although we don't have any official fraternity houses. They can have more than 4 per unit because of the way it's constructed.
Okay, so is the fraternity, I'm going back in memory, the Panhellenic Council or the fraternity, what was the macro fraternity?
IFC.
IFC, okay.
Yep.
So there are no official fraternities. So I assume that was to liability changes, some stuff that happened a few years ago.
Well, when I say no official, I mean in the eyes of the city. So sorority houses are zoned differently.
So how did they, so they have special zoning for a sorority house?
Yes, sir.
But not for an IFC house?
That's correct.
Wow, this is a fascinatingly complex problem as an Aggie to solve.
Now,
logic.
You know, one might think, is this just a College Station or just a Bryan regulation? In fact, for about 67% of Texas cities, they have some form of unrelated occupancy restriction within their zoning code, which would limit unrelated person to live with somewhere between 1 and 5 unrelated persons, depending on the city. College Station is particularly egregious because they assign a $350 daily administrative fee. However,
a daily administrative fee for what?
For living with more than 2, and in other cases more than 4 individuals you're not related with. I call it a roommate tax.
Revenue generation project?
Well, it's.
And then what will happen, those kids can't get in a house, and so they'll couch hop for, 3, because it has to be 16 non-consecutive days.
Short-term
So
rentals.
the solution would then be for the rest of the semester, you go couch hop from 3 different houses.
James, have you
for 10
heard
days.
anything like this before? I mean, JD?
Are those houses zoned single family?
We're doing it back in the good old days.
It's
my
across
daughter
all-
lived at Wellborn and T. She was on
Yes.
T Drive.
Across,
Just across.
all general suburban zoning types.
Yeah.
And that applies not just to your traditional single-family zonings, but also your duplexes, your triplexes.
Yeah, because there's one lock to get in the door.
Yes.
And then there's 4 locks on each individual bedroom in a
Yes.
common shared area. It's traditionally now what they're doing.
And we have in Texas, and I think this is a somewhat startling statistic, somewhere around 4 million empty bedrooms. There's a number of companies that operate regularly in other states that work primarily for senior citizens to help them find roommates that are of their same values. It's typically called home sharing, but it's difficult for home sharing companies to operate in Texas due to the regulatory environment. Your normal senior citizen is unlikely to get fined. However, it is a tap on the brakes for those corporations that provide those services. Additionally, this affects your lower income Texans. One of the most common things you'll find in the housing literature regarding lower income Texas is doubling up. That's the phrase they use. It's where 2 families or 3 small groups of unrelated people live together, and it's really the only option that they have. That would be illegal, certainly in College Station and enforced, but in other areas it would be illegal. However, enforcement varies greatly by municipality, and I'm unable to give you accurate statistics.
And I would imagine it arose because some neighbor, all of a sudden somebody has turned a house into for college kids, and now all of a sudden there's 8 or 9 cars there, and they obviously aren't going to fit right in front of their house, so they're parking in front of their houses. And somebody said, I don't like this, and went to the city council. And lo and behold, here's where we're at.
Well, the vice chairman has actually a map from College Station on his PC that he is reviewing his old location. Okay, so, all right, gentlemen, this would be a perfect bill for a vice chairman if he was staying. Okay, I am kind of fascinated by the level of bureaucracy I've just heard from Aggie Land.
Have you had the
Disappointed.
opportunity to, we passed these out, we gave about 20 to y'all earlier. Is that something that we have just so they can see what we're
So
looking at?
how many people voted in the last city council election in College Station?
So that's a great question, and our student candidate lost, but it was probably around 15, 20,000. Those elections have moved to be in line with the normal electoral calendar, and so that increases turnout and down ballot voting, whereas previously we would see about 10 to 12,000. Now we're seeing sort of in that 15 to 20,000 range. I think the 2 lowest receiving candidates that are currently in a runoff both received 13.
60,000 students might need to get activated.
Oh, It'd be shocking how much you all reinventing the wheel from the early 1990s when Uncle Paul got his nickname as Uncle Paul, okay? And then it followed me to wherever I went from there on, gentlemen. Okay, I will find the appropriate committee member for y'all to work with, because I can't entrust this to the vice chair because he's departing.
Thank you, sir.
But
Thank you, sir.
I've heard another shocking tale of bureaucracy in Aggie land, and you know what? We're going to have to do something about this.
Does Austin do that?
I'd love to work on this with you. The City of Austin did at one point have a non-related occupancy restriction. I don't think that it was ever enforced. But I agree with you all that this is an issue. And it reminds me of that Zac Efron movie, Neighbors, if you've ever seen it.
Home Phase 1, they got rid of their unrelated occupancy restrictions in Austin. Crucially, Austin's occupancy restrictions were limited to, I believe it was called the McFerrin Zone. It was the area directly surrounding campus, whereas in College Station, this is across the city. Increasingly, we find students moving out into those extraterritorial jurisdictions, as a matter of fact, partially due to the increasing cost of rent for them, but also because they can, live with who they choose, so long as the property owner is all right with it. And that's how we think contracts should work.
Agreed. As a person who has I'm an empty nester in a big house, and I have 4 unrelated people living in it.
Yes,
and it's great. But you're right. This is a big issue, and I'd be happy to work with the chair on it.
All right, well, go find it. You gentlemen, thank you for coming. The movie that I think this reminds me of is Animal House, because I'm not really sure what the fraternities would be on double secret or probation here, but obviously that does exist in College Station. And if you want to know more about me, look at the very end of the movie when John Belushi drives off in the sunset, and underneath you'll see what his new title was, okay? And it was senator. So anyway, I always tried to live up to that theory after I saw it back in 45 years ago. And lo and behold, it occurred. So may you all be both blessed with that. I have a feeling I have not seen the last of you in politics in the state of Texas. Good presentation, gentlemen.
Thank you guys for having us.
Thank you. Great job. Yeah, do check in with Senator Eckhart, and I'll try to find an Aggie freshman on the committee for help and support. All right, is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against our first charge on housing affordability? Is anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. We'll be moving on to our next charge, charge number 2. Is the LBB out of their holding room somewhere? David? Are they ready? No? No. All right, we're going to start our second charge on additional property tax relief and reform from Lieutenant Governor Patrick. Report on the effects of property tax relief and reform, including $18 billion tax cut, along with the $100,000 homestead exemption authorized by the 88th Legislature, focused particularly on the interaction between Senate Bill 2, 88th Legislature's second called session. I seem to remember members that we had 4 special sessions and an impeachment, but it's kind of memory, fortunately, is foggy from that year. Senate Bill 2, 86th Legislature make recommendations for further property tax relief, reform, including methods to improve voter control over tax rate setting and debt authorization, mechanisms to dissolve taxing entities such as municipal management districts, and tax increment reinvestment zones where they have outlived their purpose. Call up the Legislative Budget Board en masse, and then Allison, you are in Mansfield in the bullpen. Oh, y'all were hiding over the side.
Oh, yeah. I saw. We need cards from them?
We probably do need cards, and they can state their name. Oh, my God, are they prepared? They're professionals. Okay. You bring the guy behind you just for backup and what? I don't know.
We always bring backup.
All right, great. State your name. Who you represent?
Maggie Epson, Legislative Budget Board. Today I'll be providing some information related to the interim charge on property taxes and also some background info on the Foundation School Program and property taxes related to the Foundation School Program.
I'm expecting a really huge presentation. This is the greatest record property tax relief, Maggie. And actually, President Trump really did endorse this bill back in, as James will remember, John. So make it big.
Turn to slide 2. So the next couple of slides just cover a little bit of overview on the Foundation School Program, just to give a little bit of context around the property tax conversation. As you know, the Foundation School Program is essentially the formulas that drive how state aid will be distributed to school districts. Every school district is entitled to a certain amount of guaranteed funding that's mostly dependent on their student body and their student characteristics. We refer to that guaranteed amount of funding as their FSP entitlement. The first payer of that entitlement is local property taxes. State aid is then provided to ensure the school district meets their entitlement. If they collect more in local property taxes than they're entitled to, that excess local revenue is recaptured and redistributed to other school districts. This is just to ensure equal tax effort across the state. The main takeaway of this slide is just that the Foundation School Program is a shared funding model between local property taxes and state aid. So anything that impacts local property taxes is a significant driver in the cost of the Foundation School Program.
Right.
Turn to slide 2, please. Sorry, slide 3. Slide 3 just shows the breakout of the FSP into each of its 3 tiers. The main takeaway of this slide is that there are 3 tiers, and each of these has its own local property tax. Tier 1 is the foundational tier. This is where the bulk of maintenance and operations funding is. This is the one that's generally based off of your student body and your student characteristics. Tier 1 tax rates are generally determined by statutory formulas that are based on legislative decisions, while tiers 2 and 3, those do reflect more local decisions and more local discretion. Tier 2 is enrichment. It's maintenance and operations funding, but it's on top of the tier 1. It's optional for school districts. They can go out for a VADER and get additional funding per student. That's where you have golden copper pennies that you've probably heard about. Then tier 3 is just is interest in sinking, or INS. That's debt service for facilities, mostly locally funded, but there is some state aid provided as well. Turn to slide 4, please. So moving on to property tax relief, the next couple of slides provide some historical context for current property tax relief mechanisms. So as you know, prior to House Bill 3, that was passed during the 86 regular, most tier 1 tax rates were at $1 per $100 of property evaluation. They were not dynamic, so as values went up, so did property taxes. Over time, the effect of this was that the state share of the Foundation School Program went down. What House Bill 3 did was it slowed collection growth by providing tier 1 rate reduction in proportion to property value growth. So now as values go up, rates go down. And that'll be a bit more clear on the next couple of slides. So if we turn to slide 5. Slide 5 shows maintenance and operations property tax collections going back to tax year 2016. So you can kind of see the impact of House Bill 3 enactment. The bottom chart shows percentage change year over year. So you can see prior to House Bill 3, it was increasing at 5%, 7%, 9%. Then immediately after House Bill 3 was enacted, you see a sudden drop in that year over year percentage change. So that's what we mean when we say it slowed the growth of collections. Obviously, tax year 2 saw historic property value growth, which led to a very significant increase in collections, which we'll talk about in more detail later on. We turn to slide 6. This shows recapture over time for that same time period. Again, you can see it kind of follows a similar trend as collections. Turn to slide 7, please. So now that we've seen how House Bill 3, ongoing property tax relief, has impacted collections over time, I'm going to go into a little bit of detail on those mechanisms. So House Bill 3 first provided a one-time reduction in Tier 1 tax rates to 93 cents, down from that $1 amount. Then it provided for ongoing property tax relief in the form of rate reduction in proportion to property value growth. That's these two mechanisms you see listed on slide 7. The first mechanism is annual Tier 1 rate reduction at this district and state level in proportion to property value growth. Basically take your property value growth rate at your state level and reduce your tax rate in proportion to that. There's a limitation on this for fast-growing districts.
Right.
You can't go below 90% of the highest Tier 1 tax rate, which is your state compression percentage, or SCP. And that ties into the second mechanism. That one is a look back on the last biennium and seeing how much was saved from having that 90% floor in place, the 90% of the SCP, basically. Then using that savings in the next biennium to further reduce the state compression percentage. The estimated cost of these two mechanisms in 24 and 25 was $5.3 billion, and they are explained in more detail in the next few slides, but I'll skip ahead to slide 11. So onto recent property tax relief, specifically Senate Bill 2, which was passed in the second called session, last legislative session. As you know, there was historic property value growth in Tax Year 22, which led to substantial collections increase. Then House Bill 3, which was at that time that $5.3 billion we just discussed, that provided tax rate reduction for 24-25. And then Senate Bill 2 provided additional property tax relief on top of that through these mechanisms. So reducing Tier 1 tax rates by 10.7 cents, increasing the homestead exemption to $100,000, and establishing the 20% circuit breaker for certain real property. There was also some hold harmless provisions provided as well. The estimated fiscal cost of that bill for 24-25 was $12.7 billion. Slide 12 just shows that collections chart again, but with the addition of tax years 23 and 24, so you can see the impact of Senate Bill 2. Turn to slide 13. Same with recapture with those additional tax years. Turn to slide 14, please. This slide shows the breakout of the tax relief that was provided, or the property tax relief that was provided in 24 and 25 by bill and by mechanism for that total estimate of $18 billion. Turn to slide 15, please. Slide 15 provides some information on local property tax levies broken out by school district and non-school district, and we've broken out the school district into each of those three tiers. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Maggie, how many school districts were at the floor on compression, and how many are at pre-SB2, and how many are currently after post-SB2? This is SB2 from the last session, not the one from 2019.
Yeah. In tax year 22, so fiscal 23, I believe about 2/3 of districts were at the floor.
Yeah, I thought it was over 700 myself, but you could, if you could give me an exact figure, I'd appreciate it, or an approximation.
I had somewhere. Excuse me. I don't have that exact figure, but I do believe it was around 650 districts were at the floor.
Was it 650 or was it 700? I thought it was, we were closing in on that, but.
Yeah.
And then how many are now?
Now.
This is for the audience. This is one of the, one of the benefits of SB2, which was basically to back off school districts off this compression floor, because that was part of the reason why the property tax relief was not flowing through from House Bill 3, was that it was jammed up on the on this formula basis, and we wanted to clear that out as possible. Maggie, survey said?
Yeah, so we did find the number of floor districts for 23, there were 706, and for 24, it's again
706, so Uncle Paul was right. It's okay to have a sense of humor in this committee. I know it's sacrilegious for the LBB otherwise, but it's okay here. All right, go ahead, Maggie.
And then for 24, this is again based on early estimates. We are updating it with updated comptroller information, but we had about 150 for 24.
Right, so that's a decrease of 556, assuming the 150 estimate. So that's tremendous progress on getting these school districts off the floor so that property tax compression can continue. And that, so if you, yeah, and we'll, and ask for some formula changes or legislative changes from y'all's recommendations on continuing that process, but we don't have to do that today. Okay, other questions? Senator Eckhart.
I don't know if this is the right panel to ask this question, but in light of your presentation, just walk me through what I'm seeing in terms of AISD. AISD is among 62 ISDs that had a TRE on this November ballot. And in their TRE, it was a 9.1 cent increase, generating 171 million. Of which the school district keeps 41 million and the state takes 130 million. So can you walk me through that?
So Austin ISD is one of the districts that is above the guaranteed yield for golden pennies. So, I mean for copper pennies, excuse me. So when they went out for the Vader and collecting copper pennies, which are subject to recapture, they are above that yield, which is 49.52 or so. So basically anything they collect above that, which is on a per penny per weighted student basis, does get recaptured.
So to reduce their deficit and to provide teacher pay raises, they have to give $130 million to the state to get 41 million.
I think that was a decision of Austin ISD, yes.
It's a 3-to-1 ratio.
And 62 other ISDs are in some similar situation with regard to a TRE.
I don't know the exact number of districts that went out for a Vader, but
We're collecting data on that, Senator Eckhart. My guess is
None of mine passed in my district.
yeah, my guess is less than 50% of them passed. I think it might be 40 or ish, and that may even be high. But we're going to collect data on that. And again, that's the public deciding to vote themselves a share of a tax increase.
That's the public deciding to vote a share of a tax increase that goes to the state.
Well,
I mean, I cannot stress enough. This is a statewide statewide property tax. This is a statewide property tax because, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, but in your own presentation, it said that as the property values and the property taxes grow, the state share goes down.
Last argument here.
So it's a replacement, correct?
And that's what the courts ruled in the 80s, isn't that correct?
Yes. Because it's a flat dollar figure that the state contributes, as property values and hence taxes go up, the state's flat dollar share is a lower percentage. So it is a straight replacement. It is for all practical purposes, it's a statewide property tax.
Hi, Avery Sachs, LBB. If you kind of, again, coming back to Maggie's slides, let's see, maybe slide 2 or 3. I think foundationally, the program is, as Maggie emphasized, a state and local shared program. There's a shared responsibility. And yes, the state is the last payer of entitlement. So there is an inherent, the property taxes by and large are the first payer.
Right.
So
we're the payee of last resort, effectively, for lack of a better description.
Even though it's our constitutional obligation to provide
that doesn't
accessible public
necessarily make
education to every Texan.
It does not necessarily make it a tax. It's the state paying for what it wishes to pay for.
On a Texas constitutional obligation of the state.
And the bulk of the commercial, or the bulk of the tax is commercial, of which most of those, or many of those kids, I won't say most because that would imply over 50%, but many of those kids do not go to Austin ISD. And so the dollars are shipped out to those schools that don't collect as much. And that's sort of part of what the court looked at in the 80s when they did it. And they said if a kid lives in Paducah, Texas, which is one of the poorest school districts, if they get two hay cuts, they get a lot of taxes that year.
With the projected $21 billion surplus this year and a $33 billion surplus in the last biennium, I think that perhaps property taxes ought not be the first payer in order to equalize the educational access across the state.
Well, they aren't, because the limited increase from House Bill 3 means that the local property taxpayers only pay 2.5% more, and then again the state pays above that. So we are dealing with state pays and state pays and state pays, but we'll have this
At an
debate.
increasingly, at a decreasing percentage as property values go up.
No, 50. We'll get you some data.
Let's look at that data.
No, I know
Pretty
what
sure
the
that
data is.
percentage is going to be decreasing because
Well-
it's a flat dollar figure.
Well, the good news is that by swamping the system with $18 billion, we've had some really good secondary and tertiary effects. All right, other questions? Everybody's so serious. But thank you for doing your job professionally, ladies. Thank you very much. You did need the backup. I don't know what that guy was doing back there, but I was happy that he was here for you. Y'all are free to move about the Capitol. Thank you for your time. 18.3, that's right. I forget the $300 million contribution of SB3, by the way, which would be $600 million a year. And Senator, that was your original bill, and that's a great franchise tax cut, especially for those people in private industry.
That's correct.
That are at the right level for that doubling of that exemption.
Yes.
All right, next up, who do we have? Okay, Allison, you should have been hanging right out there. Now you're here.
Hello.
Tell us all about the numbers of this.
Okay. Allison Mansfield with the Controller's Office. I just have a couple of slides for you today. So this first slide is showing you the estimated property tax levies by taxing unit type from 1998 through 2023. And so we've listed them out here, and then to the right-hand side, we have also indexed this to the 1998 numbers. So you can see in 2023 for ISDs, as an example, the cumulative percentage growth since 1998 would be at 252%, and that is, again, an estimated property tax levy increase. And the next slide simply shows those raw numbers there and those property tax levy increases, again, by taxing unit type in a bar chart. Fancy. Our next slide shows that index, again, in that relative growth of by property tax levies by taxing unit type from 1998 to 2023. And our final slide shows the number of taxing jurisdictions. This one just goes from 2019 to 2023, but it does show the increase in taxing jurisdictions. Counties obviously stayed the same. Really, where the growth is going to be is in those special districts, where you see a growth from 1,809 special districts in 2019 to 2,246 in 2023. And that concludes my presentation on the slides, but I'm going to open it up to any questions that you might have.
Questions? Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as part of the charge, we have make recommendations for further property tax relief on here. So Texas Tax Code Section 11.22, I know you're really familiar with that one.
Yes.
That would actually be our disabled veterans one. And it is amazing sometimes the constituents that bring really good stuff up. And so in 1979, we determined that if you're a disabled veteran between 10 and 30%, that you got a $5,000 deduction. I know Brent knows that. But but the one thing, I think the average house price was $79,000 in 1979. And so we have not updated that. So I think we have gone and done the ones for 100% disabled and the spouses and everybody else, but I think it's probably time that we look at updating that $5,000 to where it's more meaningful and probably reset that at 25, 35, and 50 or something for the three brackets. And I know that my replacement, he and I have visited on that, and so appreciate y'all working with me.
This sounds suspiciously like a freshman bill.
A freshman bill.
Right.
Property tax relief, veterans, all in one.
Right.
Great rerun.
We will look forward to torturing your replacement.
There you go.
When he comes
It
back
sounds like a first one. I'm sure Tan will, remember what's happened with his bill book and might find some things to do to him.
Right. Only imagine the hazing. Those Aggies thought there was hazing in those fraternities. They haven't seen the first bills presented on the floor of the Senate. All right. Any other serious questions? Yes, Senator Eckhart, of course.
I'm noticing your slide number 4 and your special districts have increased 24% since 2019. Counties, ISDs, and cities pretty much have stayed static, but special districts have increased 24%. I've heard it said, and I don't know whether it's true, so I'm asking you whether you know. I've heard it said that Texas has more special districts and quasi-governmental entities than any other state in the union. Is that correct, or do you know?
I do not know. I can't confirm that.
Do you know the reason for a 24% increase in special districts over this 5-year period?
I do.
Sorry, it's a 4-year period.
I'm not sure what the increase is. I know that those special districts are created at the local level.
And I would imagine most of those were newly created MUDs that were built, and so they come on for the first time, and it's going to skew the numbers up.
And of course, MUDs are not created by the local.
The legislature also
That
creates.
one local person.
Legislature and TC.
No one person votes it in.
Yeah. So I think that this is a fertile area for our examination, a 24% increase in special districts in just.
The good thing is everybody who pays that tax had to choose it by moving into it versus having it
There was
assessed
approximately
on them.
Only if they knew about it at the time they moved, which is.
And bought a $500,000 house.
Yeah, we
Allison.
got to be looking at the transparency.
I'm going to miss these exchanges.
That's a lie.
Because
I can call in. Can I call in?
Yeah,
on Zoom?
right. You can call in on my radio show, and I'll get Sarah on the other side.
Yeah.
Because we normally have the LBB or the comptroller up, and then these arguments, break out. Approximately 130 MUDs were created last session. I don't know how many went through TCEQ. There's generally a couple dozen, or potentially some number of that. All right. Thank you so much for your testimony. And another staffer escapes unscathed. Okay, let's go to the aforementioned Brent South. And Larry Gatz, come on up. I know, appraisal districts and tax assessors. Oh, my word.
Everybody's two favorite people.
Right, that's right. Yeah, I say your two favorite people on this committee, that's for sure.
I'm a 100, by the way. So.
You're a 100?
That's right.
Ooh, you figured out the code.
I did.
Okay. You and Cheryl Johnson, I believe she's a 100 as well. What happened to that guy down in Natchez County?
He survived.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
You want me to start, Mr.
I'd
Chairman?
be happy you're not on the, don't have to worry about your election index. So anyway,
I'm hopeful that never occurs.
that was one of the options Uncle Paul dismissed. So let's move on.
I'm not electable.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Brent used to be in my district, and with redistricting, he left me.
Oh my word!
Angela.
I'd love to come back.
He went to Angela.
Yeah.
Wait, Senator Paxton's not here. I can say that.
I'm sure there are openings in Bob's district as we speak. All right, Brent, who wants to go?
I'll
Your
be
team,
happy to
he's
go
teed up,
first.
He's ready to drive to wherever his new district is.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Brent South. I'm the Chief Appraiser for Hunt County Appraisal District, and I also serve as the Chair of the Texas Association of Appraisal Districts Legislative Committee. I just want to first off say, Vice Chairman Springer, it's been nice working with you all these years. Do me a favor and please don't give Doug too hard of a time when you get back home. Don't sue him too much.
He's not far behind me.
Yeah,
He's got
right.
Dixie loaded up, ready to go.
I think he's about ready as well. So, wanted to come and visit with the committee today about the implementation of Senate Bill 2. Some of the pros, cons, and challenges that we were faced with through that process. One of the major adjustments through Senate Bill 2 was the increase in the homestead exemption to the $100,000. One challenge that we did have was just because of the timing of the implementation. I know that the legislature wanted that to occur for 2023. They wanted to make sure homeowners and property owners got that relief that year, and I understand that. It did create some confusion for appraisal districts and tax assessor collectors on how we were to handle it. because of the fact that it had to be voted on by the voters in November, we certify the appraisal roll in July. Bills go out sometime in September, October. We weren't real sure which number to use. And so y'all were so gracious to allow us to certify both numbers. I think we certified at the 40,000 with the provisional roll at the 100,000, and the bills went out at the 100,000, knowing that if it didn't pass, then there'd be refunds. But and that's good. One problem that's
Generally, a tax reduction makes it a high probability of success.
Yes.
Passage.
I think that was a very good assumption that it was going to pass, and I think it did pass with 92, 93%.
Well, maybe it didn't break the 90s, but we were about 83, if I remember correctly.
It is still causing some confusion with some of our school auditors. I'll get phone calls occasionally from auditors doing the fiscal audit for the school districts, and they're looking at the numbers. They're saying something's not right here. What's not matching up? And I'll say, well, which certified roll are you looking at? And then they'll say, well, this one says, I ask them what homestead exemption amount. Well, it's 40,000. Well, no, you're looking at the wrong roll. So because of the fact that there are two rolls out there, there's still some downstream situations that it's creating, but I don't know how you avoid that if you want to give the property tax relief right away. So one thing that I will...
Is any of the auditors not recognizing the obvious that the roll with the 100K exemption is the right one?
Once we point that out to them that they're looking at the wrong roll, it makes sense to them. Okay, those numbers do match. All right. One thing I will point out with the homestead exemption and the 10% homestead exemption cap that I wanted to make the members aware of, because this will be something that you're seeing this year whenever appraisal notices go out. In the state of Texas, there is a 10% cap limitation on homestead properties. What we've seen over the last several years with the accelerated real estate market that we've been in here in Texas, the majority of homeowners have received the 10% cap. Their market value has well exceeded 10%. What we're going to see this year, now that the market has softened and flattened out, you're going to have homeowners who are going to get their appraisal notice, who are going to see the market value not change, or in some cases, the market value may have come down, but their taxable value is still going to increase by 10%.
Catching up.
And it's playing catch up, but that is very confusing for property owners to try to wrap their head around. Is if the market is down, why is my value still going up? So I just wanted to point that out, that you may be receiving some phone calls from constituents about that. Feel free to send those over to the tax assessor collector's office to answer those questions. I know that they'll be happy to do so. On the 20% circuit breaker, you know, the position of TAB, we do not take policy positions. If the legislature wants to provide caps, circuit breakers, that's y'all's priority, our prerogative. We just like to make sure that whatever new laws do come into effect, that we can implement those consistently across the state of Texas, and that there's really black and white and not a whole lot of gray area. With the 20% circuit breaker, we did have some confusion on the implementation. There were some questions on what year was to be the base year. I know that some attorneys and some appraisal districts were saying that if the value was $5 million or less in 2023, then they could receive the 20% circuit breaker in 24. Some attorneys were saying, no, it has to be $5 million or less in 24 to receive the circuit breaker in 24. And there was a lot of back and forth, and I think that there was a lot of inconsistency in how that 20% circuit breaker was implemented this first year. So, you know, and I don't know, we may want to look at a few other things to try to clean up some of that. There's a lot of questions on ownership transfers. When does the cap reset? What causes the cap to reset? So we're happy to work with members of the committee.
You know, that code was lifted directly from the same residential code on the transfers. So I'm curious as to why there'd be a question of that. That's how I mean, obviously, we had about 7 days to do that bill. So,
Right, right.
you know, Chairman Metcalf had literally, you know, suggested said if we, you know, pull that code directly. Now, we haven't had any transfer issues with residential, so.
Yeah, and I think it's more of on undivided interests. So let's say if you have property owners that,
The 16 heirs
right, and then if one of those heirs sells their percentage, is that truly a ownership transfer that resets the cap? You don't see that as much with homesteads because you don't have a lot of homestead properties where you have multiple heirs
No, it's
qualifying.
rather
for
difficult to
homestead.
qualify
That's
for,
right.
actually, or theoretically it should be.
That's right.
And those complaints would go to the appraisal district, not to the tax office.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. So that's some of the difficulties and challenges that we've seen with the 20% circuit breaker. Just for informational purposes, we did do a informal poll of our members to see how much value was lost due to the 20% circuit breaker. We had 158 counties that responded, and I believe I turned that information in. You should have that spreadsheet. Of those 158 counties, in year one, there was $37 billion of taxable value that was removed from the roll due to the 20% circuit breaker. And again, we did not have full response, and that was just an informal, that we just asked chief appraisers to look at their rolls and ask us how much value was capped due to the 20% circuit breaker.
I'm assuming you had the top 20 counties responded.
Yes, we did have a large, and what was
Because
interesting.
you probably had like, you know, King County or somebody might not have responded.
Right, right. And what was really interesting is, if you'll notice, I would have assumed that Harris County was going to be the largest just because of the volume, but Dallas County was actually the largest by almost twice. Their cap loss, or excuse me, their circuit breaker loss in Dallas County was $4.5 billion. And Nueces County was number 2 at 2.7, and then Harris County was number 3 at 2.6 billion.
Yeah, right.
Right.
No, I believe there were some specific class of properties in Dallas County that were causing an issue last time I visited that. Right?
Okay, right, yeah.
Senator Parker, go.
Mr. Chairman, what type of class of property? Just curious.
Trip centers?
I believe so. I'm trying to remember. I'm sitting
This
in.
would be below 5. I'm trying to think what would be below 5.
Yeah, right.
Well, and one of the things that we were,
Modest strip center.
It was,
Yeah.
it was all 635 down. I could tell you roughly where it was.
Maybe it's just restaurants.
and it could be the way that, and again, this goes back to my consistency standpoint. It could be how those appraisal districts are carrying properties on the roll.
There was an argument about that.
Yes.
I'm almost, I'll get it here in a second, but.
Yeah, so let's say if you have, it could be,
Right, leaseholder, triple net lease.
right,
Okay.
right. So it just depending on how those are carried on the roll and appraised by the appraisal district. So that's where we go back to. We'd like to maybe tighten that up a little bit to provide some more consistency on how that's being applied.
So I guess there are more of those in Dallas County than there are in Harris or other parts of the state?
And it depends on the way that the appraisal district is reporting those and recording those in their records.
And also, if there was an increase at the same time, they had this definition issue, so.
Correct, right.
So you'd have to have two factors that would propel you to number one on the list.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One of the other items from Senate Bill 2 was the newly elected Board of Directors. Senate Bill 2 required that in populous counties, which is defined by a county with a population of 75,000 or more, the Appraisal District's Board of Directors is now made up of 9 members. 5 members being appointed by the taxing units, just as in the old system. The tax assessor collector now serves as a voting member on the board, and then there are 3 members that are elected by the general public. There are 50 counties that meet that definition of populous counties. Only 20 of those counties actually had to hold an election the first go-around, due to the fact that some counties, 30 counties, either didn't have enough people sign up or they didn't have.
One per seat.
Right, 1 per seat. The cost statewide of that election for those 20 counties, and there were 6 runoff elections as well. The statewide cost for the 20 elections and the 6 runoffs was roughly $15 million. One of the things that Tad would like to recommend is that we change the way that vote occurs from a majority vote to a plurality vote. So right now, you have situations where if you, and you could have where 4 people sign up to run for place 1, but no one runs for place 2 or place 3, but you still have to have an election. There's 3 members, but they're by place, and those places are not defined geographically or any other way. So you have 4 members for place 1, or 3 members for place 1, but 0 for 2 and 3, but you still have to have the election, and more than likely, because there's 3 members, nobody's going to get the majority, and you're going to have a runoff. So we'd like to change that to a plurality vote, and then maybe do away with the places to where if 3 people, it's just the top 3 vote getters get those 3 spots.
Well, let me, just to provide some more context here, the $15 million number was actually going to be much higher because the former Elections Administration Office of Harris County had provided an estimate to their CAD that it was going to take $13 million to hold one election. Unfortunately, there was a strong-willed and still present member of the board, Jim Robinson, who I served with when he was chief appraiser when I was tax assessor, that managed to remove that number back to reality. And I still think that number was in the millions, but that's the May election timeframe. And the good news is subsequent elections are in November of 2026. So these are now one line added to the county clerk or the election administrator's cost. The cost, this initial cost was low, and I hope that everybody understands that, because the future elections are now going to be just on the regular county ballot.
Right, they will move to the November general election. One of the things that we've heard from some of the election administrators, though, was that the cost was actually going to increase because of the fact that they have to have more polling locations for those elections.
Well, the good news is that is a bill that Senator Springer passed that he will not be here to unwind, but I will assign to some other unlucky freshman to do. There was a bill that came back from the House that was rather poorly worded about polling places. Okay. And the fix is already in my office, and so that you could pass that back, that will not be the case.
Well, that's very
so
good.
their costs will be nearly de minimis from the standpoint they'll be on the countywide ballot in November of 2026 and in the future for those which I will believe be 4-year terms at that point.
Correct. That's correct. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
So Pat, if you could, Brent, pass that back down the train.
Absolutely. I'll be happy to do it. Another recommendation we have for the board of directors, the elected board of directors, we would like to see mandatory training for boards of directors of appraisal districts. Currently, there is no requirement. The only requirement that a board member has to go through is the Open Meetings Act from the AG's office.
They are under all the same conflict of interest rules that.
Well, that's debatable, I believe.
Well, part of it is that is what they are under, and they're going to have to behave that way.
Right, and that's one of the things that we want to just make sure there is some training so that these elected board members, well, that all board members, appointed and elected, understand what their roles, responsibilities, and limitations are.
Right.
We'd also like to see that there be a promulgated form that any candidate, when they file to run for office, they have to read and acknowledge that they've read and understand the form that outlines the duties, responsibilities, and limitations of the board of directors. We did have one appraisal district that proactively did that this first election. That was Kaufman County Appraisal District. And as a result, they had 0 people wanting to file to run for those offices. And I don't know.
Now, Brent, you raised the bar too high there. I'm joking.
Okay, all right. I never know if you're serious or not.
No, I know. That's part of it. I have to keep you guessing.
Yeah.
And TAC and TML, but I see, the usual suspects out there. We'll get to them later.
There has been a lot of discussion and a lot of talk about these new elected board members in certain counties and reappraisal plans. One of the things that we need to understand and maybe clarify in the code is the connection between the reappraisal plan and the mandate that appraisal districts appraise property at market value every year. We do have a constitutional and statutory requirement to be at market value. And when you're in an appreciating market or a depreciating market, either way, if you're not reappraising property annually, you're not going to be at market value.
That's correct.
And if you are doing now, and there's somewhat of a conflict in the code where it states that the appraisal district or the reappraisal plan says that the chief appraiser shall reappraise at least once every 3 years. There's really, what does that mean? Reappraisal versus reinspection. It talks about you have to go through these reappraisal activities at least once every 3 years. We've provided your office some language that would clarify that based on the information that the chief appraiser has, the chief appraiser shall reappraise annually to make sure that we are at market value. And I think that's very important. And I think it's also important for the school districts because the property value study that occurs is a direct reflection on the appraisal district's values. They use the appraisal district's data and values to conduct those property value studies, which affect, and the purpose of the property value study is to ensure equitable distribution of state funding for public education.
And to make a fine point on this, when you look at appraisal districts, there's been I think somewhat a commonly held view for at least 15 years that appraisal districts could have a 1 or 2 or 3 year appraisal cycle if they wish to do it. Okay, but there's also the school funding and the ratio studies that if you fall behind, there's all sorts of of consequences for it. From an operations viewpoint, and I made this very clear, the obvious conclusion is if you have a longer than a 1 year appraisal, plan, you can't rewrite the tax code doing it. Okay, and I believe anybody that tries it will end up in court, and I believe they'll lose. And we're going to be obviously taking more testimony on that when we get closer to the session. The House Ways and Means Committee also came to that same conclusion. I don't want to speak for them, but that was their observation in the meeting that they had as well. So your recommendations on that, please put those in. But just because somebody moves to a 2 year appraisal cycle doesn't mean they can come up with a completely fictitious and non-present, 5% cap of whatever they think it is, when it doesn't exist anywhere in the Constitution, doesn't exist anywhere in the property tax code, and doesn't exist anywhere in reality as a result. So this committee and everyone else is keenly aware of that issue. And I think it was Mo Casey, if I remember, provided some information to Bear County. David, off the top of your head, how much was that loss going to be?
75 million.
75 million alone, okay. And I think, and I don't know because that same study has not been done in Tarrant County, but I believe the local school district was talking over $100 million. So I think this discussion will get very real in the first quarter of the next year when those actual moves, because of what's happening in the market, because as much as people would love to be able to wave a wand and say that all property never changes in value, well, by the state constitution it does, and there is because we're on the tag end of what has been a huge run-up of values, there's a lot of property going back down. And part of the problem when you say, I'm going to freeze values, you've got a quarter of your homeowners, a third of your homeowners, a big chunk of your homeowners that aren't getting a value cut because we're artificially saying you can't. And so these are some real issues.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things that I wanted to point out. If you have a reappraisal plan that is freezing values or rolling values from the prior year, if you are in a depreciating market, those homeowners and those property owners aren't going to see the benefit of a decrease in value. And I wanted to point out, and I provided some data to the committee. This is information that we received from the Comptroller's Office, from the Property Tax Assistance Division. We asked for data of the school district property value study results over the past 20 years, just to get a historical understanding of how appraisal districts are performing as far as appraised values go. And over those 20 years, for each school district that was studied in that 20-year period, 92% of the time, the values were found to be valid, found to be at market value. Out of the times that they were invalid, only 1.1% of the time were the values on the high side, and 6.9% of the time they were on the low side. So I think that just really goes to show that the appraisal districts, we had the mandate to be at market value. That's our job. We want to stay at market value. If the market adjusts, we don't set values, we just report values. We report what's happening in the market. And any changes that occur to that have to be legislative changes. If we want to appraise at 80% of market value, we have to be told that's the new standard.
Well, that's right.
And so we just want to make sure and point out that we do have
do that now, but there are consequences in school finance as a result.
Well, and it's like I tell people all the time, I could very easily go into our software system and write a program in a matter of minutes. I could reduce everyone's value by 50%.
Sure.
Across the board.
Because you could have a negative appraisal cap of 50%.
Like that. But that does not mean that everyone's property taxes are going down 50%. That means that the taxing units have to adjust the rates to maintain that same level of revenue.
Right, and I mean a direct message to the people that are listening, if you pick an arbitrary number like 5, then what's the difference between that and -5? Or about your example of -50?
Right.
Because there is no basis for the assumption. There's nothing in basis in the law. And the other thing is, I guarantee you that if a chief appraiser is told because they're the ones that are professionally licensed, to use a specific ratio or study, that is not intended in law. There is no power from the board of directors that is supplemented in law, where some board of directors can tell a licensed appraiser what specific ratio to use. That has been a part of this firewall separation since the Pivotal bill, and that's not supported, and because otherwise you'd have people that would lose their license pretty rapidly.
Right. That's
as
correct.
a result.
That's correct. That's correct. So, Mr. Chairman, we do have some language on the board of directors as far as the plurality vote and the training, and we're happy to work with
Well,
y'all
and the good news to pass back down is that it's not going to cost anything except one line item on a county, on a county ballot, a lot less than the last election, and the training and stuff right now is going to be on the job because that's where they're at.
I will send out an email as soon as I get back home that Chairman Betancourt guarantees that your election costs will not go up next time.
And that's how you have a sense of humor in this committee.
There you go.
Absolutely
Okay.
correct.
All right. See, I can tell when you're joking now.
No, right. No, because that's one of the best promises made, promises kept I can have from today.
There you go.
Thank you.
That's all I've got, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Vice Chair, then
Thank you.
Senator Eckhart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brent, what percent roughly did the school district save in the budget for the CAD, which was then passed on to cities and counties because of the breakdown that goes?
Right. And
because I've heard from my cities and counties, I hadn't heard from my school districts they saved something.
Yeah, so what you're alluding to there is because the way that the appraisal district is funded, it's based on a pro rata portion of the overall tax levy. So as one taxing entity's levy comes down, they pay a lower amount to the appraisal district's budget. So as school districts overall, as their levies come down as a percentage of the total, they're paying less, so that's shifting those on. And I haven't looked, I don't know what that percentage is, but I can
curious
take a look.
as sort of what percentage of the total revenue that the county or the city received, because with the 3.5% cap, I've had some say, well, that's eaten into our cap because now we've got we're picking up a cost we didn't have before.
Sure, right. No, I can.
And I don't know if it's that material or not. That's my problem.
Yeah, it's somewhat. It's not a huge amount, but we can do a little research and try to come up with a number.
Thank you.
So Bastrop used to be part of my district. I love Bastrop. So I want to hear a little bit more about what's happening in the Bastrop Central Appraisal District with regard to elected members of the Appraisal Review Board.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good example of why politics and appraisals don't mix very well. And this is one of the concerns that we had going in, that these types of situations might occur. So in Bastrop, it's my understanding in visiting with the chief appraiser that they have a gentleman who has sued the appraisal district on multiple occasions, and he has applied for a beekeeping appraisal, a special use appraisal under beekeeping, and has been denied because he doesn't meet the qualifications as set by the appraisal district. So he got elected to the board of directors. He has an active lawsuit against the appraisal district. When the appraisal district board of directors goes into executive session to discuss this lawsuit, this member of the board of directors says he does not need to recuse himself because he's a member of the board of directors. So he's sitting in executive session as the plaintiff and the defendant, while the district talks about their recommendations or strategy on this lawsuit, while the plaintiff is sitting there listening to the whole thing. It just seems like a very big conflict of interest, and it's very concerning. And this particular board member is working really hard to get an agenda item on the board of directors' agenda to have the appraisal district change their standards for beekeeping that would benefit him directly. And so I just think it's a really prime example of the concerns that we had with politics and appraisals, because appraisal is there's nothing political about appraisal work. It's mathematical, it's a science, it's numbers, and it's very straightforward. And I think that one of the reasons back in 1979, when we had the Pivotal Act that established one centralized appraisal district for every county in the state of Texas, one of the main reasons they did that was to remove politics out of the process, because they understand that appraisal is mathematical, it's scientific, and there is no politics that needs to be involved in appraisal work.
So I did check in with my legal counsel to see what the remedies were. When an individual refuses to recuse themselves when they have a clear conflict of interest, I believe that the only remedy available for an elected position is to have the electorate actually move for a recall election. I don't know of any other remedy. I'm curious if the chair knows of a remedy when an individual refuses to recuse themselves from a tribunal where they have a material personal interest in the outcome.
You know, I think I would like to discuss us talking to the county attorney, because there is a provision in the statute about eliminating people that have specific issues that are elected officials. And I want to make it absolutely clear that, you know, somebody, because this is the first that I've heard of this specific issue. It is absolutely not going to be tolerated by at least this committee chair, where we have an elected official that's going in, that's advocating for his personal business on the board. I don't care whether it's beekeeping or anything else. That is preposterously bad public policy. And that's the type of thing that I think that's, I'm not sure whether we should be talking to the county attorney or the district attorney, because there's one other statute that comes to mind. But I think we need to have serious discussion about that.
There is abuse of official capacity, but that's under the penal code. So that would be something to look at.
By the way, I was told that my mic was off, so I'm going to make it very clear. I'm going to get on the record here. Okay, I believe that we need to talk to the county attorney and the district attorney in Bastrop County to have a discussion, because I can think of 2 statutes, she's already picked out one, that applies to this. And I would hope that the sound of my voice carries to Bastrop County, and whoever this gentleman is better realize that that's not what the citizens of Bastrop County elected him to do, which is advocate for his own business. And this is one chair that will not stand. I just lectured City of Houston on corruption. I will not let it go unnoticed in Bastrop County or anywhere else, because that is way over the line by any line or stand, because I believe it is that statute that she's just talked about.
And I'd be happy to get both of you in contact with the chief appraiser to get a little more details.
I think it would be more than acceptable to do that, and I think a letter is going to be flying out of this committee here rather shortly.
I appreciate that very much, because this kind of self-dealing in government should not be tolerated.
Absolutely
Well,
not.
if it is, wait till you see who runs next time.
No.
Everybody with an issue.
No, I mean, we covered that by making sure they were covered by the same conflict of rules for appointed directors, and zero tolerance for this. I don't know who this person is, but they're about ready to know me, and I'd rather have them stop before they know me.
And I'd like to have us have zero tolerance for conflict of interest, whether it's at the state level or at the local level.
Okay.
With regard to something that you had mentioned about the top 3 vote getters to fill the slots for the political seats, I do very much like this idea and would like to explore it with you. I understand what Senator Betancourt is saying with regard to right-setting the cost of runoff elections, but even right-setting the cost of them. A runoff election in Travis County runs $1 million. So if we could go to a top 3 vote getter, that would be a considerable savings to taxpayers, local taxpayers.
Absolutely.
So great idea there. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about our increase in the flat dollar homestead exemption for school districts and see what your opinion would be for a flat dollar homestead exemption for homestead exemptions offered by the counties and the cities. Do you believe that that would cause more to adopt the full 20%?
So,
or a higher homestead exemption?
Right, and I think it would depend on the average home value of the county, but I think that having those options available would be very beneficial, and in each local, because those are local option exemptions. But I think that more options that those elected officials have, that's just more things they can look at to offer some type of benefit to their homeowners. So if there was the option to have a flat value, they could run the numbers and determine, is it better off to have the percentage or a flat value, and how's that going to impact our budgets moving forward? And then they just have more options. I think it's always good to have choices.
And I would think that a local taxing jurisdiction with a very homogeneous home value. Let's take a community like Pflugerville, for instance, where the average, the median and the mean was pretty close. That there would be considerable advantage to having a flat dollar homestead exemption rather than a percentage.
I think that's right. Yes, ma'am. I do.
And it would go a long way to increasing affordability, particularly for that first-time home buyer.
Right.
I do want to explore that as a means of creating affordability for that first-time home buyer.
And we're happy to have that discussion with you and talk about that for sure.
I did note from the LBB's presentation a 24% increase in special districts. Would it be burdensome or an assist to CADS to add some more truth in taxation with regard to the special purpose districts? I suppose that's really more for
that would be more the Honorable Mr. Gaddis over here could answer that question. They're the ones doing those calculations.
I'll swing back around to him for that. With regard to the income valuation for multifamilies that are restricted to 30%, 50%, 60%. We've had a lot of talk about that in the previous agenda item. Do you see an opportunity for us to get with the CADS and come up with a income valuation method and a category of affordable multifamily and single family that we can confidently apply a special income valuation appraisal to?
I do. I just want to make sure that whatever we come up with, it's very specific, because that's where we always run into issues is whenever we try to do these things and it's trying to be beneficial and helpful. But unfortunately, a lot of times those things get manipulated or abused, and people always try to find their way around the fringe, and then that's when we end up in litigation because we don't think that they qualify under what it was intended. So we just want to make sure it's very narrow and very specific, and that there's very clear what you have to do to qualify for those.
Could not agree with you more. We don't want to duplicate or repeat the problems that we've had with PFCs, for instance.
Correct.
Where CADs don't want to issue a tax exemption letter.
Right.
Because it's just too squishy of a
Yes.
of a category. I get you. I think that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
You know, Brent, before you go, this, we had about a week to negotiate that bill. The speaker and my negotiation partner really wanted a governance change in the CADS. And their initial idea was to elect the entire appraisal review board one at a time. Now, another optional idea was elect your job.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Now, as all experiments in democracy, okay, we ended up with a compromise.
Right.
Okay. And, but under no fact or supposition of fact am I going to hear something about a case like this. I don't care if it's Bastrop County or any case. Somebody's walking in and advocating for their specific exemption and then going in executive session and not recusing themselves. That is just just completely, it's not going to be tolerated in the state of Texas. And so if there's another incidence of this, but I would like to know about it immediately, and I'm going to use Senator Eckhart's fertile legal mind as a former. Oh, once again, I'm doing all this without being on air. I just want to make sure everyone understands that there was 3 options that were being discussed in that week. I think the speaker and my negotiation partner, Chairman Metcalf, wanted a governance change, and importantly, they wanted a governance change by electing all A or B members. And after significant discussion, that option was discarded because it would be difficult enough to get 3 people to run for these jobs, much less 150 times 3 times, multiple counties. The other option was, of course, to elect your job. And that experiment has failed in 49 states, and the last state has no real estate market at this point in time. So this was a compromise position. It was discussed back in hearings in the 2019 SB2. And with all experiments in democracy, there are some, tune-ups. But under no circumstances we're going to let something like this be tolerated, where you have somebody going into a closed hearing, not recusing themselves, advocating by putting on an agenda item for their specific business. There's a lot wrong here. And I hope that people hear that and that activity stops, because one way or the other, that activity is going to stop.
No, and I appreciate that. And again, we have no opposition to the 3 elected board members. We understand that the public needs to have representation. We just want to make sure that what's happening there doesn't continue to happen and start spreading, because it's not right for an individual to be able to get themselves elected to a board to push their own individual agenda.
Absolutely not.
Right.
And it won't be tolerated. Okay. So thanks for bringing it to our attention.
You bet.
Well, gee, can you top that, Mr. Tax Assessor Collector?
We'll see.
We'll see. If anybody can, it's the tax office. We'll see.
Good afternoon,
Larry,
Chairman and committee members. My name is Larry Gaddis. I'm the Tax Assessor Collector for Williamson County, and I'm here representing the Tax Assessor Collectors Association, or TACA. We are strongly committed to supporting efficient and transparent tax collections, as well as clear, concise, and hopefully simplified tax rate calculations that make the property tax process more visible and understandable for taxpayers. Our association greatly appreciates the opportunity to be a resource to the legislature to provide information and I would hope a clear perspective, both from our offices and from taxpayers, of how current and proposed legislation can be implemented efficiently and effectively. I have provided the committee some data on this topic, and it's primarily it's data to show the committee how values and the tax bill have changed over the course of the past 4 years, specifically in Williamson County, on 3 different types of properties: properties that have a homestead exemption, properties that have a homestead and over 65 exemption, and properties that have a homestead and disabled persons exemption. And I went back 4 years, back to 2021, so that you could see the evolution of a tax bill in Williamson County through a 48% increase in the market value from 21 to 22, through a 13% reduction in the market value of residential properties from 22 to 23, and then basically a flat change in market values from 23 to 24. And what that did to assessed values, taxable values, and the overall tax bill for homes in Williamson County. And then I'd like to, if there's any questions you have, my office is boots on the ground and has hundreds of conversations with taxpayers daily, answering their questions about how homestead caps have affected their property, or how exemptions have affected their value, and fielding the questions of the effects of Senate Bill 2 and House Bill 12 and House Bill 3, and I'd love to field any questions you might have about how that affects taxpayers.
Larry, I'm looking at Ann Harris Bennett. She's the retiring tax assessor collector. She's got a total tax bill. Let's see. It looks like it's a decrease here, if I'm looking at this correctly, because of residential homestead over 65. Without a cap or ceiling. What did you see in Williamson County?
In Williamson County, we saw on average a reduction in the school district tax ceiling for properties of approximately about $1,350 in 2023.
Good, because our initial estimate was 1,300, so I'm glad we erred on the high side on that one. And what other general observations would you make about your data here?
So I would say, anecdotally, in 2022, when my market value of my home went up 48%, my tax bill went down $200. So the caps and the exemptions and things worked. The reduction in the school taxes, tax rates worked. In 2023 and 2024, I will say I heard taxpayers. I spent some time in my call center because I like to hear the questions that are coming in. I worked at the appraisal district for 2 years before working at the tax office, so I'm enthralled with this profession and this industry, and I like to hear the questions that taxpayers ask. It warmed my heart to have taxpayers, widows from Sun City, the largest retirement community in the state of Texas, calling. They could not believe that their tax bill showed that the school taxes were $0 because the adjustments that were made on their tax bill in 2023, their tax ceiling for school districts completely eliminated their school taxes.
Larry,
Same
this
thing
is one
for
of the best kept secrets of SB2. Okay, and I actually had a group of over 65s that met secretly to make sure, because they thought the bills were a mistake. Okay, and then they called for confirmation because they wanted to make sure it wasn't a mistake. And when they found out that it was $0, they were overjoyed. But they were also, they were used to paying bills for a lifetime and were pleasantly surprised that after paying a lifetime of taxes, they were finally off the hook.
I was able to hear taxpayers calling my office. They were literally weeping on the phone because they couldn't believe how significant their tax bill had been reduced in 2023. Now, I will say I also have customers, taxpayers calling today wondering their market value did not go up. It was basically flat, and the homestead cap has kicked in. We've had taxing units that have small increments increase their tax rates for 2024, and it is impacting their tax bills
Did any
for
of the
2024.
VATRs in Williamson County pass?
We had 2 school districts go out for tax rate elections, and they both failed.
It'll be interesting to see what the total number on the 63 is. And now, surprisingly, in Harris County, the largest of the SB2 elections, which was the initial $100 million, passed 51.5% to 48.5. So they're now having a 15% revenue increase, Adam, which I believe will set a record for tax revenue increases by a major county in the state of Texas. But thus I go off on Harris County. I should thus be protest too much, to quote Shakespeare.
If you don't mind, I wouldn't mind commenting on Senator Eckhart's question about the flat rate homestead exemption. It has been my experience, and I work with the bean counters in the cities and the county on a regular basis, probably more so than the appraisal district. And I would venture to say, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but I think when I do an analysis on what the impact of a homestead exemption was going to be, and we did see many of the taxing units adopt or increase homestead exemptions in 2022 when they saw that the values increased significantly. So the governing bodies reacted to a 48% increase in value in Williamson County for the most part. But I would say in their analysis of what impact is this going to have on our city or ESD or any other taxing unit that you want to speak of, the percentage piece in what they're required to adopt, it throws a complexity into them being able to calculate and project the amount of value that they're going to be exempting moving forward. So it's very easy to look back at historical data and to say that homesteads in your taxing unit, the number of homesteads have been increasing at 5% per year. So we can project that out. And if you choose a flat rate of $100,000, this is going to be the impact in the future for your taxable value. But when you throw in this other dynamic of a percentage, and you cannot predict the future of values of property, then I believe that they back away from that to say, you know what, if I can't anticipate what it's going to be in the future, then we're simply not going to go down that road. I think that's a real concern, and I would defer to my brethren in the cities and the ESDs and other taxing units to comment on that. But that's a feeling that I get around that subject matter.
I completely hear what you're saying. That was my experience between the county and the city as well. The city was reluctant to move to a full 20% because of the known unknown with regard to what 20% would mean in the future. And a flat dollar would be much more predictable and manageable and easier to swallow. I would love to see us, and since we already have it for school districts, we know how this operates. I would hope that what's good for the goose could be good for the gander, at least if the gander chooses it.
Sure.
So I would very much like to bring that, Chairman. May I ask another question of this witness?
Of the which witness? Anyway, go ahead.
Of Mr. Gaddis. We've seen a 24% increase in special taxing districts. How is the tax assessor? How are the tax assessor collectors managing being able to get good data on these special districts And and what would you recommend in terms of managing this tremendous growth in these quasi-governmental entities that have taxing authority?
I will say, so Williamson County, we have approximately 140 taxing units in Williamson County. 70 of those are MUDs, so almost exactly half of the entities that we have in Williamson County are MUDs. I would say that I think you've heard from other witnesses that they're a necessary part of the growth to fund the infrastructure that cities and others are unable to provide, and that they concentrate the expense of that infrastructure to the folks that use that those services. I don't know that it's our part to provide any opinion on how to slow the growth on that. We're administrators of what comes before us. I will say that thankfully, when it comes to the work that we do for taxing units, specifically around truth and taxation calculations. We do all the calculations in my office for all of my ESDs, for all of the cities, for all of the school districts. Thankfully, we do not do all the calculations for all of the MUDs in our office. It's just a small handful that we do truth and taxation calculations for. The good piece of that is their calculation process is very simple. And they often, the vast majority of them, hand the baton to their law firms and their attorneys to get that work done, and we're the recipients of that, of their worksheets and the other things that we're required to post on our website for transparency for taxpayers and things like that. So they are growing tremendously in Williamson County and throughout the state, and we take it as it comes in our office.
Larry, quick question. You've
Yes.
got 140 jurisdictions, 70 of them are MUDs. Do you have a consolidated tax office?
Correct, yes, sir.
So there's no private vendors, you're it, right?
No, that's correct.
Okay. And we did have a bill that passed this committee, passed the House, it did make it into law, that was going to post all the worksheets online, because part of this is, I think this would help correct errors before they become systemic and then become lawsuits. But your work is pretty sharp on truth and taxation. And would you see any issue with posting those?
We already do. So we have all the tax rate worksheets posted on our website, and on the property tax database website. The MUDs are required to post those. Whether they do or not all the time is another issue.
Subject for discussion.
Yeah. So, but those worksheets are posted on our website and in other areas.
Okay, everybody wants to talk to you. Let's go. Bob, you want to? You got your.
No.
Okay, Senator Parker.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Really enjoyed the testimony from both of you. Thank you very much. Just a generic question, I guess. Is it accurate that the Austin, Round Rock area, in terms of the housing market, really experienced the greatest depreciation in the state here in the last year? Is that right or wrong from what we heard earlier?
I will say this, and this is anecdotal again from things that I hear from the chief appraiser in Travis County, but probably more so from my chief appraiser. And I will say I'm gonna pat my chief appraiser and his office on the back. I feel they do one of the best jobs as an appraisal district in the state of Texas, and I'm fortunate to be a partner in this process with his office. The values in 2022, that 48% increase that I talked about earlier, probably one of the most significant increases in the state of Texas in a particular county. In that same year, Travis County increased, I think, approximately 24%. Our appraisal district values then went down the following year in 2023 by 13%. I think my chief appraiser in Williamson County is able to more accurately reflect the values as they occurred in each of those years,
Okay.
to where Travis County may have still been playing catch up. So they saw an increase in market values on average when Williamson County saw a decrease, and I think they were only showing that because they were still playing catch up, because they didn't have the data necessary to more accurately reflect the values that were happening.
Very good. Thank you very much.
And Larry, one last question. Because you do call centers, I used to love them too, because there was a day back when I was tax assessor voter registrar, we would take 55,000 live calls on election day, but we took a constant stream of property tax calls. Because internet trolls abound these days, did you ever calculate anyone's homestead exemption on a school taxation that would be higher in 2023 after the passage of SB2?
Were there
No cap breaks, just standard homestead exemption?
No, I can't say that I did.
Yes, well, the internet is abound with those people that say it is. And I tell them to go read their tax bill, and either they go away or they come back and say it's not true. And then I know they're not real because they did not look at their tax bill.
So, I will point this out, and it is a sad picture that we have to paint for property owners, and it is for what I tell people is, in the year that you purchase your home, you are technically paying the tax bill, even if you did it in January or February.
Or the other guy.
In October, you're paying the tax bill of the person you bought the home from, because their homestead and all the benefits of that homestead and the cap, or they're over 65 and their tax freeze, remains on that home for that year, even though it has changed ownership in that year. So the year that you purchased the home, you're paying the tax bill of the previous owner. It's not until the following year, and if you look at home sales in 2021 and 2022, they were churning. People were selling the home to get the equity out of it, and people were buying homes. And it's not until the following year that you're paying your true tax bill with your homestead exemption in place. And then it's not until the following year after that that the homestead cap comes into play, if and only if there's double-digit increases in the market value. So there's this delay. So we fielded that question often, very often in 23 and now in 24. Why did my tax bill go up? I bought my home last year. My tax bill was $6,000. This year it's $8,000. Well, last year when you purchased your home and you paid that 2023 tax bill, you were getting the benefit of the person that you purchased it
You were
from,
buying from an old
and
guy like
their
me.
the $100,000 that they still had under the homestead cap, and any other benefits that they were receiving. So that, I think, is really the one scenario where I see the most where customers or taxpayers are flabbergasted by an increase in their tax bill, and they don't understand because it's a delay in what they're seeing in the tax bill that they're
passed
paying.
the bill SB8, which was first-time home buyers, and was to try to keep them from running into sticker shock.
Sure.
And with that proration, are you having any issues with that calculation?
No, it's working, and again, my appraisal district is implementing that, and that is very beneficial for, especially with the amount of new homes that are being constructed in Williamson County.
Absolutely.
Extremely beneficial for those folks, and of course for the folks that are buying a rent house and moving in and making it their homestead.
Right, that was Special Sessions 2021, if I remember correctly.
And this could be a refinement on that, because that was such a good bill. And I'm wondering whether, and I wanted to hear whether this would be a burden on the tax appraisers to do a calculation for transparency purposes of what the property taxes would be without any homestead exemption, ag exemption, conservation management exemption, just so that a property owner knows either when they're buying or when they've held the property for a long time, what the value of their exemptions are. Because I agree that first-time home buyer may be purchasing a property based on a host of exemptions that they may not qualify for.
So we strongly encourage, we have a fantastic tax rate calculator that we twisted the arm of my vendor to build from scratch. And you can choose a property, go to your property, you choose either it will import the current value of the property or you can put a custom value in there. I tell people, if you're buying a home, put the price that you're buying the home from, because my appraisal district's probably going to get really close to what you purchased the home for in the following year. If you want to know what your tax bill is.
Do you get to keep that data?
What's that?
Do you get to keep that data?
No.
When they plug it in?
No, we don't. We don't capture that. We don't capture that. Good question. I've never thought about that.
Believe
but,
me, I shouldn't have asked.
Yeah, we do not capture. We do not. It is not sticky data, so it does not stay in there. But you put in the value. For instance, put in the amount that you're buying the home from. You can hit calculate. It'll show you what the tax bill will be. Then you can choose any number of the exemptions that are offered for homestead over 65 DP, any range of the disabled veterans exemptions, which, yes, they do need to be increased, by the way.
Well, I don't mean to cut short because you're a detail guy. And
Yeah,
I love you
sorry, I
that
am.
time.
Yep.
And Brent knows this. We've taken best practices like from Travis County that got us to the point where we have portals now. I'd love for you to send that over so
Yeah.
we can look at that as best practice.
Absolutely. We have an outstanding, better than Travis County Tax Office, a much better tax estimator.
I am all for competition.
That you can see exactly what the impact would be of any exemption that you might qualify for.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
All right. That's the type of fighting spirit we need in this Army. All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, let's bring up the A team. Carl Walker, Shannon Albrook, and James Quintero. Well, I always promise to get home before 5, so his better half does not shoot me. And we're almost on time.
I'll try not to be too long.
Who needs to go first? Let's put it that way.
Dealer's choice. Hey, if you gotta be home by 5, I'll let you go.
James, you get to tee off first for a
Yes,
chance
sir.
instead of close.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Members, my name is James Quintero. I'm a policy director at the Texas Public Policy Foundation. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts on property taxes today. But before I get going, I want to also thank Vice Chairman Springer for his incredible effort on this committee. I think we've done a world of good, and your services will be missed, sir.
Thanks, James.
I want to begin by actually appreciating the nature of the charge itself, because of course we are looking at additional property tax relief and reform. And as the name implies, we have actually done, I think, a lot of really good work on tax reform and tax relief. And I need not remind this body, but for those watching, in 2019, we instituted a slew of very good reforms involving compression and the institution of a revenue limit. We also, in 2021, did some really good work on the homestead exemption, and then, of course, we had historic property tax relief last session. So I look forward to the work ahead. But, of course, the charge itself is forward-oriented, and so what I want to do is encourage the body to do two things in particular. One is go big, and the second is to guard the gains. And what I mean on the go big is...
Go big that's the finance committee side. We've already taken that testimony.
That's right. That's
so
right.
You can talk about guard the gains.
Guard the gains. So in preparation for this testimony, what I had an opportunity to do is jot down 35 separate reforms, which you will find in the back section of that paper. And what I attempted to do is organize them according to the ones that would affect M&O, the ones that would affect INS, and I have kind of about 5 of them, which I couldn't fit in either bucket, but I think would really improve the property tax system. So real quick, of course, we don't have time to go through all 35, but and I'm happy to answer any questions about them, but really quick, what I'd like to do is just touch on 1 or 2 for each category, and then we can go from there. For the M&O, what I think would most help looking forward is to re-examine the voter approval tax rate and bring some uniformity to the system so that some jurisdictions are not operating under the old system And some jurisdictions are not operating at that 2.5% level. Of course, we know that we have a 2.5%, a 3.5%, and an 8% in effect. I think all political subdivisions ought to be operating on one standard, preferably set at a little bit lower of a threshold, since we're looking at it anyways. And that will, I hope, not only help protect against excessive tax increases, but encourage voter participation.
That was the original version of SB2 2019, if you remember.
So, and again, there's lots of other M&O related changes I think we could make, but looking at that voter approval tax rate and strengthening that will help with any future tax relief and keeping it intact. On the INS side, what I would encourage the body to do is to look at the process by which bonds are formulated, promoted, and awarded. And what I mean is that when you look at the local government debt environment, it's very clear to me that school districts in particular are taking on massive amounts of new debt. And it's been my experience that you have a small cadre of special interests, and I'm talking about the architects, the engineers, the construction firms, and the bond lawyers, who have really turned this into a cottage industry and have begun or have continued to benefit from the passage of bonds. And if I had a magic wand, one small change that I would make is to disallow anyone who makes a contribution to a PAC to then be awarded a contract from a bond that is passed. Right? I think we have to begin to put in place some sort of preventative measures to begin breaking up that particular industry. And then lastly, in terms of the other reforms, the ones that are in green on the very back, this year I will start on the dissertation component of my education. And I've actually selected to study Senate Bill 2 and its impact on the average homeowner. Thus far, I've been able to shepherd this concept through
2023 or 2019?
2019.
Okay.
And so when you look at the literature, what's become clear to me is that there's lots of TEL research out there, but what usually happens is the academic will look at a TEL from the government standpoint. They'll say, well, this TEL was instituted on this government and its revenues were affected or its expenditures were affected or whatnot. Okay, I want to come at it from the opposite perspective, and I want to know, how did a TEL benefit the average person in an affected jurisdiction? And I've selected Senate Bill 2 to study, and what I want to know based on a sample is, when this new law took effect, did the average homeowner experience any material benefit in terms of maybe there were some reduced foreclosure rates, maybe there was increased investment on that property, et cetera? Anyways, all of these things, as I've gotten into the literature, it's very clear to me that state-imposed property tax revenue limits do have something of an unintended consequence, because jurisdictions don't like to adjust their expenditures. And so they go out there, they become subject to a revenue limit, and what ends up happening is you see an increase in fees, other tax sources go up, et cetera, et cetera. So when considering how to best protect all of these gains, I think it's very clear to me that we need a local expenditure limit of a similar nature to the one that is imposed upon the state. And of course, the state is subject to 5 constitutional and statutory spending limits. I would select just one. Let's go back to that 2021 version that the legislature imposed upon itself and extend that down to political subdivisions. And there, when you control the level of expenditure growth, that will necessarily translate into a reduction in your tax burden.
So, James, that's a concept. You want to go back to the original version of Tabor in Colorado, which was a uniform expenditure, tax and expenditure limitation TEL, because that was with it became corrupted by, I don't know, 300. I'm not even sure how many amendments, but that's what your theory is at this point.
Correct. I think that original version of Tabor is the gold standard of tax and expenditure limits, and we ought to strongly consider implementing one here in Texas.
Now, if you ask your your person right to your left, he has the data on SB2, because I believe you've done those calculations, or Dale did, right? So at least you get part of your thesis done by asking the question, but source the data, of course.
And, Mr. Chairman, if I could offer one more quick comment to Senator Eckhart's comments on the special districts, I think we're right on. Looking at the data, it's very clear that we have lots of special purpose district growth. In fact, the latest data shows that of the 4,532 jurisdictions that were in existence in 2022, roughly half of those were special. What I have long advised the body to consider is divide those into two categories. One obviously provides infrastructure, and I think those are of a special nature. The others provide services. We ought to put those that provide services under some sort of sunset review, where the legislature is tasking an agency to go through these different entities to review. Has your original purpose been fulfilled? Is there any sort of mission creep? Is there a need for your continued existence, et cetera? Right? There ought to be some logical process by which we review those entities, or I would also encourage the implementation of some sort of sunset mechanism where these entities are coming up on, let's say, a 10-year basis for reauthorization at a public election. So those would be my two pieces of advice.
Something we agree on.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, James, I could keep you up here for a very long time.
No, it's
all right. No, and but go ahead.
One quick one, sure. Mr. Chairman. James, again, appreciate the kind words. Next to the last page, you had number 10 on there. Talks about INS going from maybe 50 cents to 40 cents. Yeah, one of my big challenges in 12 years is trying to figure out sometimes how we need to use a scalpel instead of a sledgehammer. Because I think there's times you could say they should be at 20, but I can give you some examples where, you know, I had a school district that just needed to rebuild they have it's a one building schoolhouse, K through 8. They had to rebuild it. They went from 0 INS to 49 cents to build an $8 million building. I mean,
yeah.
You know, and so, you know, we look at those. I can go to Lido and Prosper, which are just rooftops. They don't have any commercial. But, you know, we can go to, you know, Gainesville or Denton, where I'll pick Denton in my own district. Lots of commercial activities. They have a much lower INS than some of those. And so I think you probably need to refine that and look at it as a percentage of commercial versus rooftops or something like that, to be able to factor in there that the unintended consequences of trying to make sure that that's not being bloated. We don't hurt some people who really need it.
I think that's fair point, sir. Yeah.
Thank you.
And James, I think we can get the bond board to tell us what happened with the bond issues. I believe they keep track of that, right?
So, to my knowledge,
the largest bond in history failed by their secret code was 41. Okay. Well below 50.
Doing it.
Right. So, and then on the VATREs, I think the education TA would keep that, because they would have to. Well, maybe not if the result isn't to ratify. We might need to talk about data collection on those VATRs. I'm not sure if we haven't. I'm not sure Comptroll. No, they wouldn't be doing. I don't think anybody's tracking this. Come to think of it.
And I'm ashamed to admit that I only tracked 43. Senator, you mentioned 62, so I have some homework to do when I get home.
I just got a statistic. So I think out of, I wrote it down here. I think it was out of 53 TREs by school districts, 31 of them failed. So one of your recommendations is to make it a 60% majority to pass. I think we're already seeing that voters are perfectly fine.
Well, I did an interview for Dallas Morning News, and I used the term. I thought the failure rate was about 60%.
So I think we're good. I think that the voters are speaking just fine.
Now, if I understand the statute correctly, and that's not to say I do, but if I do, there is nothing to prohibit those districts from coming back at taxpayers in the next November, attempting again to ask them for another excessive tax increase. And so,
you think taxpayers are stupid?
I think that governmental entities have a tendency to pester voters until they get what they want.
You actually think voters who are pestered are more likely to pass a TRE?
There is nothing to prevent a governmental entity from continuing to ask. It's almost like a small child asking an adult to get them something until that adult finally breaks.
I'd like to ask you some other things.
Yes, ma'am.
What does the state use for its own expenditure cap?
So it depends on which one that you consider. The two that I would say most frequently we interact with, there's a constitutional governing mechanism on the rate of appropriations growth not dedicated by the Constitution. And then the one in the 2021 legislative session that was passed ties general revenue related monies to the rate of population and inflation. And that would actually be my preferred mechanism.
Yeah.
So population plus inflation. And yet we have limited some to 3.5%. So why not just give counties population plus inflation?
I think
Counties and cities.
They do get population growth because you get new stuff added to the rolls. Doesn't count, so it can go well and
New
above 3.5.
construction, right.
Yeah.
That's true.
so. I think if it
New
was
construction plus 3.5%.
yeah. So there are some
So,
exceptions.
but James will take inflation and population. And I actually passed that 20 years ago, and it's still in court. I believe it's finally going to be adjudicated by Bruce Hotze. Actually got a trial date.
I'm just intrigued. I haven't gone over all of these, and I'm looking forward to going over all of them. Very interesting to me. But I am intrigued. One of your recommendations is to apply a standardized and simplified 3.5% to all of the taxing entities. As I recall, y'all won the support of smaller governmental entities for the 3.5% by promising you wouldn't put it on them. But now you're recommending that it should go on everybody, right?
Well, the position that I occupy at the foundation allows me to assume a purist ideological position.
You are so
And so-
lucky. You get to be a purist.
My friends at the legislature, have to deal with the details. I get to articulate the ideal, and in the ideal, I think we ought to have one low standard that applies uniformly to everyone.
Well, I've often said that the perfect should not be the enemy of the good.
Yes,
So let me ask you another one of your recommendations. And again, I want to drill down on these a little harder, but you have a recommendation number 6 to amend the statutory definition of debt because these crazy bond lawyers are out there like running bonds and warrants and certificates of obligation, and it's those crazy bond lawyers.
I didn't know you were one.
I'm not a bond lawyer. But of course, the state doesn't build schools or courthouses. The state doesn't build county jails. How do you propose these local entities build such things as schools, courthouses, and county jails, except for debt? I mean, would you prefer them to pay for them as they go, in which case that's going to be a very heavy burden on the current taxpayer?
Well, and I think you raise a fine point. And I do want to say that the foundation does not oppose debt in all instances, and I think it does make sense in the right circumstance to utilize borrowing of some fashion. That said, when you look at the rate of consumption of public debt among school districts in particular, you see that it's very excessive. We have lots of data on that, and I'm happy to provide that to you. One thing to kind of maybe help get at your point, though, about what do we do, I have long looked at the state of Florida and the design that they have for school districts to build school buildings. And what the state of Florida does, my understanding is that they've really centralized the design process at the state level so as to effectively excise or at least mitigate the cost of that, is attributed to your architects and your engineers. And so school districts, when they want to build a school building, effectively use a template of sorts that's already been provided
Model design.
Model
I think I've talked
design.
to Speaker Dan
Yes.
about this, but at ALEC conference.
And it's a very good model that I hope the legislature will use to help control the rate of borrowing by school districts. That's just one way.
I think that these are very good suggestions, both for schools and for county jails, because in both instances, you can look at tilt wall construction and various other things. You could even look at 3D printing in some regards. So I think with regard to those sorts of vertical development, I would love to work with you on that.
Yes, ma'am.
But I want to caution this committee that there are many things that cities, counties, school districts, hospital districts, and various other clear governmental entities are paying for out of these bonds. For instance, IT infrastructure. I will speak from what I know. I was never on the school board, although my kids did go through a public school. But speaking from what I know, just in regard to courts, for instance, the state pays less than, I'm going to say más o menos, I'm going to inflate it. It's less than 20 cents on the dollar for what counties pay for courthouse infrastructure. And the state pays nothing for bricks and mortar infrastructure, nothing for IT infrastructure, except for some Office of Governor grants that are passed through usually of federal dollars and OCA grants. So these bond dollars are absolutely crucial to effective and efficient local government. And you will see higher tax burdens if you don't allow local governments to appropriately borrow when the interest rates are low and the price point, and they're doing it early. If you hamper them from appropriate debt financing, you will end up costing the taxpayer more because your government will be ineffective and inefficient and not be able to handle the population growth.
And your point's well taken on the county jails. I don't have much of a rebuttal, but when it comes to school districts, who again are the leading consumer of public debt in Texas, it does strike me that school districts seem to be shifting a lot of things that used to be paid for with their operating budgets, with their M&O rate, onto the INS side. I've actually highlighted one of those instances related to Round Rock ISD's $998 million bond, most of which was just approved last week. And in a recent community impact article, we have the superintendent actually saying that if we have a leaky roof at McNeil High School, or if we have a chiller at one of our campuses that breaks down and we have to replace it, we have to tap into our maintenance and operations budget. Well, that's what a maintenance and operations budget is for. It's for maintenance. And so those things shouldn't be pushed off onto debt, because that is further exacerbating school district spending and borrowing.
All right, James, we're going to have a discussion about this.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Because- and we'll have it at a different day and a different
please.
time.
All right. That's right.
Because
Yes, ma'am.
there are very serious discussions that we need to have with regard to what you do when you have a budget and you have some inputs, some costs that are absolutely predictable. They are not one-time costs. They are ongoing, and they are absolutely predictable. And what is appropriate for debt financing and what isn't. Because I think that you are making leaps that if you sit down with budget officers, you will have a better understanding of how they are actually saving money by debt financing and how important of a mechanism that is for them. So I'd love to talk to you about it at another time.
Bob, you went in on this? No.
My head is spinning.
Yeah, all right, okay. Anyway, James, look, I really appreciate all this. We're going to upgrade the number of taxing units to 4,500 and how many?
Let's see. Now, this was 2022 data. I hadn't had a chance to go through
I
the
can make
controls.
a quick calculation from there, but that will mean we're approaching roughly 4,800.
And to my knowledge, we actually have the second greatest number of political subdivisions in the U.S. behind only Illinois, at last I checked. So.
Well, and the good news is that we used to chase Illinois on tax rate, and we were right behind them as the third highest tax rate in the country. And we have fortunately turned away from that path, and we're apparently have fallen to 10th place.
Okay.
That's the latest number I'm getting, but So we have stopped chasing Illinois, and for one, I'm very happy about that. I never really liked Illinois anyway. I don't know why they're so popular, but whatever. Okay. Carl, state your name, you represent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Carl Walker. I'm a senior analyst for Texas Taxpayers and Research Association. Property tax is one of the least desirable of all the taxes because it is a direct tax on something that will make all Texans better off, capital investment. Capital investment brings innovation and economic growth that creates jobs, raises personal incomes, and improves quality of life. The tax relief package passed by the 88th legislature reduced school property taxes by $4.4 billion in 2023. And for that, we commend and thank the legislature. However, the relief package also shifted the school property tax burden in Texas from homes to business in two ways. One, single-family homes received 84% of the 2023 property tax relief and realized $3.67 billion in relief across the state. All state property, mostly business property, received only 16% of the tax relief, or $685 million. And two, the property tax relief is funded by state revenues from taxes paid primarily by businesses at 57.8%. In other words, businesses paid the majority of the tax revenue used to offset taxes for homeowners in 2023. This burden shift is now structural. The $100,000 homestead exemption is required by the Constitution. In 2023, 43% of homestead property value and 93% of business property value was on the school property roll. The only source of revenue to fund current and future property tax relief is general revenue, which is paid primarily by business. This is a setback for attracting the capital investment that the state wants. To continue to attract capital investment and benefits it will bring to the state, we submit that future property tax reduction should not exacerbate the burden shift. Instead, should begin to reverse it. One, additional compression would benefit all property owners in proportion to taxable value and would not exacerbate the shift of the tax burden. However, for additional compression to reach all school districts, the legislature will probably have to buy down the equity band. Two, exemption of business personal property would partially reverse the shift of the tax burden onto business that's on business. In 2023 dollars, the cost of exempting business personal property from school district property tax and the hold harmless would be about $3.4 billion a year. This would lower that amount of business property that is taxable from 93% to 66% for school districts. And three, increasing the homestead exemption further would exacerbate the shift of the burden. And with the $100,000 homestead exemption, the proper relationship between personal income and property tax levies has been achieved. I'd like to point you to Figure 6 on page 12 of the handout for that relationship from 1994 to 2023. Now, in 2020, the property tax levy had increased by 68% and the personal income had increased by 55% compared to $1994 that's adjusted for population inflation. But by 2023, the property tax relief inverted that relationship. So in 2023, property tax levies had increased by 48% and personal income had increased by 57% compared to those $1994. So for property tax relief that will stand the test of time, we need to shift the attention away from the appraisals and onto the tax rates. Appraisal caps and exemptions merely shift the property tax from taxpayers to other taxpayers. The only way to actually keep property tax in check is to keep local government spending in check, which in turn keeps tax rates and property tax levies in check. We need more measures like the 3.5% growth trigger that was enacted in 2019. Now, I want to shift a little bit towards the circuit breaker. Although the 20% circuit breaker pilot program will limit the taxable values of some business property, an appraisal cap such as the circuit breaker will only shift part of the tax burden from cap properties to non-capped properties and homesteads. The Terra Research Foundation, in partnership with the Baker Institute for Public Policy, is currently studying the operation of the circuit breaker in 2024 and will report the findings to the legislature in time for the regular session. Our findings will include how much the property tax burden was shifted from capped to non-capped properties in 5 counties around the state, including Collin, Moore, Smith, Midland, and Harris, which properties paid less tax because of the circuit breaker, and which properties paid more tax because of the circuit breaker. And we're also going to look at the effects of that circuit breaker at lower levels at 15 and 10%. And finally, I'd like to address how the other taxing units responded to the school district property tax relief. I'd like to point you to figure 8 on page 13. The state funded $5.2 billion of the school M&O tax reduction in 2023, but total tax levies statewide were reduced by only $414 million. State-funded reduction school M&O taxes were offset by $4.7 billion in tax increases by school districts, local INS, cities, counties, and special districts, of which an estimated $3.2 billion can be attributed to inflation and population growth, meaning $1.5 billion of property tax relief funded by the state in 2023 was grabbed up by other taxing units in the form of property tax increases. To address this, you must require strict adherence to the law regarding truth and taxation processes, specifically the real-time tax notice website. Figure 9 on page 13 is an example of a jurisdiction that did not have any information available even as of yesterday. When this is the case, a taxing unit should be prohibited from adopting a tax rate that exceeds the no new revenue rate if the taxing unit fails to publish the truth and taxation information that's required by statute. I want to leave you with this final thought. Yeah, yes.
We did have that factor of that.
Oh.
They had that as a factor into Senate Bill 1988. So, because we want to get those published onto, see David Shoemaker back onto the comptroller's website.
Yeah.
So that can be transparent, and if they don't publish, that might be a good way to keep them motivated to publish that.
Yes, transparency is the key. But I want to leave you with this final thought before I take any of your questions. Capital investment grows the tax base. If local government spending is kept in check, a larger tax base will yield permanent property tax reduction for all taxpayers. We ask you to focus on ways to engage property owners on local government spending and the tax rate process, and we at Terra stand ready to shift that focus away from the appraisals and onto tax rates and local government spending.
Carl, that's as usual, a great set of data to discuss. Yes, I mean, the overall emphasis on driving down tax rates is very important, and we've been on that. It only took us 4 years to pass SB2, but then we had missed the prior 34 years. Mm-hmm. So, and it was the first major change in rollback rates in 38 years. Now, y'all did a study on that impact, Tatara did,
yes,
through 22 or 21. And I think I've asked Jennifer several times for an update. Have y'all?
We have not done an update on that yet.
Okay, when you get done with your study with the Baker Institute, could you throw that?
We can put that on the list, yes.
Yeah, right. Because I think that number would be very important to update at this point. Now, on shifts, I want to go over something. When you increase a homestead exemption in a regular situation like a city or county, yes, it's a shift. When you increase a homestead exemption, or when you do a cap or, a circuit breaker, AKA, that obviously is a shift, okay? Now, when the state chooses to pay for a homestead exemption as opposed to a rate cut, and we're paying for it, how is that a shift?
Yes, on the M&O side, but the INS side.
Okay, right.
Is where we're concerned on the shift.
Right, and so when we have these discussions, let's throw in a little more granularity into that, because the INS shift is approximately 11%. I'm going from memory. I think an average, James, INS for school districts, I think it's about 11%.
I'd have to check.
Yeah, but it's 11, 12, or 13. Okay, so because schools did get a benefit of that as well, because they got the homestead exemption paid for. So they did take about $600 million of that, and that is a shift on the INS, but it's not a shift on M&O. So I just want to make that clear, because I've heard that multiple times, and And that's not the case when the state is involved in school finance and we choose to buy something down like we did. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. And now that I see Dr. Ginn is using the same data as, the comptroller's office and y'all are all, I'm very happy because that was the focus of the last finance committee meeting. So we have had an overall, we've had 4 you said 5, but it's, obviously rounded up.
5.2.
Yeah, right. Do you think that's the final number? Because I'm curious.
It's the final number of the numbers we have.
Okay. All right, because the last numbers that the comptroller's office were working, or Dr. Ginn was working on was 4.44. David, can you get that number off the website so I know what you've got? Total reduction of school taxes, okay? But the obvious conclusion is because of that, because of that large 1 year reduction. Of course, the bill is multiple years. That drove an overall tax rate reduction cut back to $81 billion. I don't think we've had a tax rate reduction, an overall tax cut like that. Well, you'd have to count the franchise tax as an offset back in 2005 and 6. So I'm not even sure we've had a reduction that wasn't immediately consumed by the cities and the counties. Now, one of the things that we did do was put that rollback rate reduction in first, because everyone that watched what happened in that decade, without having that control of spending, these school cuts were consumed immediately.
Very quickly.
Right. All right, and your number one recommendation right now, besides we're going to wait for your report?
Besides additional rate compression, we actually had 3 of them. Additional rate compression, looking at the exemption of business personal property to somewhat reverse that shift, and then also
tried that too. Took me 4 sessions to pass $2,500.
Yeah,
felt like a freshman 4 years in a row. Couldn't pass that bill.
And the other big one is looking at debt and how those INS rates are calculated, and looking at minimum debt service to calculate that. And if they want to pay off additional debt, then allow them to go above a voter approval rate and send that to the voters.
When allowed to go above a voter approved rate?
To pay off debt early.
Oh, I see. So you, instead of making it, you're actually asking the public to make that decision.
Make that decision rather than the jurisdictions.
Okay. Thanks. Bob?
Mr. Chairman, maybe just a comment as much as a question, because we seem to be focusing on one part of this, and that's on the appraisal side, when the real decision makers are the county commissioners that set the rate.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what your appraised value is; they get to determine what it is. So if all we and there's no incentive for them to do anything other than whatever they want to spend the money on. What about if we just did an independent calculation based on inflation and population growth from year to year of the tax, and then when the commissioners set a tax rate that was below that number, whatever it was below that number, they get to split 1 or 2% as a bonus to them. I'll bet you'd never see the taxes go up again anywhere. Because we were trying to control the wrong thing. This is like trying to control a horse by pulling on its tail. I mean, it doesn't work.
Right.
And the people find a way around it. And I say that semi in jest, but I think we're not really looking at the things that really would control this, because nobody has an incentive to not spend more money in there. And that's where our problem isn't collecting money. It's the spending over here that people convince themselves we absolutely can't live without doing this next thing. When we're at a point in life that's hard for me to see justification greater than inflation and growth.
Population.
So that's my 2 cents.
No, if you were on my radio show, you would be getting a ringing bell right now. And James knows this because that's actually, with the exception of the split, that's exactly the charter amendment from the city of Houston, designed, 20 years ago. Now, I'm going to use a case in point because I was going to beat up on Adam, but he left the room, so I might as well do it now. Oh, no, there he is. Yeah, right. Your case in point. Look, Harris County tax roll actually only went up, I think 0.3%. We're looking at a 15+% increase. To Bob's point, all of that increase is tax rate, all of it. Now, right, 7 pennies, because the voters approved the last chunk of it by a close score of 51.5. But that's exactly to the point. So, you know, all bills like the one we did with Senate Bill 2 are all compromises. They're all, you know, that's how legislative process works. But those appraisal caps didn't do anything to save the circuit breaker, quite frankly, besides an individual taxpayer potentially, depending on how it works out. Certainly didn't save revenue because they just jacked up the tax rate. And because of the emergency exemption, which we are going to change, Adam, okay, all right, because that emergency exemption was a power outage, wasn't a real damage. So I was surprised that wasn't in your report, James, okay? So you must, if I get you free data, you need it added to your report. So we're gonna have to have serious discussion about this, but Bob, to your point, it's exactly right on. Because these tax rate increases are titanic, and the largest ever, and over $1 billion, Adam, but I'll talk to you about that later. And that is clearly a commissioner's court decision.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you can do all the things in the world with, you know, high appraisal figure, low appraisal figure, but that tax
It's
rate.
the levy that makes the difference.
That makes all the difference in the world. And I think, you know, focus it where because people react to the whiffum. What's in it for me is the biggest, driver of most people. And you put them in a position where they got something gained by protecting the people from unnecessary growth. And that's what we're talking about doing.
And I was actually surprised that there were not candidates in the Houston area that were not actually campaigning on that issue, because they might have had a score that would have been higher than 0.50 or 50, but they didn't. They had scores that were in the 40s. So we're actually surprised that didn't occur. Last question for Carl.
Yeah, and I apologize. I was listening to part of it back there, Carl. And it sort of ties into just in overall, I mean, again, we really just have one taxpayer. I mean, that's paying. It's whether they're paying the local, whether they're paying the county, whether they're paying the state or the feds. And the conservative thing, and I think Bob's on this, is, we got to not be afraid to do the conservative thing sometimes, which is, I mean, the one I see is the biggest one that I think that if you talk to any of your sheriffs and talk about the jails is our mental health problem. Mm-hmm. But, when we have 15% of the prisoners in my district that are in county lockup can't say incompetency. Mm-hmm. And they've been there for 500 days. And by the way, the cost of treating inmates or the cost of it has gone from $47 a day to $77 a day. And so they don't have a choice, because especially in my district, they're not going to just release them and let them go. Right. And so we've got to spend a little bit of money to make sure we can get ahead of that, and so we can decrease those number of days in there. And at the end of the day, it'll save Texans money. It may not be out of state dollars, it may be in county dollars, but it's the right thing to do for our taxpayers.
Right. Yeah, and on that front, I mean, I think we've looked at appraisals because that's kind of the easy way to kind of look at it now. Now the hard discussion is there's a fundamental level of government that needs to be paid for. What is the fundamental level of government?
Right.
And that's a hard discussion.
That's that core function of government that for 12 years talked about, it's healthcare, it's education, it's infrastructure, and it's security. And so, this one sort of hits on a couple of them on that mental health piece in there. It's something that only the state, the government can do in that regards. And we've got to do it because we're seeing the results both financially as well as we're seeing it in encampments and attacks when you walk down certain streets and certain cities and everything else because of the mental illness problem we have.
You're right. We've got to maintain or have fundamental government. We have gone so far beyond fundamental government that we're pushing up on the socialist approach very heavily. And so putting a tight control on future growth would do nothing more than return us to what our founding fathers intended. in this country, in it a constitutional republic in which people pay their own way and government does the things that the enterprise system cannot do or would not do good. I mean, yes, we got to have jails, we got to have roads, we got to have schools. There are things like that, but there's a whole bunch of other stuff that they decided to spend money on, and all of a sudden it becomes mandatory.
Right.
And so I think we really have to get serious about having a process that actually controls the growth of government, and nothing will do it like putting a real cap on it that has meaning. And going after the appraisal part is fine, but it's that thing at the end with how much money are they going to bring in this time is what we have to find a way. And unless you incentivize people to do something other than what they're doing, they're going to.
Okay, let's get Shannon into this, and then we'll run last set of questions, then we'll let the A-team head to the house a little late.
I do have a question, however, for Carl.
You can hold it, and I will recognize you. All right? Go ahead, Shannon.
Thank you, Chairman Betancourt. Appreciate it. Members, it's great to be here. Thank you. My name is Shannon Halbrook. I'm a fiscal policy analyst with Every Texan. We're an independent policy organization that uses data and analysis to advocate for solutions that enable Texans of all backgrounds to reach their full potential. Every Texan opposed the property tax rate cuts enacted by the 88th legislature, and we will continue to oppose any additional property tax cuts that disproportionately benefit wealthy property owners and harm the state's ability to fund public education. Instead of buying down property tax rates again, the legislature should make smart investments in schools, teachers, healthcare, state worker pay, infrastructure, the grid, and other programs and services that support economic growth and stability for all Texans. 38% of Texas households are renters, yet the primary beneficiaries of residential property tax rate cuts are wealthy homeowners. Low-income Texans and Texans of color who own their homes do not benefit from property tax rate cuts as much as their wealthier white neighbors, in part because the homes owned by Texans of color also tend to be of lower value. However, all that being said, increasing the homestead exemption did counteract some of the inequities created by the property tax rate compression, as well as the inherent regressivity of property taxes. The higher homestead exemption increased the number of homes valued below the exemption threshold of $100,000, and thus paying zero in school M&O taxes, from 367,000 to 1.3 million. And of those 1.3 million homes, nearly half, that's 49%, are owned by Hispanic Texans and 10% owned by Black Texans. Put another way, those homes valued at $100,000 or less constitute 33% of Hispanic-owned homes in the state overall and 24% of Black-owned homes. Now, what I'm getting at here is that a deeper analysis of the results of some of this legislation by race and ethnicity and by income levels can provide some nuance when assessing the equity of tax proposals. So what I'm recommending here is for bills impacting state taxes, the LBB can be asked to produce an equity note which analyzes the tax incidence of the proposed changes. Such a note is required in the House, and they can provide valuable detail of the Senate tax bill's impact on all Texans. For future tax cut proposals in the Senate, the LBB should be directed to conduct this analysis, but it would require an amendment to Senate rules. Last thing, I wanted to just mention a few other of our recommendations. As we discussed earlier, we heard a bunch about Texas clearly has a housing affordability problem. Overall, a third of Texas households are housing cost burdened, meaning they spend over 30% of their income on housing. But property tax cuts alone are not the solution, especially considering how renters and Texans of color are often left behind. The state should explore other options that help Texans who need it the most. And for us, from our perspective, that could include the local option flat dollar homestead exemption that Senator Eckhart mentioned earlier. That is an equitable way to reduce property taxes across the board. A renter's credit or tax rebate, a property tax circuit breaker policy, a little bit different than the circuit breaker that we've been discussing, but it's used in some form.
They're both temporary.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
See, I'm just trying to give you the key to the code.
Anyway, the kind of circuit breaker I'm talking about is used in more than 30 states, and it would provide a versatile way to control rent or property taxes depending on Texans' ability
But
to
it's
pay.
also tied to income tax, which we don't have, but good, continue.
Not necessarily, though. There are ways to do it. There are ways to implement it that don't require the sort of income tax infrastructure. But we can talk about it. And then finally, this is the most aspirational idea, I would say, a state EITC, which is available in 31 states and the District of Columbia. That's another well-tested policy that would give financial relief to low and middle-income Texans at minimal cost. All these options would help reduce housing costs for Texans in more targeted ways. Last session, the legislature cut property taxes. In this session, the legislature should acknowledge the essential revenue they provide and make more permanent investments in the future of Texas. Thank you all very much. Appreciate any questions.
Okay, Shannon, just a couple
50
things.
cents on the dollar.
Yeah, I agree. The 367K to the 1.3 million is very important stat, okay? And the stats that you quoted were really based on very close to public population specs in Texas, okay? One of the reasons why the Texas Senate was for the $100,000 homestead exemption for exactly all the reasons that you stated, except that you didn't back the bill because for some reason you didn't like it. Okay, now, part of it is that's our commitment to home ownership. And I think if you were here earlier today, you hear now that rental costs are actually less than home costs. Okay, and no offense, Shannon.
They haven't risen as fast as home costs.
No, actually, at this point, the acquisition cost is, less to, it's more, you can go back and look at that data. It's cheaper to rent than it is to buy.
That's true, but
Okay.
I'm simply saying that it hasn't risen as fast.
Right.
It is cheaper to rent than it is to own currently, but you stated.
Now, are you bucking for vice chair, or can I finish my comment? Okay, now, when you go, to Shannon with this, so part of this is you have to recognize the obvious of when there isn't a positive effect. And you're right, because my question to you was, if you think property taxes are regressive, what would you think of a 23% sales tax that replaced all property?
Yes, certainly
Anyone
property
did?
taxes are less regressive than a sales tax.
Right, because that would be regressive to what, the moon, Mars, out, where, another universe, right?
Right.
Okay, so, so I appreciate the input, but remember, it should be tempered with what actually is done, because in this state, we don't have an income tax. We're not going to have one. It's now effectively constitutionally prohibited. So we are dealing with two forms of taxation.
The two-legged stool, as we say.
Yeah, well, that's right. And that stool, right, or it might be a long bench is the best way to describe it.
Become a unicycle.
Right, and because if we go to a one stick, whether it's property tax or sales tax, it's going to be a pogo stick that no one can get off of.
Agreed. I agree with you there.
So I just want to make sure you temper your comments with what we have to work with here in the legislature.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. I mean, I would say that certainly with respect to the EITC, Washington State, for example, does have an EITC that they administer through their Department of Revenue. They don't have an income tax either. They made it work. It took them some time. It took them some, they had to do some data sharing agreements with the IRS and whatnot, but they did make it work. So it is possible.
Shannon, I'm not really sure I'm interested in Washington. I don't remember them to be the right color. I'm just guessing from my map. I can't remember. But I want to thank you for your input. Anyway.
Thank you.
Okay, one last question from Senator Eckhart before we let him go.
So I completely agree with the chairman. Take a look at the rental data, because it is really, really positive.
Mm-hmm.
And it's from increased units. When you get more supply out there, cost goes down.
Right, it's shocking. And by the way,
it's basic math.
And one add-on, since before I forget, and rent control hasn't worked in Washington. It has not worked in San Francisco. It has not worked in New York. It has not worked in any place. If you can find a place, I would love to know. And don't tell me it's Rochester, New York, because we checked that out last time, and that turned out not to be true.
But I do want to go
Now,
back
I'll pass it back to Senator
Carl's
Eckhart.
really excellent Tatara analysis. That I wanted to take a look at this back page, or page 11, the market value not taxed by school districts, taxable value and non-tax. This is such a valuable bar chart. And I wanted to pull it up because of the discussion that the chairman just had with Shannon regarding our two-legged stool or our bench or our unicycle or whatever we're going to call it. I believe that this is a function of our two-legged stool. We have no income tax. We only have sales tax and property tax. And so this is reflective of us trying to capture wealth without making home ownership unattainable. Would you
Yeah.
concur somewhat?
That was what the effect of the homestead exemption was it took a lot of homes, a lot of the taxation that was collected by homesteads off the roll. But with that, business is bearing a larger chunk because there is 93% of business is taxed at 100%.
I agree with you, and most people in Texas don't believe that. Most of my constituents are absolutely sure that homeowners are bearing a larger burden than business owners. And I am unpopular when I correct them, and I usually use your excellent data, although it does make me rather unpopular.
Thank you.
This will also make me rather unpopular, but I'm going
Bet you were 100 on your scale.
well, so, sometimes you speak truth and people admire you for it. And so here's a little bit more. We keep railing about how terrible the taxes are in the state of Texas, and they're just crushing and awful and runaway spending, and it's just, so terrible. But I've got to note that the Tax Policy Center, well, let's go to the Tax Foundation first. Tax Foundation, nonpartisan, national organization, been around for a really long time, puts the combined state and local tax rate in the state of Texas at the 6th lowest of the states. 6th lowest, y'all, of the combined state and local taxes. Now, that's for the average taxpayer, and our tax system, being a two-legged stool, is pretty regressive, so that means it's pretty heavy for the low-income folks, Shannon, and pretty dang light for the rich folks. 6th lowest in the United States, senators. Also, the
individuals.
It's the per capita. Correct. So this is a per capita calculation.
What individuals?
But I also want to
Sometimes
highlight.
There's actually more debate between the members than there is on the panel.
But I also want to highlight the Tax Policy Center, another very reputable source, nonpartisan, international, has the United States tax burden. Now, again, state of Texas, 6th lowest in the United States. But if you look at the United States taxes at 27% of GDP as a combined tax. The average for the OECD nations is 34%. The only countries that tax less of their GDP among those OECD nations are countries that you would be surprised at. Poorer countries. The only ones that tax lower than the United States are Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ireland, okay, Mexico, and Turkey. So as we talk about how our taxes are just killing us, put it in context. 6th lowest in the nation, and our nation is among the absolute lowest of the developed world. So I get it. We definitely need to talk about the distribution of our tax burden and make sure that it's fair.
I'm sure
but
there's
the
a
idea
question
that
in
we
this.
are overtaxing is preposterous under any statistical analysis.
Thank you for your question. That was a diatribe, but go ahead. Bob, question?
I kind of agree with part of what you're saying, except it's not a two-legged stool, and if we had an income tax, it wouldn't be a three-legged stool. It's a one-legged stool, because all taxes are paid by the individuals. Businesses, the taxes are just like their cost of the property, the cost of the product. It's a cost of doing business. It gets passed on. It doesn't cost the business anything. The people pay for it. And so we have to keep that in mind, that whatever we want to do in spending of taxes, it is being paid for by the people. If we cut property tax and then the state shovels the money in to fill that hole, it's just money coming out of the left pocket instead of the right pocket. It's still coming out of your pocket for government to spend it for you in there. So shifting it from one thing to another or having an income tax or taxing businesses more is not much different than having a bigger sales tax. And a sales tax does the same thing. It's all the people still pay the money. And so the only thing I think we can really do is control government growth. And we've had government long enough that we should have figured it out by now. What do we really need government for? And why would we need any more than what we already have that would give us just by inflation? And I think even if we control government, inflation would not be as bad as it is, but that's a whole other argument. And growth. So that's my question.
All right, anyway. Stop encouraging him, Senator Smith. Okay. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. All right. As you can tell, we're all having fun on this hearing. Any other questions for these wise trio before we let them head home? Thank you, gentlemen. What? I know this is your last rodeo.
I was a little sad that Dick Levine didn't show up.
Yeah.
I mean, you relay that.
What happened?
I had my C-triple-P jokes ready to roll about Communist Party and everything.
No, he gets elected to the CAD board, and, he won't show up here.
He thinks he's done.
I mean, he's elected official now. Come on. We've got a whole bunch of jokes for him.
Well, going forward, I'm happy to take your CCP jokes.
All right.
Totally fine.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Speaking of government, the much maligned government that it is, the much praised government that it is, gentlemen, the duo, Adam Hayes, Bill Longley.
How many cards do you got?
I think we're eating here, but anyway, that's okay. It's okay. It's not that one. All right. Gentlemen, who wants to tee off here?
Dealer's choice. I'll take it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, before I get started, like everybody else, Senator Springer, you have always been forthright and a friend, and certainly appreciate your honesty and certainly appreciate even though they're tough questions, I've always appreciated the way you've approached it, and we are going to miss you. You're not dying. You'll be around, but I'm going to miss you on that side of the dice, and I've always appreciated it. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, members, Adam Haynes of the Conference of Urban Counties, here to testify on the second charge. And, Mr. Chairman, your staff asked me to look at Senate Bill 2 of 86, Senate Bill 2 of 88, and then specifically look at the disaster declaration.
Right.
And so, based on the homework, y'all have done a lot of conversation. We got the no new revenue. Remember, Mr. Chairman, it's not the revenue, or it's not the rate, it's the revenue.
You got it. It's a levy.
And
That's it. You're right.
And you've sold us on it. We agree with you 100%. And
that's why Bill wasn't opposing appraisal cabinet. He knows that's right, because he's just going to make up for it on the rate side, right?
And of course, Senate Bill brought us the change in the notice and hearings. Brought a lot of transparency. And this is Senate Bill 2 of 86. Brought us a lot of transparency. Brought a lot of truth in taxation. The one thing that hadn't been mentioned today that I think it goes underappreciated is the professionalization, the consolidation of much of the levies and much of the appraisal systems into a central system, into the comptroller's office. That's brought a professionalism. That's brought a standardization of appraisals. You know, we still hear it.
Model policy.
Absolutely, and everybody says, well, the local government just sets the appraisal at what they need to fund their business. You know, we don't do that. We follow the comptroller's directions on that. That was a change in Senate Bill 2, and that's brought a lot of change, a lot of positive change. Senate Bill 2 of 88, obviously, you've talked about the 65 and older freeze and the recalculation. great change. The elected CAD board members, we're going to deal with it.
Well, that's the way, that's right. That's what's called a work in progress.
Yes, sir. And then, and of course, I would be remiss if I didn't say the $100,000 homestead exemption. And as has been discussed ad nauseum here, I'll put my 2 cents in now, and we'll put our 2 cents in the 89th session. If you give counties the option to do the same policy, a flat dollar homestead exemption, we would pay for it amongst the counties, and it's not going to be an overall increase.
Adam,
It's just going to
How
equalize.
would you pay for it amongst the counties?
Because you allow the counties that option, and there are some, I'll use Travis County as the example where I'm from. We have properties in this town that when Travis County gives the percentage exemption, gets so much more than $100,000 exemption. If we just gave $100,000 across the board to every homestead in Travis County, I would imagine, I haven't done the math, but I would imagine the levies would go up, because we have some properties that are so highly valued. When you give them a 10% or a 15% property tax, or 20, well, actually it is 20%. $5 million home. It's a lot larger than $100,000. A lot larger.
Oh, okay, all right. I understand what you're saying, all right.
Yes, sir.
I was trying to figure out, I thought you guys were coming out of pocket to pay for a flat state.
Oh, no, sir. No, sir.
No, see, and now that was missed
amongst,
to me.
and I apologize for torturing that.
That's right.
Amongst the number of properties within the taxing jurisdiction.
All right, no, sorry.
Okay.
Right. Otherwise, I was going to have to consult Bill as an attorney. Right, okay, that's right.
Wouldn't want that.
And then, and so obviously we'll be back here in the 89th and advocate for that, and it would absolutely help low and middle income. It'll go back to the hearing that took a long time this morning. It would help out with the cost of affordability and lots of things like that. And then
Serious discussion about disaster exemption.
serious discussion about disaster exemption. As you remember, Mr. Chairman, it wasn't by any stretch of the imagination, it wasn't my idea, but I was in the room with you and others when we were talking about the disaster declaration, and I remember it was your idea, and I think at the time it was a great, and it's still a great idea, and that's what kind of broke the logjam, and Senate Bill 2 of 86 passed, and
I had no votes to spare.
you,
That's right.
I think Senator
Y'all's
Seliger.
opposition was quite substantial between you and TML.
I think Senator Seliger moving it from 2.5 to 3.5 also broke a lot.
That was actually right, all part of the deal. But go ahead.
I think some of that did. But let me tell you why. Again, that was a great compromise, and the reason is, it goes into the way that we, as the state of Texas, and we as local entities, finance disasters. And while, sure, we get when Hurricane Beryl comes in, when the freeze comes in and shuts down the Harris County and City of Houston for a week, and y'all get angry, and you rightly should get angry. We should have had the lights back on, but our pipes freeze, and we do all that, and then Beryl comes in, and every drop of water that was in Montgomery County comes through your Senate district, and we have terrible flooding. We have to pay for that. We have to cash flow the federal government. And so the way we have to do disaster payments is we end up subsidizing natural disasters because we don't get federal FEMA reimbursements for 4 or 5. And in the case of Harvey, which was catastrophic, we all remember, it took Harris County 6 years to get fully reimbursed by FEMA for Harvey. And it will likely take us 4 or 5 or 6 years to get reimbursed by Beryl. And so what happens is we end up at the local level subsidizing federal natural disaster payments. And if we don't have the cash flow, because we have to expend that cash flow right then and there on the spot, and if we don't have it to make up next year, and we all hope that we don't get a freeze this winter, or unfortunately we'll get a hurricane next summer, next fall, we won't have the cash flow to pay for that, just the pure cleanup or the equipment or whatever it is.
Adam, let me
Yes, sir.
be precise, because we're having a serious discussion on this and we need to. There's no factor supposition to fact that using an 8% rollback rate to go to a double-digit increase is justified in Harris County for a disaster response. Now, look, we did have a power outage, which is really what Burrell was, and it did last a long time because our utility had not invested properly for over a decade, and all the procedures and practices in Florida and the other states that are already hardened, all the new poles with metal tops, composite, all that stuff hadn't been done. All right, now, the problem is that I have one school district that actually took tornado damage and then did do an increase based upon what you're talking about because they had to pay that off. Now, there wasn't $1 billion worth of damage to county property, okay? Now, because of that, we're going to have to revisit that. And we may be limiting it down to some rational number, like the cash flow, what is actually being incurred for whatever's, but there's going to have to be a limit. We're not going to allow this 8% open loop, disaster for really no, I hate to say it, there's always tragedies with all these storms, and and there's always a loss of life. But there's a big difference between a Harvey and a Burrell. Okay, and that bill was designed, that compromise was designed to keep cities like Aransas Pass and Port Lavaca. Yeah, man, you remember? Okay, because Harvey, it was devastating. With the what happened, during that period of time. And, but we're not going to have this open loop 8% because we've had a storm activity. It's going to have to be closed. So if you've got suggestions, now's the time to make them. Maybe not today, but whenever, because that loop's going to be closed.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. And what I would say is that yes, we will have suggestions. We'll be in your office when we're discussing that, because I suspect I know who the author will be, and that's great, because obviously like working with your staff. But the one thing I would remind you is that you've already put a fix into place, Mr. Chairman, and that's with 1438 from the 87th session. Because when the natural disaster happens, when an entity goes to the 8%, we have to recalculate at the end of that disaster and reset that rate. So the fix is already, it may not be correct, it may need to be tweaked, but it's already in place.
Well, okay.
And you did it before it happened.
I understand that the problem is we're kind of overcharging for what the actual disaster is right now. Now, you don't have to comment on that, but I'm pretty sure by any objective measurement, okay, $1 billion is a bit of a reset, okay? We just, look, all of this, this is to Senator Hall's comment, Senator Eckhart's, I want reality to be reflected in what people see in their tax bills, okay? And to have a 15% 1-year increase because of a storm that really was a power outage, not a Harvey, wasn't massive physical damage. It wasn't hauling off mountains of debris, okay, that we faced back in that storm, which was the basis for the compromise. So we're going to have some rational limit on this. So I have an open door policy to you.
Of course you do. We have no doubt about that.
All right. Especially when you're knocking on David and
well, they're always smart.
I know we're all in one little small postage stamp.
They always come up with better solutions than that. And Mr. Chairman, your staff was going to put me on the previous panel, but decided that there was way too much. But they said I got one sentence on housing cost. The one thing that, and we were there with you last session, we will be with you this session. If you want to bring tax relief and make sure that we have tax consistency and tax transparency, bring into the fold and start to regulate public financing housing corps. Specifically when they go outside of their jurisdiction and take $90 million off the property tax rolls, either in Travis County or in Dallas County or in
Oh, you're saying PSCs.
Yes.
We're really talking about HF.
HFCs, yes, sir.
Right,
Oh, I
I
said
know.
PFCs.
Yeah, right. No,
Yes.
I was sitting there going, "Am I?" We were like, "Did we not fix that problem?"
Now,
We did.
expand that, and we are there, they are taking hundreds of millions of dollars off it, and that just
Adam, I
spreads
want
it.
all that data. That's got to stop. There's just, look, if your county wants to do something, or Bill, your city wants to do something, well, by God, if you get the approval of your governing body, you can go do it. But I am not going to put up with this black helicopter visit, conspiracy, bang, it shows up, and it literally drops in on somebody. The existing county and city has no idea what's happening, and that is not going to continue. So that's going to be top of my priority list to get that bill passed.
What we have,
And there may not be a lot of other things moving until that bill gets passed, because that's got to stop.
what we have suggested to your staff, since, not everything happens in the city, everything happens in the county, though.
Oh, I understand.
Is that it's the entity where the Housing Finance Corp is located, and the receiving, have it be a positive, a 60% vote of both courts.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Why would I want them to have, why do I need an outside taxing jurisdiction outside of the county to come into your county and you agree with them to do, an HFC? I don't understand why.
No, but, well, our theory is that the receiving, so that if it's County X Housing Corporation and county-wise, Commissioners Court is never going to approve that, because it'll take $90 million off the tax rolls like that.
Right, but I think that's kind of a good thing.
We do too.
Okay,
We
good.
want
So,
that.
all right, I just want to make sure we're not talking.
We want the
cross
receiving.
purposes. I don't think there should be any receiving of this. I don't want knuckleballs showing up in somebody's county that are thrown from 4,583 different taxing jurisdictions.
We agree with that, but I think you'll run into the constitutionality problem. You can't tell somebody they can't go invest in another piece of your lawyers and Ledge Council will work that out.
I'm trying to understand that this is about governing body approval of tax exemptions in a specific area.
In a specific,
And we have set the practice that we don't want cross-jurisdictional raiding, for lack of a better description, to occur with PFC, and we're going to adopt that policy on HFCs, or that's my intention.
And we like that intention. And,
Okay, Bill, you agree?
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely.
I'm glad we're 2 for 2.
And if you think we can do that without the positive vote of the receiving county, we are happy to do that, but we understand
Wait a minute,
there's constitutional problems with telling somebody
We didn't implement one on a PFC.
And I'm not a bond lawyer, so I'm not a lawyer and not a bond lawyer.
I'm not trying to rip up existing contracts in the past. I'm trying to prevent.
Okay.
There may be some contractual obligation. That sounds more, Bill, you're the lawyer, but it sounds like something on an existing contract. Okay, but.
But we expand it and stop the practice in its tracks.
No, I agree. This is just a preposterous public policy gig. I've got one management district that we have voted to eliminate, at least in the Senate. It makes an entire business, from a piece of dirt on State Highway 130 with 0 improvements. But boy, they love PFC deals and HFC deals and any other deal they can find. And that's not the purpose for a management district, nor do we want elected officials in those counties and cities making their own decisions, period, end of statement.
Correct.
But I will take that as, we will back check whatever that kernel that you're hearing to make sure that somebody doesn't have superior knowledge.
That's it, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Adam, or you want to wait till after Bill?
Wait till after Bill.
After Bill. Wait.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name's Bill Longley. I'm General Counsel with the Texas Municipal League. Want to start on the HFC point. We're right there with Adam on this. It's something our members would like to see reined in, the kind of cross-jurisdictional issue. And there's actually, y'all may have seen this, an AG opinion that's been requested that really sort of asks the question if the statute already prohibits that kind of activity outside of the originating jurisdiction. And I would say, regardless of the answer that comes back on that, we would want to see some kind of clarification. Whatever that AG opinion says, we think clarification's needed on that particular issue. I'd also like to just follow up on the flat dollar amount homestead exemption and say that we're also supportive of that and have been for some time. A couple of issues that haven't been raised today that I wanted to bring up. One relates to recalculation of rates if there's a mistake made during the appraisal roll process. When a city gets its certified roll, well, let me take a step back. SB 2 really did sort of compress the calendar for taxing units, but also for CADs, for assessor collectors. And I don't think this is any, slight to a CAD or an assessor collector, but we do have instances of cities that have had mistakes made in their calculations. They get those calculations and have to turn around adoption of the tax rate pretty quickly, sometimes within a couple weeks, and there's just not time to catch those mistakes. And so there was legislation filed last session that would have corrected that, not retroactively, and that's not what we would advocate for. But if there were a significant mistake that pushed up the tax rate or pushed down the tax rate, this could work either way, that we would want the ability to go back and recalculate those rates just moving forward prospectively. So the next year, you could kind of start with a clean slate and make sure those numbers all added up and were accurate numbers. There's no reason to sort of bake in a mistake from year to year if we have the opportunity to get those numbers right. So we think that that's an important reform we'd like to see to the truth in taxation process just post SB 2. One other one I'd like to mention, there actually was legislation on this filed a couple of sessions ago by Senator Paxton, but there's sort of a technical issue with how ARB appeals and protests are being treated within the tax rate calculations. And I think we do need a consistent framework on how disputed property value.
Owner's opinion of value, right.
That's
versus
right, yeah.
The district's value.
That was a very minor provision in SB 2, but for all the attention paid to multipliers and elections and everything else, that's something that has come up time and time again, just about having a consistent interpretation of what's disputed value and the impact that has on city tax rates. And so we've had cities that maybe are in multiple counties, and the counties both interpret that provision differently. We've had cities from year to year, their counties come back with different interpretations. Again, not to slight the counties at all, I think there just could stand to be some clarification to what is disputed value for purposes of adopting those rates. The last
Bill, before I forget, go back to Lozano's request, okay?
Sure, yeah.
I remember reading that one, and I think Gary Gates was the one that was also trying to implement, help him with that. I believe they were asking that whether or not cross-jurisdictional already existed.
Whether or not HFCs were currently limited under the statute from going outside their jurisdiction.
Right,
yes,
because of the change in the PFC bill of HB 2071, or was it in another part of the code? Do you remember?
It was actually in the HFC statute, and it was reading existing code that's been interpreted slightly differently in the courts and saying that, no, the code, the way that it currently exists right now, there's an argument to be made that prohibits this kind of going outside the jurisdiction. Now, whether or not that's right, for our purposes, we think there needs to be a clarification next session, whatever the.
All right, go back to your last comment.
Okay. Last comment I want to make is just on elections and election data that we have for cities. This is, data may be too strong a word. This is an unofficial count I've been keeping over the years. But for cities over 30,000 population, Austin has had what we're now calling a VADER, I've learned at this committee hearing. Used to call it a rollback election. Austin has had a VADER. The city of Mesquite has had two of those, 2021 and 2023. And then just this year, just this week, two smaller cities, the city of Cibolo and city of Copperas Cove, had those elections. In every instance, those are, by the way, the only, I guess that's what, 5 that I'm aware of in the last 5.
Was it the city of Lubbock or the county of Lubbock that had a jail referendum that was passed by the,
I'm guessing county. Yeah, I'm guessing county.
2 years ago.
right, okay.
So all 5 of those elections, the higher rate has been approved by the voters. I want to mention one issue specifically to Copperas Cove, who just had their voters approve their higher rate. It's a little bit rare, but it's not unheard of that when a city retires a bunch of debt at once, then you actually can see the no new revenue rate and the voter approval rate flip, where the voter approval rate is actually less than the no new revenue rate. And that was the situation in Copperas Cove. So just to get up to the point where they're bringing in the same amount of revenue, they had to pay for an election and hold an election to go up to that, what's typically a lower rate. It passed, yes, sir. And we obviously want to incentivize cities to be able to pay off that debt, to not, be in a situation like that. But I think every year we probably get calls from 5 or 6 cities that say, how is this possible that our no new revenue rate is higher than our voter?
Bill, here's a philosophical question. Would it not be good for the voters to say, pay it off?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah. I think that makes sense. But one thing that we also,
Because I can't see, it would be a rare occurrence for the voters to say no.
you would hope so. You would hope that that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And to your point, it worked out this go round for the city.
And this proves what I thought would happen with the bill, was that if people have a legitimate expense with good backup, and I'm not talking about some of this electioneering that's been going on rampantly in the ISDs, and we'll talk about that because we've got a witness that's going to want to visit with that. The concept of taking something to the voters that you need approved, even as much of a, as a spending and tax hawk that, Senator Hall and I are. If the public votes themselves an increase, they vote themselves an increase. Right. And if the public wants to pay off their debt early, the public pays it off. Okay. Mm-hmm. But if there's something wrong technically higher than that philosophical point at Copperas Cove, I'd like to know what it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, and I do want to stick on debt for just a second. We've had our membership has asked us to look for ways to facilitate pay-as-you-go financing. And that was mentioned earlier, and I think that's a very difficult thing to do. We have a 3.5% multiplier, so it's harder for what really used to be a lot of small cities would try to capital finance things off their M&O side, and it's become
Cash flow it.
Sure, yes, sir, and it's become much more difficult to do that. But there was.
But small cities don't have a 3.5. The under 30 population, 30,000, they got an 8%.
Depends on your definition of small city, but yes, sir, right. And so.
Give me a definition of small that's higher than 30.
Well, I mean, I think there probably are people who would consider some cities that are 35, 40,000 to still be small. Not me. We have so many members that are under 2,000 population. Yeah,
okay.
Right. So I think if you hit 4,000, you're a pretty huge city. But
trying to keep my general counsel on his toes.
That's right. Thank you.
Senator Springer used 300,000 in SB 22 as a small county.
Yeah, that one was a unique one, but we wanted to share the love.
I understand how that happened.
Your members.
300,000.
It was a lot of love, and a lot of members got a lot of love.
You might see that license plate here in Austin soon.
That's right. I think a retired senator might have that bill.
I already have it blocked up. SB 22 will be the new plate.
Nice.
As the SO goes away.
Oh, sorry. Anyway.
That's okay. Anyway, pay-go financing and more flexibility for cities that are either low debt or moving away from debt to be able to have some sort of a credit to promote paying out of cash flowing certain improvements is just something we're looking at and would love y'all's input on if something like that might be a possibility. Still on elections and getting to cities under 30,000. By my count, there have only been 3 petitioned for elections for cities under 30. City of McClendon-Chisholm, City of Lamarck, City of Wilmer. And my understanding is all 3 of those were rolled back to the voter approval rate.
I would suspect in a small city, after people collect petitions, yes, I would suspect.
If you can get the petition signatures,
I would think the wise decision would have been to abandon the higher rate and not have the election.
And as you recall, the petition threshold was lowered in SB 2 to 3%. Yeah. So that's, cities can get in a difficult position if they're within that petition zone, because you have the petition, you obviously have to collect signatures for the petition, so you can't hold the election in November. So then you're holding an election halfway through the fiscal year to decide on if you're going to have all the revenue you thought you were going to have or not. But again, we've only seen 3 cities that have had a petition for election under 30,000 population. That's all I've got. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to go back to the disaster 8%. Looking at the NOAA statistics, Texas is a hotbed for extreme weather. We've had 188 weather or climate disasters since 1980 with losses greater than 1 billion. 188 of them with losses greater than 1 billion. And those are front-loaded by our local property taxes.
Well, but those are casualty losses of all property with insurance.
Yes, part of that, but in all of that emergency response day of, all of the debris removal, all of the infrastructure repairs, all of the sheltering, all of that is local government.
Right, but a casualty loss of $1 billion is not, even if it's an average, is not, that is an overall total loss that's backed by insurance, including private insurance. There's no way that impacts cash flow of that magnitude.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But my point is we are seeing increased incidences of extreme weather events that the local governments are predominantly paying for upfront with the expectation of a reimbursement from FEMA or some assistance from the state. And so what you're proposing is to reduce that 8% to what?
The question is open-ended. We're going to need another formula that does not reward a smash and grab on the taxpayers. Because quite frankly, a 15% increase in 1 year on taxpayers due to a supposed triggering event, no offense, of a Category 1 storm that was really a power outage that almost had, effectively minimal property damage, and no major county facilities were damaged. The public's just not going to stand for that, and they shouldn't. And then it becomes a discussion of, well, why weren't we smarter, better, quicker, faster at that meeting somehow to know the future and divine the response before the fact that we had no votes to spare, so that's why the compromises are made. But it was a good idea. It's just being abused, quite frankly.
I would hope that we would not take one municipal example and commute it to all other municipalities across the state.
See, these guys got a good sense of humor. You said one municipal example. We're going to take one county example and apply it to the rest of the state, but we'd never take one municipal example.
I corrected the record, but just to Adam.
Awesome.
It was immediate.
Senator Eckhart, on a serious point, we need to look at what real costs are and have some limit here, because this is the exact quote. I know because I got the numbers in my head. This is a $257 tax increase on the average home in Harris County, and it's going to show up on their bill like that.
And I respect your analysis of Harris County specifically. My concern is for the 253 other counties across the state of Texas that are also experiencing
and we're probably going to
extreme
look.
weather.
We'll need to look down the trail of tying it to some type of FEMA formula or whatever. We'll be looking, at some way to. But that's why I'm asking for real input on this, because look, public will not tolerate that, because we could have another disaster next year, very likely to have one. Okay. And then another 15%. Wow. Boy, and this is not appraised value increases. As Bob said, these are pure tax rate increases. Okay. Now, at some point in time, the voters will take notice, but I don't want the voters to have to make a decision without some decent top-down public policy guidance.
How many other counties besides Harris County have utilized the disaster mechanism?
After, not after Harvey, as we were putting it in, there were several in the first couple of prevailing years, but this year I believe Harris County is the only entity that.
And there have not been any other issues that you know of with regard to the others' utilization of the disaster mechanism?
No, ma'am.
So,
That's one we beat.
but again, I want to stress that if there's issues with Harris County, I'm just asking that we not make it commute whatever punishment we're going to mete out to Harris County to all other counties, particularly in light of the fact it does take 4 to 6 years for FEMA reimbursement, sometimes even longer.
No, those facts aren't disputed. That's just the way the feds operate.
But it's not just the feds. There's still Harvey money sitting in the GLO. I just got a text message that there's $84.5 million of Harvey funds as yet to be allocated
We
from
had
the
that come out of
GLO.
the finance committee meeting, and the GLO people were there in the room, and that money has been allocated and is waiting to be spent. So it's already been, allocated. And don't ask me to repeat everything from that answer, because even my holographic memory fails at such level of granularity.
So this was from today.
Yeah.
GLO has $84.5 million of funds that we have not utilized. Reallocation, we released a call for projects in 2021.
By December 31st, the allocations have been done, and the actual, if this is that federal money, it has to be actually out of here by December 31st of next year. I remember.
Of 2025.
Right.
Which would be 8 years after Hurricane Harvey.
Sure. I mean, it's the mysteries of, as Bob would say, an overcomplicated government. And I know exactly what he was going to do. So.
If we haven't needed that money for 8 years,
you would think.
Why in the world? It sounds like a bunch of kindergartners that found money laying in the driveway. Oh, found some money. We got to spend it quick. That's taxpayer money. I just don't understand.
Bob, when you have a printing press that prints whatever you need, it makes it a different, a different operation at the federal level. I don't think I would serve if we didn't have a balanced budget amendment in the state of Texas, quite frankly. Gentlemen, as usual, enlightening and always direct and occasionally humorous. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thanks. Now we're going to proceed to public testimony. Everybody knows the drill. Blake, you want to repeat? Okay. All right. So Aaron Hargett, Joe Palmer, Bill Eastland, Mark Goulaby. Mark, you're just in the bullpen. We don't have space for you yet up here. Okay. Blake, take it off. Start off and let it go.
All right. Sorry, one moment here.
Gotcha. All right, thanks again. I really admire what y'all do for sitting in this room for so long. It's pretty impressive.
This is the Senate Local Government Committee. I think I've got the best group of bipartisan senators that know local government. I think I would stack them up against any group in the United States.
It's a great camaraderie. I do enjoy them. Thank you again for this opportunity to address an issue of significant concern to me, both as a local elected official and a taxpayer. I'm here representing myself again. Regarding school bonds, you kind of already touched on it a little bit earlier, but the legislature's requirement for clear ballot language alerting voters to a tax increase is intended to ensure voters understand that approving bonds leads to additional taxes. However, some school districts in their messaging emphasize that the tax rate will not increase, implying that the state's required language does not apply to their specific case.
This can create a misleading impression that approving these bonds will not result in additional taxes. By conflating tax rate with taxes owed, this messaging obscures the reality that new spending results in increased tax obligations, highlighting a need to greater transparency. Furthermore, in my city, it appears the school district hired a consultant specializing in bond planning, who then created a political action committee to promote the bond, funded by the same construction companies that would likely be awarded the contracts for the new facility. This setup raises questions about whether the intent was to bypass the legal limitations to advocate for the bond, which was previously rejected by voters only 2 years ago when they brought it back again. Additionally, the use of certificates of obligation has become a frequent method to bypass voter approval on new debt. While COs can be valuable for urgent needs, their misuse is concerning. In one city, for instance, a CO was used to extend a water line miles beyond the city limit for a single developer who also contributed to the local political campaigns, placing the taxpayers on the hook for up to $50 million, bypassing voter approval for that single developer. Texans deserve transparency in property tax obligations and assurance that bond elections are conducted fairly, without hidden agendas or manipulated messaging. I urge you to take action to ensure taxing entities provide straightforward information to residents and to consider placing restraints on their ability to use debt without voter approval. Thank you. That's impressive.
Anyway, just want to say, we've had continuing discussion about COs, and Chairman Burrows is a very good partner. And we managed to get about 15% of COs covered under the auspices of SB2. He's already told me he's coming back for more coverage. And since he's the Calendars Committee Chairman, I would not underestimate him.
If I can add one more thing, when I first got elected, it was really interesting because I asked these questions about it. I was still learning what they were. And one of the reasons the city gave me for why they use COs over general obligation bonds is it costs money to hold the election. And I said, well, don't we hold an election every year with city council? And they said, no, because no one ever runs against city council members, so they don't have the election. And I was like, okay, we got to stop
Is that why you ran?
No, I got, the whole COVID stuff got me interested.
Oh, okay,
So
well,
that's what led.
that would have been a good reason, though.
Yeah, I didn't know about it at the time.
All right. Anyway, enjoy the visit. Come back, please. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I got to drive back.
I know you have to drive back. Join the club. I think I'm going to take Senator Hall's, offer up and eat and then drive if I'm lucky. All right, Joe. Want to state your name? Who you represent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Joe Palmer. I'm here representing the group EliminatePropertyTax.com. We're also on Facebook. We have 28,000 members. My aunt lives in the house that she grew up in Fort Worth. My grandparents bought that house in the 60s. They paid about $6,000 for the house then. Every year now, my aunt has to pay almost that same amount of money just to continue to live in the house that she grew up in. We're talking about a wood siding house, a pier and beam home with one bathroom, doesn't have any granite countertops, stainless appliances, no landscaping, no garage, anything like that. I go down there to the appraisal district, the appraisal review board, and I fight every year. And it never comes down below what it was the year before. It increases. And I take great issue with the statements that they're accurately appraising, because they're comparing her property to properties that do have those amenities. And they're not obligated by law to accept evidence or to base their decisions on evidence. I went in there with an appraisal from a certified appraiser with 13 years experience at the time, and they ignored it.
Joe, what year was this?
The certified appraisal?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get an idea.
That was 5 years ago. I went in with a certified appraisal.
Okay.
So I don't know if since then you've passed a law requiring them to accept those, but they didn't accept it then.
That's effective evidence. Reason why they've had a lot of turnover there. I've met the new chief appraiser. He's substantially more interested in listening to the public, and part of the.
That means that in Hood County they have our problems because he went there.
I am well aware where he went. Okay, all right. I've already said that publicly on radio. Okay, Joe. So, but no, that's because at this point in time, if you have that incident now, I think you should go see him directly, because he would immediately recognize the reality of that.
Okay. And my point in bringing that up is it's never going to be fixed, and I don't have time to go talk to the chief appraiser. I don't want to have to deal with this. You are defending a system that is impossible to levy efficiently, and it's being weaponized against people. I have to call out the culture in this building and in this room today. Love you guys to death. I know what you're up against, but there is a disconnect between the atmosphere in this room and the atmosphere in the world, in the real world, in those appraisal district offices. I heard somebody say that somebody called them weeping because their property tax bill was so low. I've seen weeping. Go to the appraisal review board and just sit there for about 20, 30 minutes, and you'll see somebody come out of there crying because they don't know how they're going to stay in their home. And I'm not talking about wealthy white people. I'm talking about people on fixed income that have lived in that community for decades, and they just want to continue to live in the home that they've lived in. And they can't because they got to pay taxes on their home. We don't live in a free society if you don't own your home. And you don't own something if it can be taken away from you for non-payment of taxes on it. So we're advocating for a different system. Look at what's happening at the national level. You had a presidential candidate bring in Bobby Kennedy, bring in Elon Musk. They're going to turn it upside down. Why do we live in the Stone Age in this state?
Just give them 1 minute.
We have to seriously consider an alternative taxing method. It's not going to be 23% consumption tax. And the reason I say that is I believe that my friends, my colleagues, friends in the room, are failing to accept the data that we've provided, that it's going to be an expanded tax base. It's going to be an expanded tax base. The GDP of the state of Texas is $2.6 trillion. 7% of that is $182 billion. If you subtract 35% for water, food, things that we don't want to tax, essentials, you're left with $118 billion. That's $1 billion more than you currently levy with a property tax system. Why would you not want a system that provides more revenue for roads and teachers and cops and fire? Why would you not let a bill get through? Let a bill get a hearing. It's been filed 6 times in the last couple of sessions. We just want a hearing.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Joe, I respect your opinion, okay? But the culture of this group is the best group of people that I've worked with in government, and I've seen a lot. And what you see here are people that are trying to solve problems, okay? Now, if you have a solution that you want to offer, like you just did, we haven't seen that portion of it yet, I don't think, but I'd be happy to look at that. But I really want you to understand that, you know, Senator Springer, you know, Senator Hall, Senator Eckhart, we sit here because we want to listen and understand what we can do to fix problems. And I try to do it with conservative solutions for Texas challenges. You may disagree, and I may disagree with you, but this culture here is to listen and learn. That's what it always has been. So I just have to disagree with you with that.
It's not an attempt to denigrate people. It's the culture that I believe you're surrounded by in this building. That's all I'm trying to say. There are examples of the local taxing entities outsmarting your best efforts. A perfect example was mentioned. This is a tax increase in bold letters on the ballot language. It took them 5 seconds. Oh, you know what? We'll just make the whole paragraph all caps. We'll put a paragraph this big and we'll bury it. We'll manipulate.
Joe,
There's
you're
no
absolutely
criminal
right.
penalty. It's never going to change.
Joe,
You're going to do
right.
something else, and they're going to outflank you again. And you know what? We'll fix it. We'll come back and we'll fix it. And meanwhile, people can't own their home, and they're having to leave their homes.
Okay, but Joe, don't discount when a tax assessor says that he's actually heard from somebody who is over 65, who is paying 0 taxes now, and they're weeping about it on this phone.
Out of 33 million people, I bet that has happened.
Right, no, I'm sure it has. So let's don't discount that and use it emotionally negatively here, because that's not what the man was reporting as facts, okay? And, you know, over 65s can defer. There's other things that we can do to help people in the existing system that you dislike intensely, okay? And it's up to people to be able to make sure those options are on the table until such time that there's a different system. And more importantly, I just want to make sure you understand, I understand your emotion, but that's a real deal. And we believe that's about 1.3 million people at this point. We'll find out for sure when we get all this data in. But you have a good ability to intellectually analyze and present a case. Just don't use a negative emotional comment about something that we know is really true.
No,
That's my advice.
No, that's not what that was.
Okay.
I'm saying that for every example of that, I would be willing to say that there are many more examples of people that are furious. Are they a little bit less furious now than they were a year ago because of the $100,000 exemption? Sure, but I don't think that you have the majority of cases where people are overjoyed about what has been done with their property taxes.
And well, you know, and the good news is we're actually now collecting those complaints, and it will be a good thing to be able to run those ratios. But more importantly, I just want to make sure, because you have you have logical arguments, okay? And we're always going to listen to them, all right? But when a tax assessor tells you that he had that story, I know it's true because I've had it happen to me. And I just don't want you to waste your good intellectual capital on that type of issue, because I know that issue is true.
There are plenty of people weeping because their property taxes are unaffordable to them. So I've emailed the packet to the members of the committee, and we'd appreciate you looking at it.
Not even disputing that, but I will dispute and stand for the culture of this committee. I can't speak to the whole room. I do have to stand up for what I know when a tax assessor tells you a true story.
I believe him.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. I'm glad to hear it, because that's because it certainly didn't sound like.
I want you to believe the fact that that's not representative of what people are going through. It's not representative. It's an outlier. It's an extreme case of gratitude. For somebody whose house is worth 100,000 exemption, they pay 0 or whatever it is. That's not everybody. It's not my aunt.
No, I understand. By the way, what's your aunt's home worth at this point in time? I'm curious.
I'd have to look at it. It's well north of 280. And it's all in the land, so I can't do anything about it really, because they buy the property next door, they scrape it and build a McMansion, or they build a stealth dormitory by TCU, and now that's worth what that's worth.
Okay.
So we're outgunned, and we don't have the resources, and I don't have the time. I would rather pay a consumption tax, and there's no need for a protest system when you buy something. You consent to the appraisal of that item, from cars to candy bars. 254 appraisal district offices closed. Why do we want an inefficient system that yields less revenue for our local taxing entities than we could consider with the consumption tax?
Well,
I appreciate your time.
No, thank you for your testimony.
All right.
I appreciate it. Okay. Next up. And I've got two of you guys doing this, so pick one and go. Okay.
Thank you, Senator Bettencourt. I'm Bill Eastland. I'm the treasurer of Texans for Freedom, a small political action committee that goes after bonds all over Texas when we find people on the ground that want to defeat them.
By the way, was it your guy that was in the dinosaur suit that dressed up? This is a true story. Was it your guy? He's dressed up next to a football game, and you'll even appreciate the and he sat outside on the way to everyone in the stadium. And in his dinosaur suit, he said, quote, "You'll be extinct by the time you pay off this bond." I'm not making this up. And that bond issue. Okay.
Amy.
What is it? I hate to. This was a brilliant idea, by the way,
right.
And nobody knows who it is, and we're trying to find that guy because that guy deserves a medal for accommodation for a brilliant idea.
By the way, Amy Hedke is my partner in crime in defeating bonds. But no, that's a great idea. But not somebody.
It was you.
Well, thanks. On this topic, the scope of what I want to talk about is a little bit beyond what this hearing's about, but it's really on the topic, and that is the goal, which people in my party, the Republican Party, have to eliminate property taxes in Texas. And I'm kind of on a mission on this. I argue that, unfortunately, as Senator Hall's talked about, the incentives in the government-owned schools does not lead to high quality or to low cost. But we know that the private sector provides that. My proposal is that we should take steps. It's not going to happen overnight, but we should take steps. Now that the voucher proposal is clearly on the table and more likely to pass this session coming up, we should take steps to completely privatize education in Texas. And I have developed a proposal. I'll give you the outlines of it. The idea here is that the legislature mandate that all the public schools would be sold in an orderly fashion over a period of years, say 5 to 7 years. As the schools are sold, the money is used to pay down the debt service, the debt, and lower the debt service rate. Meanwhile, of course, the legislature is continuing using surpluses to eliminate the maintenance and operations rate. But as you're selling the schools, then there's no need for the taxes to pay for them because the students coming to school will be coming with the voucher. And then in time, what happens is you've sold all.
I'm only going to give you 20 seconds because we're way off the topic. So do your conclusion on your idea.
Anyway, the point is that
This is not an education hearing.
Yes.
You're going to have your shot with Senator.
I
on this
understand. I understand.
Okay, so
But this is how you get rid of the debt service rate and the M&O rate.
how you're backdooring it.
Yes,
Make your closing comment.
I did that. I did that. It is going to require a constitutional amendment. We already know that the voters heavily favor school choice.
Right, I know, but I agree.
And we need a constitutional amendment. And the value of the constitutional amendment, if the voters vote for it, then they have validated a major policy change. And Texas can move forward with the best school system in the United States.
All right. You got it in before the wire.
All right.
Close us out.
All right, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Benincourt and committee members. I'm impressed with y'all's work. My name is Aaron Hargett, and I'm Senior Executive Director for Baptist Retirement Community in San Angelo, Texas. It's a member of Buckner Retirement Services, which has 7 retirement communities across the state of Texas. Part of Buckner International, which has been around since 1879, serving seniors, families, and children. Buckner is a member of Leading Age Texas, which represents over 200 Texas nonprofit senior aging providers. The charitable property tax exemption is critical for enabling our organizations and providing senior Texas with high-quality housing and care that is also very costly to provide. We are not asking for a new exemption. Our communities have relied upon being exempt from property taxes for decades. For example, our county and our location in Tom Green has been exempt since 1951. We are simply asking for you to fix the statutory ambiguity that has been recently jeopardizing exemption as counties are looking for new tax revenue. In the current statute, nonprofit 501c3 organizations like Buckner are exempt from property taxes as they provide permanent housing and related services without regard to residents' ability to pay. Alternatively, certain communities with independent living, nursing, and assisted living can provide charitable exemption through 4% net patient revenue charity. Unfortunately, the statute does not offer a clear definition of either of these exemptions. This ambiguity has led to 2 appraisal districts revoking our tax exemption. One county district said we were not exempt because they didn't believe we were providing care without regard to ability to pay, and the other one did not understand the 4%, what made up the 4%. The ambiguity of the statute and the inconsistency of the statute application in various taxing entities because of it is resulting in hundreds of thousands of dollars being cost to nonprofit organizations in legal fees and property taxes. Buckner and Leading Age are very concerned with the lack of clarity in the statute will result in similar situations through the state, which will ultimately reduce the number of quality nonprofit senior housing in Texas.
Okay, Aaron, thanks. I gather I'm getting caught up on this a complicated issue.
Yes.
But you do have a statute that allows the main unit to be your 501c3 purpose, right?
Right.
That's not challenged. It's just these individual units that are under nonprofit ownership and not individual ownership.
They're under nonprofit ownership, correct.
All right, well, anyway, so I appreciate your testimony. We'll work on that, and Senator, it wants to make one phone call on his way out of town for you, but we'll see.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, anything else, gentlemen? Okay.
And by the way, the bill is an ESA bill, not a voucher bill, so.
Okay.
There is a difference.
That's true.
Thank you.
I know.
Educational, right.
Savings, yeah. I will be giving 3 speeches next week.
You're going to be
in my
right.
district.
So, Bill,
to
if you need
various
to follow him,
organizations.
you know where he is.
To promote it.
Right,
I'm
that's
staying
right.
in the game.
I do.
Right.
I'm a fan of his too.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Oh, gosh. All right. Thank you. All right. Okay, Mark, come on. And Cynthia, you're the last on the computers. Then I do have a few
I have a couple of card people up there.
I've got 5 card folks to go. And 5 people in the audience.
Oh, at least one.
So this may be 1 for 1. We'll see.
Go ahead.
Cynthia, state your name.
Hi, I'm Cindy Stamer. I'm a Plano, Texas resident, proud Texan as soon as I could get here 37 years ago. I'm an
that's
attorney.
Good enough.
And I, first time here, Really appreciate all your work recently. I'm basically here to encourage you to keep going further. I spend about 1,000, sometimes more hours a year doing pro bono community work with people in my community and across the country. And I live in a town that we all know is having aging infrastructure and aging populations, so a lot of those people are growing older. They've spent their lifetimes investing in Texas, their homes and their communities. And they're experiencing difficulty, which is really attributable to both of the topics that you talked about today, that's going to the impact of home affordability. By discipline, I'm also a fellow in the American College of Employee Benefits Council and work on retirement policy nationally and internationally. I have the dubious distinction of not only working here in the United States for the last 35 or 40 years on this policy, but nationally and internationally with multiple countries. And the challenges you're dealing with here are no less significant in other countries, but we probably have a much more professional leadership and participation, and I thank you for that. So here's a very simple series of points I want to share, and I thank you for giving me the time. The first is that the availability of stable, affordable housing is not just a problem of the poor and underserved, as important as it is and as we service, but it's also a growing problem for the people between the ages of 50 and up. As the prices of their homes that they've been encouraged across their career to price in for as part of their retirement security, and in most cases, having a value, aside from the fact it's where they live, that equals or exceeds their retirement savings, protecting that value and their ability to have a place to live is critically important. Once upon a time, there was a time when people, and I'm not that far away from that, would have elevated up to that point and then sold it. But today, our property values are so high that the starter homes now would result in a payment in excess of the 4,000 square foot homes that many of my neighbors live in, so they can't afford to leave. Meanwhile, the taxes, and not just that, but the property insurance, for very good reasons, are pricing them out of homes. So I just want to share a quick story of one of the many people I
You
helped.
really only have about a minute.
And that is this.
Okay.
It's a smart story. A retired pharmaceutical sales representative, so not a low-income person, had a family member got sick. She took her equity out, then she sold her home because she couldn't afford the taxes and the other things and payments. Then she didn't have a home. Now she lives in a house where she has a $1,400 rent payment plus utilities. She has $300 a month max free income for all of her other expenses. $25,000 of helping a low people, she's not eligible for any help. She earns too much money. So here's the bottom line. Your work is critically important. It's complicated. There are no simple answers. I would encourage you to continue to broaden the availability exemption. 65 is too late. People are broke before that. I would encourage you to look at options to allow greater flexibility, control rates, all the things I've heard about today, which is very impressive. I'd also encourage you to explore options to provide greater stability, because the problem with property tax rates is that property ownership requires stability. And these rates, with the growth economy we're in and the housing growth, are not stable and predictable like growth we can have. So to the extent you can also look at options, perhaps not to throw out the baby with the bathwater, but to stabilize it with consumption taxes, or to allow those districts and cities to use them more freely and encourage them to, would be invaluable.
Yeah,
I thank you for your
thank you,
help.
Right, because I'm going to have to grant much more equal time to Mark here, at this point. And by the way, I appreciate your comment, especially about pension issues. If you've been working on that, we'd love to have you back to visit with that. And also all these over 65 changes that we made, like breaking the causality of a freeze, because a freeze wasn't good enough if you're over 65. So what we really looked at was we wanted people to pay zero tax, okay? We also wanted everybody else as values, as values go up, to be insulated from it and have their freeze actually broken and unfrozen lower as rates are compressed. So we really have been looking at this over 65 problem. But if you've got other ideas, be happy to, and I know you do, I can tell, so I really appreciate that.
I just appreciate the opportunity to celebrate that you're working on it.
Thanks. All right, Mark.
All right, Senator, thank you very much for the opportunity here to speak to you, and Senator Hall and Tam Parker, but he's gone. But at any rate, I appreciate the opportunity and the time.
Drew's pinch hitting for him, so right.
I'll cover that for him. All right, excellent. And you're going to retire and go out and see the sunset, huh? That's fantastic. fantastic.
He saw that in Hawaii last week. Don't encourage him to use the line from Senator Eckhart. Okay.
So again, I guess what I look at, and it's a little bit different as you probably expected from a lot of the things you've heard today, because when I look at this, what we're doing and what we've done, let's lay out the definition that there is no such thing as a government surplus. We only have over-collected taxes from over-collected taxpayers. The tax being over-collected is the Texas sales tax, because the Texas Comptroller reports that Texas revenue is 66.67% collected from sales tax, and the state of Texas does not collect property taxes. So it's inaccurate to call the $18 billion refunded back to the Texas taxpayers a tax cut. A consumption tax is the most regressive tax collected. This means, and your group knows this, as far as the lower socioeconomic levels who have less discretionary spending. Sales tax is collected from all Texans in their various purchases. Texas is using these over-collected funds to buy down property taxes for property owners, individual and commercial, disproportionately redistribute sales tax revenue into property tax buy-downs, of which Texas does not levy such a property tax. The only fair, transparent, and direct way to address this over-collected revenue is with a sales tax cut. A reduction in the sales tax rate was entered into the last legislative session. It didn't go anywhere, but Senator West had put it in. Regarding the housing affordability, as we've talked about.
I'm surprised who was a co-author on that bill. But you should go back and check. Anyway, so you want a rate cut on sales tax?
That, and then also as far as the property taxes and regarding to home ownership, again, that's a real burden of property owners having to sell homes because they cannot keep up with the burgeoning property taxes assessed by the local authorities. Meanwhile, Texans are paying property taxes for windmills and other capital projects under the facade of economic development, which is the grassroots exposed both, and under Chapter 313, which was eliminated in the last 2021, but those are 10-year agreements, and we're going to be paying for these till 2040. And then we just brought that back as Chapter 403.601 of the Texas Governing Code. So we took 313, we got rid of it, and then we took it back and buried it into another place. So we're still having a welfare.
Wrap up.
Sure, thank you, Senator. Sure, the issue there as far as that goes is we're still going through having taxpayers being taxed off their property, but then we're going to sit there and say, hey, look, let's try to bring these businesses in. Let's bring businesses in. But they're going to be coming in with demands for infrastructure. They're going to demand electricity and water. And they should be coming here willing to pay to help fund, right, those services that they're going to require. And we don't need to be going through and taking that money from taxpayers, all right, off property taxes to subsidize a company that wants to come to Texas and do business. We don't need to do that anymore if we ever needed to do it. So let's go through there and on 403.601 of the Texas Government Code, all right, let's take a look at that and see if we can't repeal that in this upcoming session. It's not needed.
By the way, Mark, the latest increase for a year on sales tax is 1.3%. That's our current projection. So we've had a fundamental restructuring of the economy, and because of baked-in inflation, in my opinion, I'd love to hear others. And so therefore, we've also, our transfers from out of state are not the same, you know, three children, dog, family, you know, big imports. So they don't buy as much. So we do have now a systemic revenue difference, even in the garden spot of the national economy, which is 1.3%, David? That's the current forecast, or we're on track for that? Is that the final?
So previous fiscal year, we were 1.3 over projected. First 2 months of this fiscal year, we're 3.4.
Yeah.
In sales tax?
Yeah, right. Now, we've had one good month this year, which is 5.3. We had one bad month, which is 1.3. I think it averages out to 3.4.
Which again is just growing this quote-unquote over collection of sales tax.
So there is room for rates that can be reduced, but the difference is that big salad day of that giant, you know, increase, that's in the rearview mirror, because this has now been 14 consecutive months of sales taxes. So, but I'd love to have your comments on it, because it really is a structural change because these numbers have changed dramatically in the last 14 months.
Yeah, and as we keep saying, you're saying the surpluses are going to shrink, and yet we keep
no
dedicating
question now.
surpluses into property tax buy downs. Well, sooner
part
or
of this
later,
is that, I mean, these are public policy decisions that have to be made now.
fair.
Right. So, and that's why I wanted you to know these latest numbers because, I know you'll be back and we obviously we visit down in H-Town too as well.
Right, right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senators.
All right. All right, I'm going to call everybody else that's here. I've got David Billings, I've got Charles Cumma, I've got Robert Green. I know Amy's here. Is Rebecca still here? No. Okay.
All four of y'all will fit.
Tell Rebecca we're sorry we missed her.
She goes by Singing Hawk on Facebook. We call her Crazy Hawk.
Well, maybe we're not sad that we. That's right. I like the singing hawk. I'm not sure about the crazy hawk. Okay. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay, Dave.
David Billings, the mayor of Fayette, Texas. So I just have three really quick points to make on mud reforms. Just three recommendations center for you. So one we'd like to have on mud reform is that if a mud board issues secondary debt, they need voter approval to do so, just like a city or an ICE, it has to have one, right? Right now we have MUDs issuing $1 billion of secondary debt, and we need to have, they have to have a vote for that. The second one is we would like to have, if a MUD is in the city, and Senator Springer reminds me of this, MUD's in the city, we like that MUD board to meet in the city itself. I think that's fair for transparency. I know in counties that they cannot do that, and I do appreciate that. Senator Hall, we have sent your staff a bunch of recommendations for TCEQ checklist changes.
Okay.
Mainly stuff like a valid engineering study, things like that need to be done to kind of do a more robust review of MUDs, right? Second thing we are asking is you have a MUD sitting next to a city. We need to have the statutory authority to impose some kind of fees for fire, police, and EMS. Right now, MUD boards are rejecting that, and they're still expecting a city to respond to 911 call in a MUD, but the taxpayers of that city is paying the bill. Senator Hall, you probably remind me that.
Where is this? I don't know of a place where you have a MUD overlapping with a municipal.
No, they're right next door, so they're right.
Okay, they're not overlapping.
They're no, right. They're exactly like.
I was going to say, boy, if we have that problem.
We have a bigger problem, right?
And I think,
Yeah.
Don just made another point that he will use.
Exactly.
Right,
so the MUD is sit right next to the city limit. They expect us to respond to that. And city of Josephine is a great example of that. Next one is the franchise fees. Right now, they're not collecting franchise fees. The state's not from the MUDs right now, but they're still getting the service. So there's some structuring. As MUDs has changed, they can't be annexed anymore. We really got to
We've got to
rethink
look
the
at
MUD
David,
structure.
impact fees. We got these assessment fees.
And one quick
Fees
point.
and taxes.
Correct.
The problem is
Yeah.
there's an argument to be made that all that should be covered under SB2 because if we're looking at to control government, because we're just, in this case, you're coming up with an alternate income stream.
We're trying to cover, actually, what we're doing, Senator, is we're really trying to cover the cost of it.
Okay.
Because at least where I sit, we do reasonable impact fees. We talk to the builder associations and they get their agreement on it.
But we're getting a lot of complaints, David, those are being.
I agreed, and we work really hard, or at least our city, not
I
to do
looked at
that.
Conroe, what they were doing
Right.
on that fee structure, and they're in problems because they bought that, as usual, it's always a $100 million boat anchor that gets bought, and then they can't pay for it.
Yeah, so we're just applying our impact fees toward roads and water and sewer, which we're supposed to be doing, and we're just recovering the cost of that. And that's what we're trying to do on the fees on the MUD, just recover the cost of the call. I mean, it's not fair if we had to add let's say the city has to add 2 police officers and a vehicle, then that's a service to MUD. The MUD needs to pay for that cost.
I've seen where Fort Worth charges another governmental entity when they make fire calls outside of theirs into another. So I don't know if the structure's there and it's covering one and why it wouldn't cover the other.
I don't know, Senator.
But I mean, as long as it's just cost recovery and it's not,
right,
ballooned, $50,000 per call type.
So example that I know of, a real life example is a MUD board.
Because if I live in the city, I don't think it's fair that I'm paying for people who aren't.
Right.
So it's a fairness deal, and I get that.
It is a fairness deal. And the last point, real quick, so you know, I think Senator Hall knows this. City of Fayette, we're a fast-growing city. We have the 7th lowest tax rate in North Texas. served by the Dallas Chamber. I'm proud of that fact. We work really hard to keep a low tax rate, and we do a really good job on that. So we work hard on that. So thank you.
Well, that's an excellent way to close your testimony.
I know, isn't it?
Amy, talk to us about school districts, please.
Okay, Amy Head, Key Tax Hike Gadfly, representing myself. This past July, Springtown ISD authorized 3 bond election contracts totaling $212,000 for a May 2025 bond. 0 discussion as a consent agenda item in a 4-minute meeting, even before assembling their fake bond planning committee or YesPAC training. How fast can the average grassroots resident raise $200,000 to improve voter control, eliminate taxpayer-funded lobbying, and media contracts?
Well,
Number
that's
2.
what, by the way, Senator Middleton is going to bring that bill back again. And I've carried that bill for several sessions, and I'm going to just sign on, and we're going to continue that charge in the House.
And they'll keep flanking you like Joe was talking about. But number 2, ISD electioneering, crack down on entities who profess to be experts in education from lying to people instead of honestly educating about how the tax rate adoption process works. Those people represent the state, and they're lying to people. Number 3, Darth Vader's are effectively tax increase elections. The verbiage is horrible. We need plain ballot language. Districts are funding crazy, expensive, dangerous, unmandated programs while whining about unfunded mandates. Some are playing financial shell games with the INS rate and even threatening a higher rate if the Vader does not pass. 4, certificates of obligation. I think we're all on board that these are abused. We need an easier process like a standardized petition form for the average resident to oppose these. Per a friend in El Paso, we have more CO bond debt than all other major Texas cities combined. 5, eliminate the MUDs, SUDs, DUDs, especially the ones that are established by one voter who moves in a camper onto an empty piece of property. That is insane. 6, increase election thresholds. 51% participation of registered voters would be good, or like in some states, at least a 60% threshold to win, because May elections are different voters, Senator Eckert. Voter fatigue is real. Number 7, require entity elections to be run through the county elections department. Many had separate ballots in this election that voters did not expect and completely missed. 8.
Well, you got a minute left, but let me exempt that.
Yes.
What is separate ballots?
Separate ballots.
You mean they were at a county polling station in November?
Yes.
Okay. And this was not on the consolidated?
Not on the consolidated ballot.
Where did people go to vote?
In Hallettsville specifically, they had to go to a whole nother county to vote.
In Hallettsville?
Hallettsville ISD. That is in their bond order. I have that, and I will give you the URL for that in just a second.
Do you know this, Bob? Or?
No, but I experienced a very similar thing in Van Zant County.
And Bear County had an issue where some of their voters had to go to a different school district to vote in that during the primary. So.
And what I haven't followed up on yet is the strange thing was none of the county folks would point out to the people coming in that the bond election was at the other end of the building.
Canton ISD had the same thing.
Okay, you mean there was an election where the county was in one end of the building and our school district.
In the bond.
And they weren't telling people to go.
No, they were refraining. They knew it. I mean, they were.
Yeah, I think that was Canton ISD.
And Amy, back to your comment. Look, the Senate doesn't get tied on because we passed that bill of preventing lobbying for 3 sessions in a row.
I know.
I just happened to be the first guy to carry it, and I'm glad I've got a younger member to carry it because maybe sometimes a little more speed might get through the line on the other side.
I'm just telling you guys what we're seeing on our side.
No, I'm just telling you what I know is on my side because I know we passed that bill 3 times. All right, now go ahead, get your last 2 points.
Number 8, my hugest recommendation. Texas Bond Review Board discontinued their bond election roundup. And plus, why? Ask your state comptroller. He was just here. But even that did not track the Vaders. It only tracked bonds, and it was not a mandatory thing. It was strictly voluntary.
Okay, we're going to the bond review committee. We will request the information.
Well,
and now the Vaders, nobody
tracks that.
Yeah, nobody
tracks that, which is why
Right.
Hang on.
You have a solution.
My solution is that the state simply create a statewide database mandating submission of all elections ordered by all 4,800 taxing entities within 72 hours of ordering them. Just a basic state database. Not that they have to provide everything, but the order and that there is an election happening.
I think that's a very good suggestion, Amy.
Let's see if you guys can pull it off. So, okay, got through all that. I did not print anything, but I did upload a few supporting documents and my tax hike spreadsheet to a Google Drive at tinyurl.com/tax hike bullshit. So have at it. And just for the record, when I was typing this up, I counted 62 ISDs that were running Vaders. 33 had failed so far, 23 had passed, and 6 were still unknown because your county elections departments kind of suck on sharing unofficial reports.
We think it's about 40% pass, 60% fail.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the documentation of it.
I did find Derazette that passed by 2 votes.
Can we get a database for session of when Amy's going to testify and we get text message alerts so those of us not in the building anymore can turn in and watch it?
I think you're going to have to volunteer to help her name these websites more creatively.
We got a lot of craptastic examples of stuff.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks for coming. Good suggestion. Okay, we're going to close it out with our
Thank you.
85-year-old, example for what you can do at 85.
Well, I stayed here the whole day, so
I
I
agree.
guess, that's some accomplishment, I guess, and you guys have really contributed, and I've been very impressed with this committee. So, yes, Charles Scoma, Speaker Pro Tem for the Texas Silver Haired Legislature, and as I said, all of you have our legislative report that we passed back in May of this past year. The one issue one resolution that I wanted to bring to your attention has to do with the 65 and older senior exemption tax, which when an individual, and so many of our seniors have moved or will move into assisted living facilities or apartments and that type, so they lose that senior tax exempt status when they're no longer the permanent resident of that property. But what's happening now because of cost, more and more of our seniors, our older Texans, are moving back because they have in-home care and they have more family care. And so when they go back, they have lost the senior tax exempt status if it's after 12 months. So many of them have stayed for 2 or 3 years in a facility or multiple facilities. So what we're asking for is that if they're renting their property for income to support that cost.
Oh, okay, there was no issue with the intent to return, but there was a rental agreement, or?
Yes, if they're renting that property for income and they go back to it, now that property value has gone to market value.
Right, no, I understand that.
And so that's
But I
created.
just want to make sure that somebody was in a nursing home that was intent to return, that their homestead exemption wasn't being denied.
No, the homestead exemption in terms of the senior
Over
exemption.
65, right, yeah.
The senior exemption.
I understand this is right, but I just want to make sure there wasn't a bigger problem.
Now, we just would like for you to look at that issue of how to continue that senior tax exempt status if they still own that property and they're renting that property for income. But when they go back, because so many of them are having to go back to the homestead property, that they have lost that senior tax exempt, where it may have been valued at $100,000 when they left, and now it's a $400,000 house, and they can't afford it. So most of them are on fixed incomes, and so it creates a financial burden. Yep, Mr. Hall.
So you're saying you would look for the home, what they're paying in that frozen tax, the homestead exemption?
Yes, sir.
They could return to that same number?
Yes, sir.
Same dollar value?
That enables them to be able to stay in that property. And
So what you're asking for is they had a freeze, okay? And then obviously that if they decided to go into the rental business and they wanted to come back, they could get their freeze back.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Right, that's an interesting suggestion.
Yeah.
Back to the future, kind of.
Right. So, and that's the one issue that we have. One situation that was talked about on the impact fees, I would just like to share with you from a developer standpoint. We had one situation where this neighborhood that we were revitalizing had a large lot. We ended up putting it's 2 houses on those lots because it was large enough.
Sure.
The impact fee to tie into the city utilities in the street,
How much?
$35,000.
Yeah, I know.
So it's way out of.
David, this goes to the comment about a fee is a tax and a tax is a fee. You know, when you get impact fees up to $35,000, I mean, I saw an impact fee on a burger joint for $87,000. And what's going on in the city of Conroe is just outright larceny, okay? Of what they're trying to pass up there. I mean, it's just,
I don't disagree with that. Not every city's perfect, and I get it. And I fully agree, it has to be reasonable cost recovery, expert Center Springs. So I fully agree with that. I'm not advocating for anything else, but $35,000 connection. I'll give you an example in Fade. We had a build out for, total fee was $5,000 for the whole build out for our new tavern going in. So it's not 35. I heard 100,000. I've heard other really extreme examples, so I understand.
and
so,
see, but when I've got a credible witness that brings in stuff, because we've got.
Agreed.
I mean, I've seen it, you know, I mean, you know, with these 5-digit to 6-digit, you know, and what was really crazy about Conroe was this was gonna be a per door impact fee yearly on top of their property taxes. Now, that's just preposterously, talking about double taxation.
Agreed.
Good grief.
And I also agree this center that a fee is a tax, by the way. I fully agree with that. It has to be done well.
All right.
I agree.
Good. Sorry, didn't mean to finish
No,
that.
that's quite all right. I just want to say thank you very much for the opportunity.
We have walk-in business. Una más, por favor, come on.
Senator Hall, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
Bob, you want
Just,
to make?
just one comment on that. There's no reason that kind of, instead of an impact fee, it should be time and materials. Yeah, it's gonna cost the county, the city, would have tied in. Pay them what it costs in time and material.
I agree, it should be T&E.
No fixed fee, you know, just what's the
Right,
cost?
T&M, I agree.
It's this trying to find a way to make a buck. Oh, folks, every
It's
time you
just
turn, it's got
preposterously
to.
bad.
I agree with the center.
All right,
Thank you so much, folks.
last
Appreciate
witness
it.
of the last committee hearing of this year. Well, it's the last committee meeting I'm
promise.
going to. Okay, that's right.
Let's finish with, with the champagne.
Yeah,
My name is Michael Berlanga. I'm the only tri-licensed CPA real estate broker and senior property tax consultant in the state, I believe. I may be wrong, but I have a master's in income tax, and I've been studying that. I'm 64, going on 65.
Angie Chen says hi.
Product of school choice. Went to school with the governor's wife, and I've run for office, even though you thought I should apply again. But that said, if I may finish, every one of the I put on property tax protest seminars all over the state. I've been used to do this for Hispanic outreach at the support of the Texas Public Policy Foundation. Very familiar with that. Been to every part of the state. I'm privileged to tell you that we put on 6 seminars in support of the campaign that now will bring you your newest state senator, Adam Hinojosa. I'm blessed that I could deliver that message. He's not here, obviously, he's Senate-elect.
That's right. It's not, and this is a post facto, which, you know, so was that something you did with the Libre Association? Were these nonprofits or?
No, it was just an initiative that allowed me to be introduced. And as soon as he met me, he then said, look, would you come back? So I went to Beeville, I went to Nueces, I went to Cameron County, and what I'm here to share with you, and you know this because you're in the work also, the people that we attracted to these seminars as the ones that I'm paid to do in San Antonio under contract are angry, anxious, and ignorant. Now, the key word is ignorant, not stupid. But when Mark LaHood, who's a criminal defense attorney and a newly elected state representative, doesn't know his rights to arbitration, then I have to tell you, it's like teaching people the Miranda rights to just basic citizens. He's an educated person, and so I also get paid by these people.
Just
My-
pointed decorum, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's somebody in another chamber, and
I-
I have not had a chance to even met the gentleman. And, you know, so you've got 2 minutes of a public policy on this area, so.
So to what we have talked about before, if the comptroller's office under the code 403302 has the authority or the obligation to issue property value studies, which drives up the values. We've all agreed on the testimony. I don't think we're arguing over proportional spending at the local level. I think you and I have talked about this. Is it possible that the legislature can empower or obligate the comptroller to do more to control the school funding inefficiency, if not corruption?
You know, that's a great question for another big hearing, because you just got it in under the wire.
Thank you.
And because there's a lot of people that are looking at the causality between school choice and what they would call a voucher, and what the efficiency of that expenditure is. And without Amy here, I don't want to take away her thunder, because she's much better at thunder and lightning, you know, but a lot of people don't like the school efficiency, et cetera. We used to have a comptroller that was empowered to do efficiency audits. They no longer do. I think that's something that we should be going back to. And I've just got to find people like you and Mark and others that are retired that would like to go in and be effectively inspector generals. But there's a real issue with not having an audit capability in government for efficiency.
Even though it's the duty of the legislature.
Well, everything is effectively the duty of the legislature.
But
at the end of right. There's only one consumer on all these taxes, and there's only one creator of laws in the state. So that's something I'm actually looking at, because I think we need some efficiency audits again.
And I referenced these state reps that have hired me only because I know the Senate, God bless y'all, needs the help of the House.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to.
And I appreciate the protocol.
I can't get it. No,
yes, sir.
I don't want any discussion of that. I'm totally uninformed of it, even though, because that's not part of our charge today.
Thank you.
It'd be that way for a diplomatic answer. All right, Bob.
Not part of the charge, but
comment on the last question of witness.
But I can't help myself. He's got a good point on what we need to stop the schools from doing, and one of the inefficiencies are no bid contracts. I think schools could save a ton of money if they started bidding on contracts rather than these sole sources that they give time and time again to the good old boys.
And possibly a study to consolidate those districts that no longer have the population to justify their existence.
Oh, that's a big thing. How in the world we have 11 school districts in a county with 55,000 people? Makes no sense at all.
In San Antonio, we have 17 school districts with only 10 state representatives.
No.
And then, of course, in Harris, we have two big ones.
I was going to say, wow, that's an interesting ratio. That doesn't exist in Houston.
And we have many a state that.
That's 5,500 people per district is what you're saying. I'm just doing the math in my head. Yeah, right.
Well, it makes no sense at all. We have states that have a single superintendent.
That's not students, that's population.
You know what makes sense is I'm going to give the gavel to the vice chair and let him have the gavel out and call the script and make his last comments on his last rodeo at the last time as an elected state senator.
Is there any other business to come? Got to make sure it's official. Is there any other business to come before the committee? With no other business to come before the committee, and upon the motion of Senator Betancourt, the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Good night.
Whoa. Thank you, Drew.
Thanks, guys.
Godspeed, buddy.
Appreciate it.
All right.
We'll see you.
All right.